A subordinate prompts the president, reminding him that it's time to begin broadcasting to the nation. Checking his watch, the man is shocked by how much time has passed. He remembers that in exactly 30 seconds, the entire nation will lose power. The countdown begins, 3, 2, 1, finally reaching the point of no return. Introducing himself as Thailand Stretch, the president begins his broadcast with an urgent plea. He urges viewers to gather anyone nearby to watch the emergency broadcast with them. As the president repeats his plea, citizens quickly comply, telling their neighbors to turn on their TVs. After a brief pause, Thailand Stretch addresses the current quarantine, thanking the citizens for their patience. He goes on to explain his declaration of martial law and the chaotic events that followed. As Thailand Stretch begins to explain his reasons, he pauses and asks an aide for a cigarette. They warn him that the opposition will be furious, but he demands it anyway. Fumbling to light the cigarette with trembling, numb hands, the president resumes explaining his decision. Before continuing, he takes a long drag, exhaling his heavy thoughts along with the smoke. Stating that he only wished for a dignified end for everyone, he asks the people for their understanding. According to Thailand Stretch, a real-life game scenario called Survival is currently unfolding across the world. An asteroid named Njambi is hurtling directly toward Earth. According to reports received at dawn, the U.S. military failed to intercept it. As a result, Njambi crashed into the ocean near Okinawa. Shortly after, reports confirmed that the region suffered catastrophic damage. He grimly states that right now, the citizens of Japan are turning into zombies. It's all caused by alien spores emitted from the asteroid. These spores are spreading rapidly through the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, the president warns that the infection will hit their country today at 1 p.m. Addressing his fellow citizens, Thailand Stretch admits that, unfortunately, there is no avoiding this zombie apocalypse. However, data shows that a select few, including the awakened, have a chance to resist zombification. Announcing that time capsules have been deployed at designated sites, the president urges everyone to head toward them immediately. Tactical guide on how to fight these monsters is displayed on screen, and survival leaflets will be dropped from the air. The president warns that all thermal power plants will shut down shortly. He concludes by saying it has been an honor to serve his country, urging everyone to do whatever it takes to survive. Thailand Stretch also expresses his gratitude to the anonymous whistleblower who provided the exact date of this doomsday. Turning off the TV, a young man sighs heavily at the arrival of the end of the world. He had held on to hope that it wouldn't happen, but there was no escaping reality now. Vowing to survive no matter what, the young man calls himself an apocalypse veteran. A few months earlier, a man named Tao is asked if he's ready. Addressing his companion as Jack, Tao completely agrees. Jack comments that if they lose today, it will be their third defeat in a row. Stonebane agrees, promising to call herself a total loser if she falls into the same trap again. Swerve the First reminds them that they keep getting wiped out because they try to brute force everything. Tiger Strong chimes in, saying that without their brute force, the two of them would be completely useless. Jack suggests they stop wasting time and get down to business, and Stonebane backs him up. While Swerve the First offers them a 1-minute head start, the bald man calls them idiots. He then declares his plan to break his record in the game, Life and Survival. Warning him that he'll regret it, the young man and his partner charge into battle. The game they are playing is a virtual reality title known simply as Survivalist. It's an apocalyptic game where players face more than just standard zombies. They also have to contend with all sorts of terrifying, mythical monsters. The game's difficulty is so brutal that even veteran players rage quit immediately. When Jack comes under attack, he curses, calling the monster a massive pain. He complains to his partner about their terrible luck as another human shield pops up right in front of them. Realizing they're in a tight spot, Jack comes up with a single desperate plan. Meanwhile, Swerve the First reminds his comrades that their 1-minute grace period is up. Game's popularity initially skyrocketed, only to crash hard, leaving a grand total of 4 players online. Swerve the First is told to land the final blow, and he thanks his teammate for setting up the kill. The young man takes careful aim, looking to finish his opponent with a single, precise shot. Activating a skill called Sphere of Hope, his homing arrow flies straight into the target, killing it instantly. Shortly after, one of the players rages over losing yet again, while another asks what they should do next. Jack gives a sarcastic reply, and Swerve the First agrees, complaining that the game has become boring as hell. Jack remarks that he wouldn't be surprised if the servers shut down today, making his companion chuckle in agreement. Stonebane groans that she needs a massive hit of dopamine and some real excitement, words that Tiger Strong would remember long after. Swerve the First suggests trying a different game, but the bald man refuses, saying he's already too comfortable with this one. Meanwhile, Tiger Strong spots a message in the global chat and tells the others to take a look. The group instantly gets hyped, laughing and celebrating, thinking the game might finally be getting the recognition it deserves. The newcomer thanks them for their guidance and promises to meet up with them once he finishes the tutorial. But just 2 hours later, he returns to the chat complaining that the game is way too hard and that he's quitting. Swerve the First curses, lamenting that this is the absolute end of the line. The guys complain about how the developers never release regular updates or bother lowering the entry barrier. Swerve the First scoffs, stating he's completely over it, and announces his decision to log off for good. After wishing everyone a good night, he disconnects from the server. Tiger Strong offers him some roles to change his mind, but Swerve the First has already parted ways with them. He gives a vague reply, and a heavy silence fills the voice chat. In that moment, he realized that Stonebane and Jack felt the exact same way. Without another word, they also begin saying their goodbyes, making it clear that their long journey has finally come to an end. But Tiger Strong refused to let it go, continuing to log into the game every single day despite being completely alone. To keep things interesting, he even started creating and uploading update videos for the tiny community. He streamed day and night, holding on to a faint hope that his old teammates might suddenly drop by. Several months passed, and the developers finally nerfed the tutorial and revamped the early game phase. They even added terrifying mutant variants to the roster, making the new patch an absolute blast to play. But in the end, Tiger Strong was left entirely on his own as his friends stopped logging on altogether. Eventually, the management team released an announcement stating that technical support would shut down in a week. Tiger Strong wistfully recalled how he had wanted to take down the ultimate boss with his friends before the final shutdown. With a deep sense of regret, he finally decided to let go of his lingering attachment and close the game for the last time. He deleted his account and streaming channel, packing away his gameplay recordings into the closet, unable to bring himself to throw them out. After that, Tiger Strong returned to reality, and 3 months have passed since his gaming days ended. He then reflects on why his online handle used to be related to ice cream rolls. The reason was simple. He had been running a stir-fried ice cream roll shop for the past 3 years. Content with how things are going, Tiger Strong heads downstairs to open up his restaurant. The shop is located on the ground floor of the building he inherited after his parents passed away. Right now, Tiger Strong is serving some local kids, letting them know their food is ready. A girl named Anna chuckles, teasing him about how business seems to be booming today. He notes that Anna is a regular customer who works as the neighborhood hairdresser. Suddenly, Anna remembers something important and asks if he's seen the viral news, prompting him to ask for clarification. She shows him an online thread discussing a bizarre new phenomenon where people are claiming they can open a real-life status window. Anna admits she tried doing it herself, but unfortunately nothing happened. Tiger Strong chuckles dismissively, telling her that it's obviously a hoax and that she's incredibly naive for buying into it. And yet, the moment he closes up shop and gets back to his room, curiosity gets the better of him and he decides to try it anyway. Following the online instructions precisely, he extends his hand forward and commandingly shouts for his status window to open. When nothing happens, Tiger Strong exhales a sigh of relief, convinced it was all just an internet prank. His relief is short-lived as an unnatural crackle of static electricity fills the room, followed by a blinding flash of light out of thin air. Tiger Strong rubs his eyes in utter disbelief, staring directly at a glowing blue status window floating right in front of him. A strange sense of familiarity washes over him. This interface looks identical to the one from Life in Survival. However, there are slight variations, particularly in the specific terminology used in the system notifications flashing before him. Intrigued, he decides to follow the system prompts and attempts to summon a dimensional portal. To his surprise, it requires barely any effort at all. The latent energy in the room instantly coalesces, manifesting into a swirling vortex. Tiger Strong is left dumbfounded as he recognizes that this portal looks exactly like the entrance to Beatsy Botch's maze from the game. The terrifying truth finally clicks. The game mechanics of Survivalist are merging with reality. He desperately tries to deny it, knowing that if this is real, catastrophic news is bound to follow. If the system matches the game, an entity must have opened a massive dimensional portal directly over the Njombi asteroid. But he hopes against hope that he's just overthinking things. Since he rarely kept up with current events, he had no idea what was actually happening globally. Shaking his head, Tiger Strong tries to calm his racing heart, muttering that it has to be a bizarre coincidence. Yet, a nagging voice in the back of his mind tells him that deep down, he knows it's the absolute truth. If the apocalypse is truly coming, sitting around idle isn't an option. He needs to take decisive action immediately. Tiger Strong realizes he needs concrete proof to confirm his terrifying theory. Driven by a powerful gut feeling, he steps closer to the swirling vortex. He senses that whatever lies on the other side of the portal holds the answers he needs. His hand freezes just inches away from the dimensional threshold. Reason suddenly overrides his impulse. Tiger Strong knows all too well that diving into the unknown without a strategy is pure suicide. Deciding against sticking his own limbs through, he grabs a long-handled soup ladle from his kitchen and thrusts it into the portal instead. He hopes this simple test will reveal whether the other side is immediately hostile. Pulling the ladle back and noticing fresh soil on it, Tiger Strong confirms the portal acts as a physical teleporter. Satisfied with this basic safety check, he begins gearing up for a proper scout mission. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he steels his resolve and steps through the portal. The first emotion a man experiences is delight, which is simply impossible to contain. Taking in the breathtaking landscape stretching out before him, Tiger Strong can scarcely believe his eyes. Standing in the alien environment, he notices a crisp, refreshing breeze brushing against his skin. Checking his phone, he sees there is absolutely no cellular signal, confirming he is completely cut off from the human world. Though the terrain is unfamiliar, he doesn't panic, relying on his veteran survival instincts. Leaving a footprint in the soft soil, Tiger Strong moves forward, carefully scanning his surroundings for definitive answers. As he begins his journey into a new world, a man reflects on the gravity of it all. Fatigue quickly sets in, and Tiger Strong looks up at the endless canopy, wondering just how massive this forest truly is. Stopping to catch his breath, he mutters to himself, wishing for any sign of life. His wish is immediately granted as a creature darts past him, making him jump back and let out a startled yelp. A system ping identifies the creature as a valley deer, a notification that catches Tiger Strong completely off guard. Seeing game-like UI pop-ups in real life heavily reinforces his suspicion that he is no longer on Earth. The valley deer locks eyes with Tiger Strong standing perfectly still and silent. Then, it suddenly bolts into the brush, leaving him alone with his racing thoughts. Tiger Strong admits to himself that his heart is pounding, though he notes that the creature didn't seem hostile. A passive herbivore isn't absolute proof of danger, unlike the aggressive monsters that appear post-apocalypse. Tiger Strong has an ominous sinking feeling about what lies deeper in these woods. Every instinct tells him this zone is part of the survivalist ecosystem, but a part of him still wishes to deny it. Tiger Strong desperately wants to believe that humanity isn't actually on the brink of an extinction-level catastrophe. But his denial shatters completely when he spots something unique on a nearby branch. It's a solar apple, and the system interface instantly displays its description before his eyes. As Tiger picks him up and examines him, he expresses his hope that everything will turn out well. The moment he takes a bite, a sudden warmth surges through his veins. A system message flashes, confirming that the solar apple has partially restored his stamina. Tiger Strong notes that the rejuvenating sensation is identical to consuming solar juice in the game. This confirmation becomes undeniable when he notices a pile of fresh goblin droppings nearby. Forcing down his fear, he finally accepts the grim reality staring him in the face. The world as he knows it is about to end, and the apocalypse is coming. Fully convinced, Tiger Strong steps back through his personal dimensional gateway to begin preparing for doomsday. He used to stream and archive his gameplay just for fun, but that exhaustive knowledge is now his greatest survival asset. Cross-referencing global events with his in-game knowledge, Tiger Strong calculates that they have exactly 32 days before the world ends. Reviewing his old logs, he remembers that the game's most brutal mechanic was the metal corrosion phenomenon. Within 5 hours of the spore outbreak hitting an area, all metallic compounds completely disintegrate. This single mechanic will instantly plunge modern civilization right back into the Stone Age. The intensity of the corrosion varies by region, but it typically takes 6 months to a year to subside. However, Tiger Strong remains confident that this world-ending disaster won't break him. After all, he possesses an incredibly overpowered ability, his exclusive dimensional portal. While it's still a hypothesis, He reasons that the metal corrosion effect won't affect items stored inside his isolated pocket dimension. With a solid strategy in mind, Tiger Strong immediately drains his life savings to hoard vital survival supplies. He stockpiles a vast assortment of tactical weapons, non-perishable food, tools, medical supplies, and off-grid survival gear. With the clock ticking, he keeps a close eye on neighborhood activities to map out his next moves. After spending the entire night planning, Tiger Strong heads out at dawn to make a few final purchases. On his way back, he picks up a used hunting bow, exchanging polite small talk with the seller. Thanking the merchant, Tiger Strong wonders for a split second if he's overreacting to everything. But he quickly dismisses the doubt, even if it's a false alarm. A few years of extreme preparation won't hurt. Returning to his shop, he hangs a prominent sign on the front door. He double-checks the notice, which states the shop will be closed for several months due to extensive renovations. Tiger Strong lets out a deep sigh, still reeling from how drastically his life has shifted in a single night. Anna notices the sign and asks why he's shutting down, forcing him to scramble for a believable excuse. She teases that he must have made a fortune to afford such a long break, but he just plays it off with a polite laugh, claiming his old bones need a rest. As he tries to say goodbye, Anna cuts him off, asking him to wait and listen for a moment. But she hesitates, biting her lip before waving it off as nothing and saying goodbye until next time. Watching Anna walk away, Tiger Strong wonders what she was so hesitant to tell him. He ponders whether he should have pressed her for answers, or if it's better to just leave it alone. Ultimately, he chooses to let it go. He has far more critical matters to attend to right now. The moment he returns to his sanctuary, Tiger Strong instantly summons the interdimensional gate. In the virtual world, he was always a meticulous master strategist and planner. Because he relied entirely on tactics, his character's raw physical attributes always lagged behind other high-level players. Fortunately, stat increases in this system aren't earned just by leveling up. They are directly permanent rewards gained through hunting monsters and exploring hidden zones. Exhaling a long breath, Tiger Strong grips his bow, wondering if his real-world body can pull this off. The bowstring draws back smoother than expected. As long as his aim holds true, he should be fine. Suddenly, a phantom holographic target appears before him, catching Tiger Strong completely off guard. Stealing his focus, he notches an arrow, draws the string taut with absolute precision, and locks onto the target. He channels the muscle memory of his gaming days, where he reigned supreme as the top-ranked sniper in survival mode. Releasing the string, he watches the arrow fly with deadly precision, striking the bullseye dead center. Stunned by his own flawless performance, Tiger Strong jokingly wonders if he was Legolas in a past life. Through rigorous trial and error, he determines his physical limit is currently capped at 5 consecutive full-power shots. Fired up by his progress, he maps out an intense training regimen centered around 2 core goals. First, he needs to confirm if he can reliably hunt active monsters at his current base level. Second, he plans to construct a highly secure bunker within this pocket dimension to stockpile weapons and resources. But until his custom gear and heavy armaments arrive, Tiger Strong refuses to take unnecessary risks, prioritizing caution while making the most of his incredible luck. Tiger Strong attributes his top-tier veteran survival status to his flawless foresight and obsessive over-preparation for every conceivable scenario. A memory flashes in his mind, and he tries to pinpoint exactly where he spotted a crucial clue earlier. His veteran memory doesn't disappoint, and Tiger Strong immediately spots his target in the brush. Muttering to himself, he walks directly over to investigate the fresh goblin droppings. He is tracking them because goblins are highly social pack monsters. Finding isolated traces is incredibly unusual. Analyzing the sample thoroughly, Tiger Strong concludes that this specific goblin was likely cast out of its clan and is severely malnourished. He decides to hunt it down to test his combat capabilities against a weakened target, a rare and low-risk opportunity. The tracking takes longer than expected, and Tiger Strong notices the sky is rapidly darkening. Faint wolf howls echo in the distance, reminding him that he's dangerously close to the valley. Suddenly catching sight of his target, he quickly ducks behind the nearest large tree trunk. Tiger Strong takes mental notes, confirming the creature's appearance matches the low-tier goblins from Survivalist perfectly. As a bottom-tier monster class, these goblins primarily fight using crude blow darts and paralyzing poison needles. They take sadistic pleasure in completely immobilizing their prey before torturing them. This lethal range threat is exactly why Tiger Strong prioritized a hunting bow as his initial weapon. Peering closer, he confirms the aging goblin bears the visible markings of a permanent outcast. Tiger Strong breathes out, fully confident that as long as he keeps his cool, this kill is guaranteed. With absolute focus, he releases the tension on his bowstring, letting the arrow fly. Hearing the whistle of the wind, the goblin pivots at the last second, narrowly shielding its head and turning a fatal blow into a flesh wound, much to Tiger Strong's annoyance. But there's no time to complain. The monster immediately counterattacks, making him curse aloud. He curses again, struggling against his body's clunky, uncoordinated real-life physics. Realizing he can't treat this like a game, he prepares to deal with the monster's full counteroffensive. Take that! The goblin lunges out of the shadows, letting out a terrifying guttural hiss. The next moment, both combatants clash head-on, neither willing to yield an inch. As their weapons deflect, Tiger Strong immediately presses the offensive, throwing out a feint to disorient the monster. But the goblin is incredibly nimble, easily slipping past his blade with minimal effort. The creature retaliates with a viscous slash of its own, landing a solid hit that makes him gasp in pain. The sheer pain is far more intense than Tiger Strong ever anticipated, but there's no time to freeze up. Throwing his entire weight forward, he forcefully disarms the goblin and slams the creature onto the dirt. Pinning the thrashing monster down, Tiger Strong reverses his grip on his combat knife and drives it deep into the goblin's chest, reducing its final cries to a wet death rattle. The dying monster glares up at its executioner with a final spark of consciousness before going completely limp. Catching his breath, Tiger Strong slumps back with a triumphant, relieved laugh. Suddenly, he notices a small pouch attached to the goblin's belt and decides to inspect the loot. He knows he needs to clean up the area immediately. Leaving a monster's corpse out in the open is a rookie mistake. Tiger Strong quickly decides to bury the corpse completely before the rest of the pack catches its scent. In this system, abandoned corpses decompose and reanimate as dangerous undead skeleton monsters. A sudden rustling noise makes him snap his head up from his work. A cold sweat breaks out over his skin as an ominous realization hits him. This specific noise can only mean one thing, and Tiger Strong turns slowly to confirm his worst nightmare. The first thing he locks onto is a glowing blood-red eye glaring out from the dark foliage. His worst fears are realized. An apex predator, an owlbear, is towering right in front of him. His lips tremble as Tiger Strong realizes he is completely screwed. Meanwhile, there are exactly 31 days remaining until the apocalypse. Flashback to his streaming days, Tiger Strong greets his few live chat viewers, and a couple of them actually reply. He announces that today's stream will cover an in-depth breakdown of the apex monsters inhabiting the forest zone. A few trolls in the chat mock his low view count, calling the content incredibly boring, but Tiger Strong brushes it off. Thankingly, a loyal fan sends in a donation, and he makes sure to thank them warmly. He casually tells the chat it's no big deal, just enough extra cash to cover his bills for the day. As the chat starts spamming off-topic drama, Tiger Strong politely asks everyone to keep it focused on the guide. He then recaps what they discussed during the last stream to get everyone back up to speed. Tiger Strong states that without a doubt, the two most lethal threats in this biome are werewolves and owlbears. He dives deep into the details of the owlbear, meticulously explaining how to calculate and avoid its massive hunting territory. Once an owlbear claims a specific lair, it maintains a highly fragile ecological balance over that entire region. Tiger Strong then outlines the exact strategy needed to survive an encounter with an owlbear. He explains the unique auditory cues to listen out for when the monster stalks its prey. Back in the present, snapping out of his memory, he slowly gets into a ready stance. He wonders why his brain is deciding to play back happy memories of his streaming days at a time like this. A terrifying cliché hits him. His life is literally flashing before his eyes. Shaking it off, he forces himself to snap out of it, treating the memory as a tactical reminder instead of a final goodbye. It's a wake-up call to pull himself together and remember his own guide. He warns himself that a single wrong move right now will result in immediate death. Since the owlbear is currently standing perfectly still, it means it isn't actively hunting for food. If it were hungry, Tiger Strong would have already been torn to shreds. Its hostile posture implies that it's acting purely out of territorial aggression. He has inadvertently stepped right into the absolute center of its nesting domain. If that's the case, there is only one viable method to escape alive. Widening his stance, he reminds himself that while his mind is that of a master survival tactician, His body is fully backed by Tiger Strong's upgraded real-world physical specs. No matter how slim the odds, he has to execute his tactical plan flawlessly to survive. To steel his nerves, he lets out a fierce battle cry at the top of his lungs. As the owlbear tenses its muscles to spring, Tiger Strong recalls that these nocturnal beasts possess perfect night vision, but are extremely sensitive and vulnerable to blinding sunlight, giving him a clear point of exploit. As the massive beast charges forward, Tiger Strong reminds himself that he only has one single opening. He has one shot to create a blinding flash of light to incapacitate the predator. But to execute this, he will have to pull off an insanely high-risk, close-quarters maneuver. Standing his ground, he unclips his high-lumen tactical flashlight and aims it directly into the beast's eyes, simulating blinding sunlight. The gamble pays off instantly as the owlbear recoils, letting out a deafening, agonizing roar as it is completely blinded. Keeping the intense beam locked onto the thrashing monster, Tiger Strong charges forward to finish what he started. The following morning, his alarm blares repeatedly, but he has absolutely zero desire to move a single muscle. Pushing himself up with trembling hands, Tiger Strong feels a deep, throbbing ache radiating through every single cell of his body. He can barely believe that he blacked out the instant he collapsed back through his portal, remaining unconscious for hours. Recalling the sheer terror of the encounter, he desperately prays he never gets caught off guard like that again. Tiger Strong's stomach lets out a violent, furious growl, reminding him that he hasn't had a bite to eat since yesterday morning. He attempts to swing his legs out of bed, but his exhausted muscles fail him, causing him to collapse back down and curse heavily. Realizing his legs are completely shot, he drags himself across the floor to his stash and grabs a couple of solar apples. The moment he swallows the glowing fruit, a system notification pings, confirming a significant chunk of his stamina has been restored. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Tiger Strong groans that he finally feels like a human being again. With his energy baseline recovered, he decides to head downstairs to cook a proper, filling meal. But as he walks down into his restaurant area, he freezes in utter confusion. Finding Anna sitting casually inside, he asks what she's doing there, to which she cheerfully responds that she came by for a quick snack. Tiger Strong points out that the shop is technically closed, but she completely ignores it, arguing that food always tastes better with company. Anna then lowers her voice, asking if he actually tried the status window trick they talked about earlier. Tiger Strong plays dumb, immediately setting up mental walls to keep his abilities a total secret. Showing him a new viral forum post, Anna confesses that she genuinely believes the system phenomena are real. She notes that physical cash is mysteriously disappearing from local cash registers, leaving Tiger Strong quietly amazed by her sharp intuition. He determines that feigning ignorance is his only logical option. He isn't trying to build a faction or play the hero. His dimensional ability is inherently tailored for optimized solo play, not cooperative teams. Furthermore, Tiger Strong knows that exposing his trump cards while he's still a low-level player is an unnecessary risk. In a pre-apocalyptic world where absolute safety doesn't exist, drawing attention to yourself is a literal death sentence. Yet, he finds it slightly exhausting how stubbornly persistent Anna is being about the topic. Suddenly breaking his train of thought, Anna looks down, apologizing and admitting that she lied to him about something. Knowing she has a good heart, Tiger Strong offers her a warm, reassuring smile, telling her not to worry about it. He gently tells her that she can share it whenever she feels fully comfortable and ready. Later that afternoon, Tiger Strong watches a massive delivery truck unload an enormous mountain of packages right outside his doorstep. He signs the paperwork, thanking the delivery courier for the heavy lifting before seeing him off. Tiger Strong hauls the long-term survival equipment up to his secure rooftop, while organizing the immediate essentials on the second floor. With everything sorted, he picks out the specific tactical gear required for his mission today. Laying out his equipment on the table, he double-checks every item with meticulous care. His primary objective today is to secure a hidden tactical location to serve as his main base of operations. Tiger Strong knows that setting up a fortified base is absolutely paramount for survival, no matter the cost. He already has the perfect spot in mind, a highly defensible cave formation he discovered while tracking the lone goblin earlier. With the path perfectly memorized, he navigates the dense overgrowth with confidence, taking optimized shortcuts. Standing before the hidden cave entrance, Tiger Strong confirms it is an absolute goldmine for a fortified base. However, Before claiming it, his top priority is clearing out whatever local monsters are currently nesting inside. He carefully surveys the entrance, looking for tracks, nesting patterns, or signs of activity. Tiger Strong needs to know exactly what kind of den he's dealing with before making a move. Spotting a specific track, a wide, confident grin spreads across his face at his incredible luck. The nesting signs belong to a low-tier monster pack, matching his pre-planned tactical countermeasures perfectly. Checking the wind direction, Tiger Strong notes that his specialized smoke-out strategy will hit the nesting night kobolds like a massive dose of tranquilizer. Moving efficiently, Tiger Strong gathers a substantial pile of dry firewood and damp brush, stacking it precisely at the cavern's mouth to optimize smoke direction. Dousing the wood liberally with gasoline, he steps back, with only the final execution remaining. Before he can strike a match, Tiger Strong freezes as drowsy guttural clicks and loud yawns echo from inside the tunnel. Waking from their slumber, a trio of kobolds shuffle outward, still blinking away sleep. Unfortunately, Tiger Strong is caught dead in their line of sight, making a stealth approach instantly impossible. He clicks his tongue, annoyed that his perfect smoke strategy was ruined by an unpredictable early wake-up. Pivoting instantly, his veteran reflexes kick in as he tightly grips the handle of his tactical fire axe. In a blur of motion, he blitzes the closest monster, well aware that their groggy state gives him a vital, temporary window of extreme advantage. To his immense satisfaction, Tiger Strong confirms that his current stat investment allows him to one-shot these low-tier mobs. Puts the thought aside, moving fast to eliminate the remaining threats inside before the entire den is alerted. Tiger Strong recalls from his exhaustive game database that low-tier pack mobs share a universal flaw. They have incredibly low resistance to sudden status effects and crowd control elements. While burning the nest entirely would be easier, it would completely ruin the structural integrity of his future base. Since he plans on inhabiting this cave, filling it with permanent ash and char would be highly counterproductive. That is precisely why he opted for a controlled incapacitation method instead. The focused chemical smoke will severely debuff their attributes, leaving them in a permanent state of confusion. From there, Tiger Strong can easily sweep through and clear them out with zero resistance. He recalls that standard Night Kobold packs typically consist of 7 members. He braced himself to fight the remaining 5, but a quick sweep of the cave reveals his calculations were slightly off. There are only 3 left inside. Regardless, he has no intention of deviating from his tactical execution. The remaining kobolds screech frantically, communicating in their high-pitched guttural language. Ignoring their cries, Tiger Strong swings his heavy tactical axe with brutal force, launching into a decisive offensive strike, determined to wipe out the remaining threats with clinical speed. The desperate screeches of the kobolds echo off the stone walls, but Tiger Strong remains completely unfazed. Unclipping a tactical spray canister from his belt, he seamlessly shifts to the next stage of his assault. Spraying the highly concentrated pepper compound dead into the face of the closest monster, he reduces it to a hacking, blinded mess. The monster collapses backward onto the cavern floor, choking violently as it flails its limbs. His brother suffers an even more cruel fate, and his last scream suddenly fades. Tiger turns to the last survivor, letting him know he's the only one left. After claiming that he knew the leader would sit in the back, the man bids farewell to the monster, and promised not to doubt for a moment that you will find a worthy use for your refuge. Later, the man breathes a sigh of relief, considering that it was relatively easy, except for his little resistance. As he looks at his status window, Tiger notices that his stats are dropping, just like in the game. Still, leveling up brought him some advantages, so the man considers today's catch to be quite good. But there is something he considers even more important, and that is the use of something. Of course, by these words he means to win and hold the refuge. But first of all, he realizes he'll have to clean this den properly. So bear in mind that as soon as Tiger gets a shelter, he starts cleaning it. Its depth turns out to be about 50 feet, which in fact turns out to be quite small. And maybe because Tiger just got out of a fight, working there is hell for him. Yet, this can only please, because now man has his own safe place. Plus, you can use the portal, which makes your job a little easier. Tiger Creek is so tired he feels like he's gonna pass out. But not without making discoveries. Man learns something curious during the process of interdimensional travel. At first, the idea of fixing the coordinates in both worlds seemed unrealistic to him. But then he realized that it was possible to make objects interact even at the edge of dimensions. And after cleaning his shelter, Tiger takes a look around and concludes that it is cozy. But that's not all. He also thinks it would be a good idea to wash the blood off everything. And it fills the floor with concrete so that you can store things there. Tiger's calculating how long it'll take to dry the mortar, and he also wants to install the panels. His attention is focused on two types of stones, clear stones and fire stones. The man remembers that for the newcomers to the game, these were essential objects, a gold mine, and he decides to start extracting them immediately after finishing the preparations for construction. Cough makes it so before you can split into mirroring over of that jar if it crosses. The man doesn't understand why his body hurts so much. Does he work too much? At the same time, his hands begin to sting and Tiger notices on them strange small cuts of unknown origin. Looking at the sunny apple, the man thinks it's a pity to waste it on this. And so he decides to test the effect using a glove instead of an apple. But first we have to prepare it. To do this, the powder must be mixed with vegetable oil. The proportions should be 5:5, and the resulting mass should be stirred until it is thick. The system indicates that this ointment is quite useful, as it helps to slightly heal wounds. Tiger does not hesitate and immediately tastes the ointment, feeling its effect from the first seconds. Yet man thinks that if this happens all the time, it will not last long. Tiger believes that to improve his stats, he needs to keep working hard. Start thinking about what weapon is most effective for you now. The flow of usual comparisons is interrupted by a rather unusual thought, and Tiger says out loud that he has an interesting idea. Although he's not sure that all of this can happen in reality, as it's only related to the backstory. But despite all this, man finds even the secondary branch useful and informative. Think about what would happen if the same background story as in the game were repeated in the real world. And this will bring him a lot of good things, so Tiger will check everything in advance. As planned, the man goes up to the roof to begin preparations for the construction. Their work is going perfectly because the bags of the necessary solution have already been ordered in advance. Once this part of the plan was finished, Tiger went down to the first floor to get the rest. And just as he starts grilling the boxes, suddenly a familiar voice calls to him. Anna greets him as usual, and the man cannot understand how they have managed to get so close. He says they've started seeing each other more often, and the girl reminds him that she comes to eat every day. Tiger apologizes for his lack of attention, claiming tiredness, and Anna supports him, and she explains her words by saying that before, the man used to come to her for a haircut once every 3 months. Tiger agrees and the girl offers to cut his hair at that very moment. He agrees with the idea that short hair is more practical for going out. A little later, Anna asks her esteemed client what he wants, and he asks her to cut it all. Puzzled by his response, the girl goes on to clarify her reasoning. Tiger Strong notes that it serves as a clear sign of a brand new beginning. Anna takes his words to heart, promising to handle everything to the absolute best of her ability. The girl notices that Tiger Strong's shoulders look noticeably broader, and he remarks that it's likely due to his recent workouts. While she works, Anna mentions hearing a rumor that the status window is directly connected to the game, Life is Survival. Tiger Strong is visibly startled by her words, knowing that anyone who has played the game even once triggers an awakening. He immediately questions her, demanding to know where she managed to dig up that piece of information. The hairdresser begins to hesitate, but the sudden chime of the front door opening saves her from the awkward interrogation. Noticing the man who just walked in, she turns around and asks him what took him so long. Silkrane simply replies that he dropped by specifically to discuss something with Anna. This man had once picked a fight with Tiger Strong over his loud singing, making Tiger Strong incredibly surprised to see that they knew each other. Meanwhile, Silkrane claims that the guy hoarded all available information, wiped his video content, and fled. The blonde man mentions that his group is actively trying to track down the guy's address, though she highly doubts that's legal. As Tiger Strong eavesdrops on them, Silkrane speaks up again, though a hint of nervousness creeps into his voice. He looks at Anna and asks if they are ready to pack up and leave that place right away. As their conversation unfolds, Tiger Strong becomes absolutely certain that these people are looking for him. Meanwhile, Silkrane pressures Anna about joining his faction, but she remains clearly hesitant. Tiger Strong, however, surmises that the content creator deleted the video out of pure frustration rather than an attempt to gatekeep information. The blonde guy continues to press her, trying to drill into her head that everything is playing out exactly like the game. Silkrane argues that if the content creator had just released the data publicly, they wouldn't have been forced to resort to such measures. He firmly warns her that his patience is running thin, while Tiger Strong reflects on the toxic treatment he receives on online forums. Silkrane refuses to back down and gets right into Anna's personal space, but our hero steps in to put a stop to it. He claims to have no idea what they're bickering about, suggesting they table the discussion for a later time. Silkrane fires back with a sharp retort before demanding to know exactly who he thinks he is. That's when Anna takes initiative and steps in. Tiger Strong icily advises the blonde guy to beat it while he can still walk away in one piece. Otherwise, he's going to get his face smashed in just like the last encounter. Silkrane opens his mouth to strike back but freezes instantly, letting out a frustrated sputter instead of finishing his sentence. Ultimately, the man storms out, clicking his tongue in annoyance and muttering that today clearly wasn't his lucky day. Anna watches him storm off, giving him a cold farewell. Good riddance as far as she's concerned. The girl finally lets out a deep breath the moment the door slams shut behind him and Tiger Strong breaks the silence. He offers to swap contact info with the hairdresser just to be safe, knowing all too well that Silkrane is a toxic, low-life individual. He heads straight back home, keeping his massive ongoing construction project completely hidden from public view. With his mind made up, Tiger Strong decides to make his way up to the factory. Confirming that he is indeed being completely dragged through the mud online, a deep sense of disgust toward humanity begins to settle in. Yet, even though he feels a flicker of pity for them, his resolve doesn't waver for a single moment. On the contrary, an intense, absolute clarity suddenly washes over his mind. Summoning his dimensional portal, Tiger Strong steps through and dedicates the next 48 hours to fortifying a secure shelter. Just as planned, he spends his time mining light stones and firestones until the veins are entirely depleted. He carefully mixes the raw compounds and treats the perimeter flooring with a liquid chemical solution. Afterward, he meticulously flattens it down, ensuring there are absolutely no structural flaws. With the physical labor complete, he steps back outside to allow the materials to cure properly. Staring up at the moon, which cuts sharply through the pitch-black night, an unexpected realization flashes across his mind. Tiger Strong knows that cruelty must be met with equal force. After all, he has no intention of playing the hero. He doesn't care about grand crusades or saving the world. His only imperative is survival. Just as Tiger Strong cements this resolution, a sudden rustling behind him forces him to spin around defensively. And the threat it carries is completely unmistakable. There's really no point in talking anymore. The glowing eyes, piercing through the dark night, tell him everything he needs to know. Negotiation is completely off the table. It's a high-level bone crawler, and Tiger Strong can't help but curse under his breath at the sheer sight of it. The guttural screeches coming from the beast grow increasingly horrific, but he is definitely in no mood for games. Muttering to himself, Tiger Strong acknowledges just how incredibly dangerous and unenviable his current position really is. Meanwhile, the countdown drops to exactly 27 days before the apocalypse begins. After being blasted backward by the explosion and knocked completely unconscious, Tiger Strong slowly begins to open his eyes. It begins with a slight, involuntary muscle twitch as sensation slowly returns to his fingertips. Suddenly, Tiger Strong bolts upright with a sharp cry, coughing violently as smoke racks his lungs. He looks around in a daze, desperately trying to figure out exactly how he's still breathing. Catching sight of familiar skeletal remains nearby, scattered fragments of memory click back into a clear picture. Even so, Tiger Strong still can't quite piece together how he escaped fatal damage. Moments later, it hits him, he had managed to shift his positioning just a fraction of a second before the detonation. That split-second reaction allowed him to leap back and survive, though he still took a massive brunt of the force. The clearest evidence of the blast's sheer power lies in the shattered monster bones littering the crater. Realizing his state, Tiger Strong instantly summons his status window, his voice trembling and slurring from severe pain. Reviewing the prompt, he observes that while his core stats have heavily dropped, he hasn't suffered any broken bones. Since he successfully gained experience and leveled up, it turns out the system credited him with killing the elite mob. Battered and nauseous, Tiger Strong commands the dimensional portal to open so he can retreat to safety. The moment he collapses back onto his home floor, he immediately begins treating his severe injuries. The first step for Tiger Strong is pulling out embedded bone shards, a process that proves to be absolute torture. Following that, he applies a high-grade restorative ointment to seal the bleeding wounds, which burns excruciatingly. As he wraps tightly with medical bandages, planning to double-check his status metrics later, an unexpected reaction catches him off guard. Tiger Strong hits a wall of intense physical backlash and faints halfway through the process. As the morning sun streams through his windows, he slowly blinks awake and regains his bearings. Man, I can really feel the toll this took on my body. My nervous system is completely shot. I feel incredibly sick, like I've literally crawled back from the dead. Tiger Strong realizes he should have monitored the ointment's absorption rate before completely passing out. After bringing up his stat sheet, he lets out a sigh of relief. The regenerative properties did exactly what they were supposed to. Tiger Strong can't help but wonder how a freakish creature like that bone crawler could have spawned in this sector. Knowing the wilderness is massive and anything could be hiding in its depths, Tiger Strong resolves to allocate points into his perception stat to significantly upgrade his threat detection. He recalls from his game knowledge that there are two core pathways to optimize build performance. You either grind raw experience points or equip specialized items that provide flat attribute bonuses. However, since this system scales for hardcore veterans, obtaining a unique drop requires an insane amount of effort. High-tier monsters also unlock unique skills that players can siphon, provided precise hunt conditions are met. Realizing a few of those drops might conflict with his setup, Tiger Strong decides to deep dive into the game's hidden lore database. The documentation mentions pre-disaster anomalies where rare artifacts can be poached before the countdown hits 0, assuming high-tier bosses spawn. Determined to map out every single variable, Tiger Strong spends hours cross-referencing the timeline documents. He breaks down the sequence of events out loud, but realizes a few crucial details are still missing from the logs. Ultimately, he concludes that the mountain orc incident is the earliest event recorded on the system timeline. After mapping out the coordinate metrics, Tiger Strong times his departure perfectly so he'll arrive right at dawn. However, a sudden ringing sound breaks his concentration, leaving him confused as to why the hairdresser would contact him at such a bizarre hour. They arrange a quick meeting, and before long they are sitting face to face inside a quiet cafe. Anna looks at Tiger Strong and anxiously asks if he's doing all right, catching him completely off guard with the sudden inquiry. She was visibly unnerved by his strange expression and the fact that he was sporting long sleeves in this sweltering heat. She guesses it might be due to him staying up late dealing with Silkrane, but Tiger Strong quickly dismisses the notion. Anna lets out a sigh of relief, admitting to him that she had actually been a little spooked. Tiger Strong nods in agreement, confessing that he can't stand that guy either. He notes how Silkrane caused a massive scene last winter and even recklessly ran over an elderly man. Anna gasps in shock, immediately asking for more details to clarify exactly what happened. She admits she never realized the blonde guy was that malicious, but Tiger Strong isn't shocked, knowing Silkrane has always been a late-night menace. Shifting gears, he asks why Anna reached out to him, and she replies that there is something critical she needs to disclose. The hairdresser confesses that she has awakened her powers, though he plays dumb, acting like he has no idea why she's telling him this. He decides to maintain his cover, chuckling, as he claims that unlike her, he hasn't awakened any special abilities. Anna apologizes for dropping it on him, explaining she simply felt too guilty keeping it a secret, and Tiger Strong shows complete understanding. He then thanks her for being honest and sharing such vital information with him. Tiger Strong notes that thanks to Anna, he feels a bit more at ease, as he had been anxious about the upcoming system updates. He says his goodbyes, promising to link up inside the game, and tells her he plans to analyze the current system patch notes. With his spirits lifted, Tiger Strong goes ahead and rents a high-tech tracking drone along with a vehicle for his remaining prep time. Afterward, he turns in for the night to get some proper rest and ensure he's in peak physical condition. The very next morning at sunrise, Tiger Strong begins prepping his tactical gear to hunt down the mountain orc. During the process, he reminds himself to grind down the firestones with absolute extreme caution. After all, a single misstep would be more than enough to set his entire surroundings ablaze. With the firestones taken care of, he shifts his focus to processing the luminous stones next. Even though the brilliant glare periodically blinds him, Tiger Strong pushes through it, knowing it's for a crucial cause. He grinds away until his basic hunting preparations are fully complete. Next, he adds sugar, gasoline, and various organic solvents to the pulverized powder, blending it with a hardener to bind the combustible fuel mixture and resin together. After mapping out the exact coordinates for the portal gate, Tiger Strong snaps back to reality. He walks over to his rental car and pops the trunk to double-check his inventory, feeling glad that he splurged on a reliable vehicle. After running through a mental checklist, he concludes he has everything. Asking himself if he's truly ready, he mutters, aus ihrem Sein, trait die Frenzien Frosk. Sier Konixi, Sien T, ear. Fueled by anticipation, he slams his foot on the accelerator, eager to reach Mount Chili where the orc is set to spawn. He pulls into the Gurney campground parking lot just moments before midnight. He spends his remaining time warming up and doing final checks on the specialized weapons he'll need to face the beast. As soon as the clock strikes midnight and the next day begins, Tiger Strong launches into a full-scale search. Even after 2 exhausting hours, there is still no sign of it, and the downpour only seems to be getting heavier. Tiger Strong groans, noting that the thick fog blanketed ahead has completely blinded his vision. Trudging forward, he begins to lose hope, genuinely wondering where on earth the orcs could be hiding. According to the lore, it was supposed to spawn near the campgrounds, but the issue is that he has already thoroughly scouted that entire zone. The nagging suspicion that the game's actual backstory doesn't align perfectly with reality creeps back into his mind. But before Tiger Strong can even utter the thought, a thunderous, echoing roar reverberates from up ahead. He freezes instantly, recognizing the terrifying nature of that sound all too well. He could recognize that distinct roar anywhere. Sure enough, the imposing, terrifying silhouette of an orc emerges from the fog, instantly drawing his focus. What's more, it's a red orc, which guarantees a high-tier skill drop upon slaying the mob. Forcing himself to take deep breaths to steady his racing heart, he prepares to execute his strategy. He reminds himself that as long as he sticks to the plan, he can definitely handle this fight. Tiger Strong mentally breaks down his hunting strategy piece by piece one last time. First, he plans to exploit the creature's short fuse and sheer aggression to manipulate its movements. To do that, he will naturally rely on his custom smoke bomb. Next up, Tiger Strong executes the second phase, effectively luring the orc into position. Everything goes perfectly according to script. The beast takes notice of the bait dropped right in its path. Right on cue, the monster violently lashes out at the bait, exactly as Tiger Strong anticipated. Using that precise window, he lines up his shot, carefully measuring the exact distance between himself and the target. Then, drawing the orc's aggro directly onto himself, he seamlessly triggers his dimensional portal. Just as the hulking beast is about to rip him to shreds, Tiger Strong pulls off a brilliant feint. Despite the terrifying pressure, he visualizes himself as a pro gaming strategist, following his calculated path to the millimeter. The next step of the sequence involves deploying a heavy stun grenade. The blinding flash disorients the orc completely, buying Tiger Strong the perfect window to execute his next move. While the monster roars in blind fury and rubs its eyes, he slips halfway through his open portal. He calculates that he has a narrow 20 to 30 second window before the orc's vision fully recovers. From here on out, it's a brutal race against the clock. Lashing out at the orc, Tiger Strong realizes he must first sever the creature's core muscle groups. This is absolutely critical to crippling the orc's mobility and slowing down its lethal attacks. Meanwhile, the monster's sight begins to clear, and it lets out a blood-curdling shriek as it spots its opponent. Without even waiting for its vision to fully recover, the enraged orc begins swinging blindly. This becomes a high-stakes gamble for Tiger Strong, where a single miscalculation means instant death. Yet, against all odds, he holds his own, successfully dodging each of the monster's heavy swings. Tiger Strong delivers a counter-strike of his own, making the red orc howl in agonizing pain. A severed tendon completely cripples the beast's legs, sending its massive frame crashing down to the dirt. This brings the orc's head right down to eye level with Tiger Strong, giving him the perfect opportunity to shove a pressurized canister of fuel straight down the monster's throat. Pushing past his raw terror of being ripped apart, Tiger Strong does exactly that. Before he can even process his success, the violent force of the internal detonation sends him flying backward. Smirking with satisfaction, he assumes that such an explosive blast would be completely fatal even for a high-level orc. But his triumph is cut short when the smoke clears, revealing that against all odds, the monster is still breathing. Dropping his guard for just a fraction of a second turns out to be a critical mistake, as he takes a brutal counter-hit. Tiger Strong pants heavily, desperately trying to catch his breath as his pulse spikes through the roof. As the furious beast closes the distance, he has no choice but to curse out loud. Tiger Strong feels so battered and worn out that he's on the absolute verge of passing out. Closing his eyes in utter helplessness, a grim thought crosses his mind. Is he really about to die right here? But flashing back to his deep knowledge of the game lore, he remembers the system explicitly stating that a near-death state isn't always the absolute end. An inner reserve of strength suddenly unlocks deep within his stats. Forcing his broken body to move, Tiger Strong grinds his teeth and mutters that this pain is absolutely unbearable. However, his focus quickly shifts to finding the rare drop the red orc was supposed to leave behind. Though the heavy downpour makes visibility terrible, Tiger Strong spots a pair of unique glasses that significantly boost his vision. Even so, one massive question still remains completely unanswered. What exactly is he supposed to do with the orc's charred carcass? Recalling that this specific event was kept under wraps in the original game timeline, he carefully contemplates his next move. At the same time, Tiger Strong recalls what Anna mentioned regarding how the awakened population operates. His outlook instantly turns grim, realizing there must be at least several thousand awakened players out there. Tiger Strong begins to speculate on what kind of people they are and the sheer chaos that could unfold. He shudders at the thought of even a small fraction of those awakened being as toxic and malicious as Silkrane. After all, people like that will definitely exploit the system for personal gain and trigger widespread civil unrest. To make matters worse, leaving the dead orc out in the open like this means it will inevitably reanimate into a bone crawler. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashes across his mind. Why hadn't he considered the possibility of turning into a zombie himself? After all, being awakened doesn't give him an automatic immunity to the airborne spores. He could still turn. Weighing his limited options, Tiger Strong finds himself completely paralyzed by indecision. Still, one thing is absolutely certain, prompting him to open his dimensional portal. For the sake of the remaining survivors, Tiger Strong sincerely hopes the world collapses in a somewhat manageable manner. Shoveling dirt on the other side of the portal, he lets out a string of heavy curses, wondering how on earth he's going to find the time to dig a proper grave for this massive beast. Tiger Strong knows that if his stamina and stats were fully optimized, he wouldn't be struggling nearly this much. Activating his newly acquired skill, he tries to wrap up the exhausting task as fast as humanly possible. Honestly, even without triggering the skill, he has absolutely no choice but to pick up the pace. Later, Tiger Strong reflects on how, at a glance, will to live might seem like a completely useless skill. The real catch is what happens to the user's physical condition once the skill's duration expires. The caster enters a severe exhaustion state, requiring significant recovery time before they can even move properly. Hours later, Tiger Strong sits back, wondering if all of this is actually happening. Looking over his preparation schedule, he realizes he needs to immediately begin fortifying his shelter's perimeter defenses. Procrastinating won't help, but at least he can take comfort in the fact that the Red Orc's remains have been completely taken care of. Since it's getting far too late to start any major construction project today, Tiger Strong decides to browse the community forums and unpack his deliveries. He begins unboxing the gear right away to get a clear picture of his current inventory. Cross-referencing everything with his checklist, he smiles with satisfaction. This is precisely what he ordered. Of course, he might have to repurpose a few items on the fly, but adaptability is never a bad thing. Suddenly, Tiger Strong notices that a few specific items he expected are completely missing from the crate. The explanation is provided in an attached note. Weapons like the specialized spear failed to clear strict customs regulations. Suddenly, his doorbell rings. Assuming it's just another delivery courier, Tiger Strong calls out to leave the packages by the front door. But the ringing doesn't stop, making him figure the delivery guy didn't hear his instructions. Walking toward the entrance, Tiger Strong repeats his instruction, telling them to just set it on the porch. He pulls the door open anyway. His jaw drops in surprise. It isn't a delivery driver standing on his doorstep at all. Tiger Strong asks Anna what brings her here, and she offers a sheepish apology, mentioning she was hoping they could talk. It feels like ages since they last caught up, so she asks if he wouldn't mind hanging out for a bit to clear the air. As Anna invites Tiger Strong to share a meal, the countdown drops to just 24 days before the end of the world. Sitting back and watching her prepare the food, he can't help but lose himself in deep thought. The sheer reality of Anna casually cooking in his kitchen completely baffles his mind. A bizarre scenario pops into Tiger Strong's mind, though. He immediately brushes it off as impossible. Anna finishes setting everything up and warmly invites him to dig in before the food gets cold. He accepts without hesitation, grabbing his chopsticks to take the first bite. Remembering her earlier comment, Tiger Strong speaks up, asking what it was she specifically wanted to discuss. Anna brings up how he previously mentioned looking into the survival forums, admitting she had initially misjudged his intentions. Looking at her, He decides that sharing his strategic data with a trustworthy person like her is the right call. With society on the brink of collapse, finding genuinely good allies is worth more than gold. Tiger Strong nods in agreement, and Anna kindly offers to take out the trash while he finishes tidying up. He carefully figures out a clever way to feed her the survival information without accidentally revealing that he's an awakened veteran. Framing it as rumors from the online forums, Tiger Strong begins laying out a detailed breakdown of the impending zombie outbreak. He warns her that groups exceeding 10 people act as massive bait for infected variants, emphasizing that rushing the perception stat is non-negotiable for survival. Blown away by the restaurant owner's incredibly specific knowledge, she diligently writes down every single detail. When they hit the topic of the perception attribute, they pause to break down its scaling potential with even greater scrutiny. Anna hangs on his every word, deeply fascinated by the hidden mechanic. After tackling all her questions, Tiger Strong begins to bring up another point, but she cuts him off. She notes that the prominent blogger, Tiger Strong, is currently being heavily targeted with online hate, exactly as Silkrane had mentioned. She turns to Tiger Strong and asks why he thinks this mystery blogger is gatekeeping his findings. Shrugging, he simply responds that he has no clue, adding that at the end of the day, he's never even played Life is Survival. He asks Anna for her take on it, and she confesses that she actually understands where the blogger is coming from. She notes that everyone has their own private reasons and circumstances that outsiders couldn't possibly understand. She then reveals that she flat-out rejected Silkrane's invitation to join his squad, prompting Tiger Strong to ask for her reasoning. Anna goes on to explain what happened behind the scenes during her meeting with his group members. She pulls out her phone and plays a voice recording where members of that squad can be heard trash-talking her in incredibly vile terms. Keeping his mouth shut, Tiger Strong internally brands Silkrane as an absolute low-life bastard. They are nothing but toxic hypocrites. Trusting people like that is a recipe for disaster. In a survival situation, you need allies you can rely on completely. He firmly advises Anna not to hand out her trust blindly, leading her to look up and ask if that applies to him too. She straightforwardly states that she wants to team up with him when the world goes under. While secretly flattered by her loyalty, he cannot simply accept her proposal on the spot. After all, he has a strict blueprint of essential milestones he needs to smash first. His main priority is grinding to level 10 before the official tutorial concludes so he can unlock his own customized system shop. This poses a massive issue, since monster levels automatically scale up to match the highest level player in a party. If she anchors herself to his high-level matchmaking, high-tier mobs will easily tear her to shreds. So Tiger Strong lets her down gently, warning her that he could easily end up infected, but Anna completely brushes off the risk. To prove she isn't just talking big, she immediately activates her unique skill right in front of him. She confidently explains that her leap skill allows her to instantly dodge out of danger before anything can touch her. While Tiger Strong worries she might be getting overconfident, she reassures him that she's sharing this purely as a token of absolute trust. She firmly states her conviction that neither of them will ever fall to the infection. At the very least, Anna insists on them establishing a firm alliance even if joining a formal party isn't feasible yet. Shifting back to his construction grind later on, Tiger Strong finds that erecting the perimeter fence is relatively straightforward. He begins by driving heavy metal support beams deep into the ground along the marked boundary lines. Next, he runs multiple dense layers of razor-sharp barbed wire from post to post. To ensure the barrier can withstand a siege and remain highly durable, he heavily reinforces the structural joints. He steps back to admire his handiwork after wiring up a grid of high-precision infrared sensors. Thoroughly impressed by his setup, he jokes to himself that the system should grant him a bonus point in dexterity. With his outer defenses secured, Tiger Strong shifts his attention to hauling the supply crates inside. Once that exhausting task is knocked out, he checks off the most urgent logistics from his master list. He notes that as soon as he sections off the interior layout using insulation panels, his safe house will be fully functional. Tiger Strong barely manages to wrap up that thought before letting out a massive, echoing sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he mutters that the dropping temperature makes it feel like late autumn inside the bunker. Realizing he'll be sleeping down here regularly, he decides he needs to figure out a proper climate control solution. The damp chill down here is absolutely no joke. His next immediate priority is constructing a heavily reinforced steel security door. Just like that, another chore gets tacked onto his already endless to-do list. He drives over to a local hardware and fabrication shop to place a custom order for structural components, returning to the site with exactly 5 hours left on the clock before the outbreak kicks off. Tiger Strong methodically wraps up his remaining tasks. While reviewing his schedule and making final tweaks, a familiar voice calling out his name catches him by surprise. Looking up, he spots Smeshret walking over and offers his friend a warm, amicable greeting. Smeshret chuckles, pointing out that it feels like an absolute eternity since they last crossed paths. For context, this heavily built individual is none other than a local gym owner. Noticing a tense vibe, Tiger Strong asks his buddy what's on his mind, and Smeshret admits that things have been incredibly chaotic lately. Smeshret looks him up and down, thoroughly impressed by his bulked-up physique, but he jokingly plays it off as just basic physical conditioning. Tiger Strong asks him how things are going, and Smeshret sighs heavily, agreeing that the rumors about the world ending feel all too real. Smeshret asks if he's been following the wild survival theories circulating online, and he nods in confirmation. Smeshret stares intensely, asking if Tiger Strong actually buys into the apocalypse talk. He fakes some hesitation, causing Smeshret to explain that a regular client at his gym warned him to stay alert before abruptly packing his bags and leaving town. Smeshret swears he witnessed some strange phenomena with his own eyes, while Tiger Strong maintains his cover, claiming he hasn't awakened any powers. Sighing with clear annoyance, the gym owner vents that he's stuck in the exact same normal boat. He mentions that the awakened client claimed he was heading straight to a major TV station to cash in on his new abilities. Apparently, the guy had already lined up an exclusive broadcast deal with a network producer and was on his way to an emergency meeting. Tiger Strong points out that the existence of awakened humans will become common knowledge any minute now, but Smeshret looks highly skeptical. He counters that things are already getting out of hand, citing a massive shooting that just broke out downtown. This catches Tiger Strong's attention, prompting him to ask for clarification, while Smeshret seems shocked that he hasn't checked the news yet. He explains he's been completely cut off doing heavy labor, so Smeshret tells him to look up the media reports immediately. Scanning the breaking articles, Tiger Strong comments on how aggressively the government is censoring the details, and Smeshret completely agrees. He asks if there are any unfiltered updates, and Smeshret clears his throat before lowering his voice to fill him in. He explains that the official mainstream narrative claims it was just an isolated incident involving a rogue military deserter. Yet, the entire district has been completely locked down by heavily armed military units, which tells a completely different story. Suddenly realizing the timeline is moving faster than expected, Tiger Strong abruptly cuts the conversation short and dashes off, earning a playful scoff from Smeshret. Back inside his bunker, he thoroughly analyzes his friend's report and concludes that high-level government officials are definitely tracking the system's countdown. However, he struggles to comprehend how they secured such specific data, given that predicting the exact pinpoint arrival time should be impossible. Tiger Strong recalls how meticulously he disposed of the mountain orc's carcass to avoid leaving any tracking evidence behind. Even so, the sudden military escalation taking place right under their noses deeply unnerves his focus. A chilling realization hits him: someone must have deliberately leaked the game's operational schedule to the authorities ahead of time. And whoever it is likely lacks raw combat abilities, choosing to rely on political influence for protection instead. While Tiger Strong can't be completely certain, a few highly probable candidates immediately come to mind. Without hard proof, though, everything remains pure speculation for now. But the reality that a shadow operator is pulling the strings behind the administration is an undeniable fact. Brainstorming potential culprits, Tiger Strong narrows his suspect pool down to the lead developer of Life is Survival and 3 elite top-tier veterans from the game. But after walking through the logistics, Tiger Strong rules out the developer entirely from his list. He's burning to figure out their exact methodology, but he doesn't have enough pieces of the puzzle yet. Even so, the likelihood that the entity behind the system triggered this apocalypse remains overwhelmingly high. Tiger Strong reasons that if the authorities had complete control over the system, they would have locked down the mountain and secured the orc kill themselves, which leaves the 3 high-ranking game veterans as his primary suspects. For some reason, Tiger Strong's instincts keep pointing heavily toward Swerve the First, and if his hunch is correct, he definitely needs to avoid leaking any data that could trace back to him. He lets out a heavy, weary sigh, admitting to himself that the situation is getting incredibly convoluted. After all, human psychology completely warps inside a game environment compared to the real world, and he is no exception. Despite his caution, a sudden wave of nostalgia hits him, making him realize he actually misses his old raiding buddies. Ultimately, he resolves to lay low and stay out of it, knowing that making any public announcements wouldn't stop the impending catastrophe anyway. 2 days later, following an intense, back-breaking structural grind, he finally steps back and breathes a massive sigh of relief. Looking over the results of his efforts, Tiger Strong is glad that he finally managed to organize his provisions. Thus, the first phase of the development of his shelter is complete, and he now has a food store and a weapons room. In the second phase, Tiger plans to install steel shelves in this area and drill holes in the wall with a percussion drill. After analyzing the situation, the man comes to the conclusion that there is less space than he thought. Tiger takes a look at the waterproofing in the basement and realizes that he still can't keep anything there. The man plans to fix everything else. During the second stage, as he approaches his desk, Tiger says he has more important things to do right now. As he studies the size of the island, he is surprised at how big it is, since he had imagined it smaller. The Friar of the Alfkozla is in a hurry. In the shelter stage, there's a hide, a dragon brought in by the San Francisco cloud blowers. You can see the state of Mars, phenomenal in the area between the neighborhoods and the forests. It was horrible. After all, now you don't have to worry about ambushes while you're doing reconnaissance. He is also pleased with the ease with which real-time maps can be created in this way. Tiger is glad he didn't buy such an expensive model for nothing. Set up the shelter as a focal point and begin a thorough reconnaissance of the area. As a result, Tiger discovers that in the northwest there are dangerous snowfields and a kind of monsters. To the south, there's an ocean free of aggressive animals, but there's plenty of prey there, and Tiger's going to set fish traps. Thus, after a fairly reasonable time, the reconnaissance of the area was completed. Tiger's first step was to explore the valley to study the ecosystem surrounding his hiding place. Luckily, there were no owl bears or werewolves nearby. Flying back to the spot where he met the previous owl, the man sees that its corpse has disappeared. Tiger supposed that he was devoured by another creature, although the creepy skeleton did not look like a goblin. But he decides not to jump to conclusions, since there are many different paths nearby. As Tiger looks closer, he notices that there are goblin tracks among them. Calculating the distance between the shelter and the valley, he notes that it is about a mile 1.5 kilometers. This could mean that your safe house is in more danger than you initially thought. When he realized that the goblins were nearby, Tiger pressed the button, for he did not want to lose his treasure. Even on the way back, the drone transmits data about the forest ecosystem while the man is busy with the map. As he ponders the landscape and wildlife of this place, Tiger takes the relevant notes and then says that he now needs to personally review each area to gather the most complete information. Tiger decides to inspect everything from the nearest swamp to see if it is possible to develop agriculture in this area. Suddenly, his phone emits a sound that has never been heard before. This can only mean one thing. The infrared sensor has been activated. After putting on his protection and looking around cautiously, Tiger realizes that goblins have no manners at all. But he doesn't think this is the whole tribe. The maximum would be 6 or 8 individuals. By saying he was thinking about them, Tiger suggests that they may have left home. The man smiles contentedly at the thought that those guys fell into his hands of their own free will. You begin to suspect that all this is because your perceptual parameters have increased. After all, now every creak and sound seems stronger to the man than before. At a certain point, Tiger realizes that those goblins are very close. He begins to watch his fight, hiding behind a tree and going unnoticed. After observing them for a while, the man concludes that the little green men are fighting over food. Tiger could change location, but he doesn't want to because it's perfect for an ambush. In the shadow of death where he falls into the air and as if he had not been killed in practice instantly, the tiger throws the arrow with a sinuous trajectory and at its endpoint hits the target with precision. When the leader of the tribe falls to the ground, raising his arms in a stupid gesture and fattening, the other goblins cease their discussion. For a moment, they don't understand what just happened, and they start looking at each other. However, one of them turns out to be smarter and gives a signal for them to start looking around and not argue with him. Then, Tiger decides to finish him off too, dealing him another sure blow, and the goblin's relatives disappear again. But now they know where the arrow came from, and with a battle cry, they shoot straight at it. Green dolls slow down slightly when a person appears in front of them. But Tiger, unlike them, will not hesitate and will go on the offensive first. After quickly eliminating the first, the man rushes like a wolf on the second with another weapon. He delivers a precise blow to his opponent, and that's enough. After putting the gun away, the man claims he's already eliminated 4 people. Says Tigra, conscience of speaking, dirty highs and dits to the goblins, Bikodor Chakor, Ayatiz Nuhiban, Asinraz, Kichisi Shirzo, Ivor Gridden. The man says that the little green men are rude because even the villains don't attack when someone speaks. But the goblins remain indifferent to him, and their new leader gives the order to attack. Tiger understands this strategy since the poison didn't work, so hand-to-hand combat will be the solution. The man encourages his opponent's decisions by encouraging them with kind words. Asritzo, Aniut Toldoz, Spike Shant, Daku Pris, for the skin of Astatoth, Sastigi Buitli Keor, Ivraj Law, and Uaskru Pines. As far as Tiger is concerned, this choice turned out to be the best solution for him. When the goblins begin to vomit, the man notices that the effect worked as intended. And that can only mean one thing, that it's time for you to end your time here. With these thoughts, Tiger starts and ends his duel with a precise cut. After exhaling, the man says he decided to do it when the goblins were weak. In fact, he still can't believe his idea worked so well. Tiger says it's exhausting, and then he thinks what happened is funny. What he means is that the survival instinct wasn't activated during the fight, but when it started to end. This is not bad either. For now you will spend less time on tedious and unpleasant jobs. Tiger believes that activating this ability was not entirely futile. Unlike the orc, whose health was only declining, he could see that the retreat was not so strong. After burying the bodies of the goblins, the man affirms this fact. After this, he turns his gaze toward the prey and decides that it is necessary to examine it. By discovering a familiar fruit among the provisions, Tiger learns what it looks like in its natural state. And well, if you're a little careful, you can find a place where you can use the fruit of the fruit. After this, Tiger decides to check the boss's bag to find out what secrets he hides. Seeing a frog-like creature in front of him, Tiger assumes that's what it's about. Hearing her breathing, he wonders why the goblins would take a living creature with them. But something catches the man's attention, and little by little he begins to understand everything. The smell of moisture and that unpleasant green substance speak for themselves, creating a bad feeling. Tiger realizes too late that it is the same paralyzing poison that the goblins use. The man wants to raise this creature at any cost, and he also thinks the frog is adorable. The ability to obtain and then use stunning venom means several things to Tiger. First of all, it can later increase his own poison resistance. And secondly, its paralyzing properties will make hunting much easier. Turning to the frog, Tiger Strong tells it that from today on, its name will be Montag. The system notifications indicating that the toad now belongs to him completely confuse him. He doesn't remember anything like this in survival and concludes it must be some kind of hidden feature. Alternatively, an update might have been released while he was away from the game. But Tiger Strong thinks that's absurd. Why on earth would they release an update right before shutting down the servers? The man stands up, telling himself to stop overthinking because he needs to explore everything right now. Since things have gotten this serious, it has to be real. Tiger Strong has to keep in mind that he's now in a 3-dimensional world. And why is that? It's simple. Once the package arrives, you just put it on. If you're considering the properties, you need to start thinking about the inspections required. That's how he manages to find a water spring that wasn't even visible from a drone. Tiger Strong is amazed by this, especially since such a spot was so close to his hideout. To be safe, he analyzes the water's composition, and to his relief, it turns out to be perfectly normal. Since this solves his hydration problem, Tiger Strong won't need to head to the swamp for now. Behind him, he discovers exactly what he was looking for: the same fruits and pods filled with vegetable oil. Without wasting any time, he begins gathering the guaca fruits as fast as he can. Having gathered a sufficient number of pods, Tiger Strong decides to leave the rest behind just in case. To ensure he doesn't forget the way back, he leaves markers everywhere. Only then does he calmly note that it's time to head back. The next day, Tiger Strong's soft voice can be heard inside his home as he addresses Montag. Carefully, he places an insect into the frog's terrarium, coaxing the amphibian to open its mouth. Montag needs no second invitation, making satisfied sounds as it devours the offered delicacy. Tiger Strong is delighted by the amphibian's healthy appetite, deciding to leave it on the second floor for the time being. He notes that these frogs require temperatures between 18 and 25 degrees Celsius. If he had left Montag in the shelter without proper heating, the creature obviously would have died. However, besides caring for his new pet, Tiger Strong has plenty of other tasks to handle. The most time-consuming task of all is brewing the miraculous ointment. But Tiger Strong assumes that's just because he overemphasized its importance. He realizes he can't just give it to Anna since she has also awakened. As he ponders what to do with it, an idea strikes him. Tiger Strong thinks it might be best to give the ointment to Smeshrit for safekeeping. Sometime later they meet, and the older man gladly chugs down his share of the protein shake. Ecstatic, he exclaims that the shake Tiger Strong brought is amazing. The younger man remarks that he's a bit late, and Smeshrit agrees, mentioning he expected him sooner. Responding to the friendly banter, Tiger Strong emphatically points out that he didn't come empty-handed. Hearing this, Smeshrit admits he didn't expect to receive so much protein. He asks what kind of ointment it is, and Tiger Strong replies that it's excellent for healing wounds. The older man thanks him, especially for the game information Tiger Strong had sent earlier. Tiger Strong returns the gratitude, noting that if it weren't for Smeshrit, he wouldn't even have known about the shooting. Tiger Strong casually asks why the gym is so quiet. Smeshrit explains that everyone left to finalize their plans, prompting a follow-up question from his friend. Smeshrit reminds him of the guy who was supposedly going to the TV network. Apparently, before leaving, he shared everything with the others, and the group collectively decided to establish a base right here. Tiger Strong is caught off guard by the news. He asks how many people are involved, and learns there are around 20. Our hero reminds him that gatherings of more than 6 people aren't safe. But this doesn't faze Smeshrit. The gym owner claims they are all his people and refuses to even consider abandoning them. Smeshrit asks what Tiger Strong plans to do, and he replies that he still needs to think about it. Just as the gym owner is reminding his friend that he hasn't even awakened yet, a sudden scream echoes outside. Reacting instantly to the sound, Tiger Strong asks for permission to open the window, doing so before even waiting for an answer. Guided by instinct, he peers outside and grows deeply unsettled by what he sees. It turns out that the person collapsed at the base of the gym is none other than Anna. Shouting her name, Tiger Strong rushes downstairs to the girl as she slowly opens her eyes. Anna asks him why he's there, and he responds that he was about to ask her the exact same thing. She explains that she doesn't remember much, but believes someone ambushed her. Smeshrit curses angrily under his breath. Smeshrit asks Tiger Strong to watch over Anna, but the younger man tells him to calm down and not act rashly. Interrupting him, Smeshrit insists he's fine and announces his intention to scout the entire perimeter. Tiger Strong's mind races with grim possibilities, each worse than the last, but he shakes them off. Instead, he asks Anna if she caught a glimpse of her attacker, but she shakes her head. She explains that her vision suddenly went pitch black, though it didn't feel like anyone had physically covered her eyes. Everything becomes clear to Tiger Strong, who curses internally, realizing that the trolls have already made their move. He instructs Anna that if anything like this happens again, she must use her leap skill immediately. Anna tries to protest, but Tiger Strong cuts her off, emphasizing that she must use that ability without hesitation. He tells Anna that he will also send her some self-defense gear and urges her to stay vigilant. There's a long-standing saying that 1 out of every 5 people in any given room is an absolute scoundrel. And that's the plain truth. Trolls exist everywhere in the world, especially in games with zero restrictions where they can grief without consequences. Izay and Styfern once fell victim to these trolls during the Crypt Table event, back when the griefers were pretending to be regular players. The trolls lured their party into a highly dangerous zone, where everyone was ultimately wiped out. Trolls love to approach rookies, acting friendly and offering unsolicited free assistance. Once they gain their trust, they betray the naive players and strip them of all their gear. These trolls engage in all sorts of toxic behavior, even manipulating players into fighting one another. It was exactly because of these toxic antics, combined with the game's existing lack of popularity, that its downfall occurred. In just a single year, Life for Survival completely crashed and burned. However, the primary reason for such a catastrophic drop in player count was something else. The brutal lesson Tiger Strong taught the few players who remained at the time. He notes how the communities of awakened survivors tightly integrated after that fateful shootout. Tiger Strong is surprised to find an online section where his old gameplay videos are being sold. But looking closer at the merchant's username, he instantly recognizes the man as a notorious troll. He lures customers with fabricated stories about how Tiger Strong trained him when he was just a rookie. Staring at his monitor, Tiger Strong wonders when on earth he ever helped a guy like that. He realizes this troll is simply using his clips to clout chase and bait as many buyers as possible. He finds it absolutely mind-blowing how far this troll is willing to go. Tiger Strong begins brainstorming ways to defend himself against these human monsters. Ultimately, the most obvious conclusion is that he simply needs to train harder. Over the next 13 days, Tiger Strong spends every single spare minute training. He doesn't just study weapon handling, but also breaks down advanced combat techniques from old videos. However, everything he finds is geared toward fighting monsters and clearing out shelters. Furthermore, most traditional guides and weapon strategies don't account for dealing with an active virus epidemic. Therefore, starting today, Tiger Strong must carefully select his primary weapon. He needs something highly effective, even if a massive outbreak occurs. The ideal weapon must be equally suited for fending off hostile humans and slaughtering monsters. After reviewing his entire arsenal, he concludes that almost none of his current options fit the bill. Finally settling on a potential candidate, he decides to give it a field test. Tiger Strong considers a sling to be a highly versatile tool. However, there are significant drawbacks that he needs to carefully evaluate right now. Clay ammunition is far too fragile, making its overall combat effectiveness highly questionable. For this reason, Tiger Strong shifts his focus to an Indian war club. He figures the absolute easiest way to neutralize zombies is by completely crushing their spores. As a result, the very first item he plans to purchase from the system shop is exactly that type of blunt weapon. Because of this, he finds it absolutely necessary to max out his proficiency with it. Still, Tiger Strong is plagued by doubts regarding whether a heavy club would be effective against quick human opponents. After practicing several mock strikes and shadow sparring sessions, he finds the idea somewhat unconvincing. Alongside his physical training, he mentally prepares for potential death matches against other awakened individuals. He knows that in a real life or death battle, a single moment of hesitation could leave him unable to even lift a finger. He knew he had to get rid of any lingering hesitation or naive notions. Tiger Strong had already been completely disillusioned by his blind faith in the game before. He recalls that killing a player in Life of Survival awarded 50 points. His thoughts smoothly shift to the game's brutal elimination system, which forced players to hunt down those nearby. But what happened if a player was flagged with a murderer status? Although the PK penalty system was designed to prevent mindless slaughter, players always found loopholes to exploit. This mostly applied to cold-blooded hunters who explicitly farmed other players just to stack extra points. Tiger Strong remembers perfectly well that back then, these psychopaths didn't care about system fines at all. Fired up by the thought of these ruthless PKers, he unleashes a devastating strike to destroy his imaginary target. He stares at the shattered training target, catching his breath after the intense exertion. Tiger Strong decides it's best to steer completely clear of such dangerous individuals until he finishes honing his skills. And since he's already at it, he decides to completely clear out his shop premises and install a security sensor on the second floor. Hearing an incessant, agonizing howl piercing the night, Tiger Strong tries to figure out what creature could be making that sound at this hour. Determined to investigate, he quickly realizes that some animal has been gravely injured right outside his shelter. Arriving at the source of the noise, he can hardly believe his eyes. Tiger Strong approaches the giant gray wolf collapsed right in front of him. But unfortunately, the majestic beast has already breathed its last. He tries to understand how the wolf ended up here, whether it simply wandered off or was desperately fleeing from a predator. To find answers, Tiger Strong decides to closely examine the beast's wounds first. As he focuses on the examination, he completely misses the faint rustling coming from the nearby bushes. However, his danger-sensing skills abruptly flare up, warning him of an incoming attack. Because the warning comes at the absolute last second, he can't fully dodge it. Spotting a tiny wolf pup, Tiger Strong instantly deduces that the fallen gray wolf was its mother. Even as he stares down the tiny, trembling defender, the pup continues to bare its teeth courageously. Tiger Strong scratches his head, wondering what on earth he should do with the little guy now. After all, he can't just drag the poor wolf cub away from its mother's corpse by sheer force. But there's simply no time to waste. To avoid attracting unwanted trouble, the mother's body needs to be buried immediately. If this wolf were a monster, its remains could easily mutate into a bone creature. Even if it's just a normal animal, the decaying corpse would attract other predators, which is exactly why Tiger Strong digs a deep grave. Looking at the helpless wolf cub, he can't help but feel a pang of sympathy, as the orphan reminds him of his own lonely childhood. Moreover, Tiger Strong fondly remembers the loyal pet dog he raised back when he was a kid. Shaking off his nostalgia, he scoops the puppy up into his arms despite its fierce growling. Gently securing the struggling pup, he snaps his fingers and tells the wolf cub to calm down and listen to him. Gently directing the pup's gaze toward the grave, Tiger Strong softly explains that its mother will be resting peacefully there from now on. He promises the little guy that he'll build a secure pet door in the shelter, allowing him to come and visit the grave whenever he misses her. Tiger Strong also promises to fully look after him, ensuring he'll never go hungry as he grows big and strong. To win the pup over, he decides to present an irresistible offer. Tiger Strong asks the little guy what he thinks of the arrangement. Waving a succulent piece of meat right in front of the curious little snout, he invites the wolf cub to follow him inside. The pup lets out a sharp little bark which Tiger Strong gladly interprets as an enthusiastic agreement. Officially naming him Dingo, he tells the pup that they're a team from here on out. Fast forward a bit, with only 19 days left until the apocalypse. Tiger Strong begins training the pup in earnest. He asks Dingo if he's ready for the chaos that's about to unfold. Proudly calling his pet an absolute prodigy, he asks him to demonstrate the commands he's learned. Tiger Strong's first command is for the wolf cub to shake paws, which Dingo does flawlessly. Next, he orders the little guy to spin around, a command that is executed with perfect precision. Tiger Strong had also successfully taught Dingo how to sit on command. But that's far from all. The subsequent lie-down test meets absolutely no resistance from the compliant pup. However, the quiet command doesn't seem to sit well with the young wolf cub. He lets out a soft, disgruntled whine. The penultimate trick they mastered over the past few weeks was the stay command. And for the grand finale, Tiger Strong saves his absolute favorite trick. He tosses a tasty treat high into the air and gives the fetch command, making the pup howl with pure excitement. Even though the treat is soaring well out of normal reach, the pup showcases incredible ingenuity. Dingo powerfully propels himself off the ground, expertly utilizing the surrounding terrain to gain extra height. Thrilled by his success, Tiger Strong mutters that the pup truly acts like a creature from another realm. He considers this wolf pup an absolute gift from fate, especially since its tracking instincts are already top tier. Tiger Strong warmly pats his loyal pet, praising him as a truly good boy. Their session is suddenly cut short when the phone in Tiger Strong's pocket violently vibrates, alerting him to a new message. It turns out the sender is Smeshrit, leaving Tiger Strong genuinely surprised that his old friend reached out first. Opening the text, he reads that the gym owner is urgently telling him to look up the keyword levitation online. Tiger Strong does exactly that, and the search query immediately pulls up chaotic reports about the world's first confirmed superhuman, alongside warnings of zombies, monsters, and incoming disasters. Intrigued, he dives deeper and finds a viral manifesto where an awakened individual has decided to blow the whistle and reveal the absolute truth to the public. Since the entire awakening incident happened live on stream, the article instantly rocketed to the #1 trending spot worldwide. Scanning the comments, he sees thousands of confused posts from ordinary citizens who have never even heard of life for survival. Other awakened users are completely panicking in the threads, which Tiger Strong finds absolutely hilarious. Netizens get furious when players hoard secrets, yet they descend into absolute panic the moment the truth is actually made public. Even so, Tiger Strong is highly curious to see how the authorities will try to handle this PR nightmare. He notices that some groups are already using the sudden appearance of superpowers to spark mass protests and civil unrest. However, Tiger Strong decides it's best not to get bogged down in political drama. Instead, he focuses on preparing for what will happen once the Second World System notification drops. He remembers perfectly well that the Goblin invasion event triggers next, and he doubts the government will be able to handle it. Tiger Strong decides to optimize his remaining preparation window even further. Turning to Dingo, he announces that they are starting field reconnaissance today, asking the pup if he's ready for a real scouting mission. Tiger Strong prioritizes this interdimensional exploration for a few critical reasons. Giving the wolf cub a pouch to sniff, he asks if he can track down the source. The main reason for doing this interdimensional scouting is to explicitly prepare for the upcoming Goblin event. After all, Tiger Strong needs Dingo to fully familiarize himself with and memorize the unique scent profile of these monsters. When the talented pup easily tracks down a hidden burrow based purely on a faint residual scent, he can't help but admire his pet even more. Next, Tiger Strong decides to test whether his loyal companion can maintain absolute composure during an actual battle. Dingo needs to execute commands flawlessly under pressure, which is exactly what they've been practicing for. Monitoring the pup's movements closely, Tiger Strong is thoroughly impressed with his performance so far. At the same time, aiming to kill two birds with one stone, he also wants to test another theory. Right then, an otherworldly herbivore senses a presence, but before it can even twitch, Dingo strikes. Praising Dingo for the flawless execution, Tiger Strong confirms that farming resources in this alternate dimension is completely viable. He recalls how a similar creature had managed to sprint away last time, before he could get a proper look at its stats. After examining the massive size and sharp claws of this long-eared beast, Tiger Strong concludes that the wildlife in this dimension is significantly stronger than Earth's. With the target secured, the hunter and his faithful hound resume their interdimensional scouting mission. He is highly curious to see how Dingo's immense intelligence will reflect on his official stat sheet. Tiger decides to push further into the region, which means they'll need to descend into the valley. While tracking more of these long-eared targets, they enter an area where a higher concentration of these creatures seems to roam. Checking his status, Tiger Strong notes that his physical conditioning and stats are improving at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, the wolf cub begins barking urgently at a specific patch of brush, catching his attention. Fearing the pup might have run into a dangerous monster, Tiger Strong catches up and reminds him not to wander off alone in these woods. But analyzing Dingo's excited behavior, the reality of the situation quickly clicks. He easily spots what his pet is happily chewing on, but asks anyway just to be sure. Tiger Strong is genuinely shocked to discover a rare bull pepper growing out here in the wild. Patting the clever pup, he promises Dingo an extra stash of treats later for uncovering such a valuable ingredient. After securing the harvest, he decides it's time to pack up their findings and head back before dark. Even though hunting standard wildlife like this red trout doesn't grant system points or count as monster kills, the actual field experience is incredibly valuable for a rapidly growing, curious pup. Tiger Strong tells his pet it's time to head home and wrap up the preparation for their shelter's second construction phase. They do exactly that, and the very next morning, the construction workers inform him that the demolition work on his shop is fully complete. They hand over the paperwork, noting that he can contact the company within 3 days if any issues pop up. Staring at the hollowed-out, completely gutted structure of his former restaurant, Tiger Strong feels a brief heaviness in his chest. However, he quickly shakes it off, knowing this structural overhaul was absolutely vital for the apocalypse. Tiger Strong begins to wonder how regular citizens will cope if they're lucky enough to survive the initial wave without turning into zombies. He knows for a fact that mass looting, riots, and armed robberies will immediately paralyze society. Tiger Strong snaps himself out of it, reminding himself that moralizing is pointless in order to survive. He'll have to play just as dirty. He begins mapping out the cleanup layout, but a familiar voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Smeshret approaches, casually mentioning that he also gutted his own place yesterday, keeping only the absolute essentials. The big guy chuckles as Tiger Strong asks him what brings him over to his ruined shop. Smeshret smirks, explaining he just wanted to check if his buddy was alive or dead after he abruptly vanished the previous day. Spotting the little wolf pup trotting out, Smeshret blinks in surprise and asks if Tiger Strong had always owned a husky. Our hero shakes his head, quietly mentioning that his childhood dog actually passed away years ago. He explains that Dingo is a stray he recently took in, and Smeshret immediately remarks on how adorable the pup looks. Tiger Strong cuts to the chase, asking the gym owner once more for the real reason behind his visit. Smeshret playfully doubles down, insisting he was simply deeply concerned about his best friend's safety. Tiger Strong gives him a deadpan look, forcing Smeshret to finally crack and confess the real truth. Dropping his playful tone, Smeshret reveals that he managed to find out exactly who ambushed Anna. Knowing this isn't a conversation to have standing out in the open on empty stomachs, the two men move inside to talk privately. Tiger Strong asks if that thug in the baseball cap was truly targeting Anna. Smeshret nods, adding that rumors place their gang's hideout at an abandoned construction site at the foot of the mountain. Tiger Strong asks how on earth he managed to gather such specific intel, and the gym owner grins, explaining that luck was entirely on his side. Smeshret asks Tiger Strong if he remembers that guy who recently caused a scene on the TV broadcast. He ran into him by chance, and the guy confirmed he had crossed paths with Stilson's crew. All 3 members of that crew turned out to be absolute scoundrels, which is why Kendor immediately rejected their offer. Following the sudden attack on Anna, the female members of their community began panicking and leaving the gym group one by one. When Smeshrit pressed them for answers, they all claimed they had received much better protection offers from rival factions. Tiger Strong narrows his eyes, realizing that unlike Anna, those girls were almost certainly lured into a malicious trap by the trolls. Smeshrit sighs, revealing that his entire group has dwindled down to just 4 people, including himself, completely stunning his friend. He admits he can't even blame those who fled, since his remaining squad only features 2 awakened users. The situation is about as grim as it gets. Yet, Smeshrit refuses to abandon the 2 unawakened members left under his care. However, his biggest source of anxiety right now is his own daughter, and he's seriously debating whether he should swallow his pride and call his ex-wife. Tiger Strong realizes their mindsets are entirely different, but decides to ask a crucial diagnostic question. He bluntly asks Smeshrit what he will do once the apocalypse officially begins and people start actively threatening their lives. Smeshrit stares back intensely, declaring that despite his peaceful principles, he is fully prepared to kill to protect his own. However, the gym owner is taken aback by the dark inquiry, noting that such a ruthless question isn't like his usual friend. Tiger Strong lets out a forced casual laugh and plays it off as a random thought, but their conversation is instantly cut short by a blood-curdling scream echoing outside. Smeshrit curses under his breath, wondering out loud if that was an actual cry for help from nearby. But Tiger Strong cuts him off with a deadly serious expression. Turning to the gym owner, he firmly asks him to watch over Dingo for a few minutes. Terrified, the cornered girl squeezes her defense remote tight, but her desperate actions are only met with mocking laughter. Demanding to know what kind of pathetic circus she's trying to pull, Silkrane barks at Anna to get down from the ledge immediately. However, Anna stands her ground, shouting back to ask why they keep hounding her even though she already rejected their group invitation. The blonde thug suggests she reconsider, but his aggressive partner steps forward, declaring they are doing things the hard way now. Stillson sneers at her, ordering her to submit while he's still in a relatively good mood. Standing right beside them is Bass, the skinny thug who serves as Stillson's loyal lackey. Stillson warns Anna not to waste her energy resisting, smugly reminding her that they possess awakened powers too. As the gang leader ruthlessly begins counting to 3, Tiger Strong silently closes in from the shadows. While Stillson cold-bloodedly ticks down the numbers, our hero carefully angles his weapon from behind cover. The moment the thug barks out 2, Tiger Strong readies his heavy sling, locking his target into his sights. With pinpoint accuracy, our protagonist lets loose a devastating opening shot. If his calculations land, it'll completely shatter their momentum. But the thugs have absolutely no idea what's coming. These overconfident predators think they own the streets, completely unaware of the threat lurking nearby. Tiger Strong's high-velocity projectile tears through the air, smashing directly into its target just before the countdown hits 0. The agonizing pain is so sudden and explosive that Stillson recoils in absolute shock. As their leader suddenly collapses clutching his face, Silkrane stammers in panic, demanding to know who dared to ambush them. But Tiger Strong is already standing right over them, coldly echoing the blonde antagonist's question and asking if he's seriously dumb enough to expect an enemy to introduce himself. Ignoring the threats, Tiger Strong decides to use Silkrane as a live test dummy to see how his new blunt weapon performs against a human target. After effortlessly breaking his second opponent with a swift strike, he immediately locks his eyes onto the final thug. Sensing the overwhelming danger, the skinny thug gasps for air and desperately activates his defensive skill. Noticing the dark aura manifesting, Tiger Strong realizes this must be the exact skill that blinded Anna during her first assault. Poised and ready, he easily sidesteps the dark shroud and swings his heavy war club, violently smashing it into Bass. Without giving the disoriented thug a single second to recover, Tiger Strong brings the club down with an overhead smash. Despite the seamless clean sweep, his breathing is heavily labored. Executing high-intensity combat moves while wearing a thick motorcycle helmet restricts his oxygen significantly. Tiger Strong turns around to ask Anna if she's unharmed, but she suddenly screams out a frantic warning, and for good reason. Stillson has already shaken off the initial shock of the blunt impact and is back on his feet, fueled by pure rage. With a ferocious, desperate swing, the gang leader manages to land a heavy counterattack that cracks the protective visor of the motorcycle helmet. Tiger Strong notes the impressive destructive power behind the attack despite its lack of form, as Stillson charges at him blindly. Realizing his opponent possesses a pure offensive-type trait, he braces himself as the thug vows to beat him into a bloody pulp. Wiping blood from his mouth, Stilson barks at his groaning lackeys to get back up and surround their target. He commands them to unleash their full power and jump him together. And the recovering blonde thug nods in agreement. Silkrane spits that Tiger Strong ran his mouth way too much, and that he's about to pay for it with his life. Faced with a 3-on-1 ambush, Tiger Strong quickly calculates his tactical options. If these brainless thugs are going all out with their traits, it might be the perfect opportunity to summon his dimensional portal to trap them. But there's zero time for complex planning, as Silkrane is already lunging forward with a lethal strike. However, the blonde thug doesn't make it very far. A massive shadow suddenly blurs through the alley, forcing the attacker to halt as he shrieks in sudden, agonizing pain. A booming, imposing voice echoes right beside a growling dingo, asking the thugs if they seriously think jumping a lone man is fair play. Smeshret steps out from the darkness of the alleyway, crackling his knuckles and giving the trio a simple choice: beat it right now, or get broken. Exuding an overwhelming physical pressure, the gym owner asks them if they need him to repeat his proposal. Recognizing an apex predator when he sees one, Stilson immediately folds under the pressure and orders his beaten crew to retreat. Smeshret scoffs at their sudden compliance, amused by the fake bravado of thugs who would drop from a single solid punch. The old gym owner turns to ask Tiger Strong if he's alright, while Anna quickly scrambles down to join them. She frantically asks if he's bleeding or injured anywhere, catching Tiger Strong slightly off guard by her intense concern. Anna points out his heavily fractured visor, and Smeshret crushes a laugh, offering to carry him back if he's feeling dizzy. Staring at his two close companions, Tiger Strong experiences a sudden flash of insight, overlaying their current faces with their tragic future counterparts. Anna insists they head straight to a clinic, but Tiger Strong firmly declines, stating he has absolutely no time to waste lounging around. Instead, Tiger Strong looks at the gym owner and requests that he officially take Anna into his survival group, to which Smeshret agrees without a moment's hesitation. The arrangement catches Anna completely by surprise, but she quickly nods, expressing her deep gratitude. Tiger Strong turns around and states that he has pressing matters of his own to take care of, and Dingo barks in perfect alignment with his master's words. Watching him walk away into the night, Smeshret turns to Anna and asks why on earth their mutual friend is acting so incredibly reclusive and intense. Back inside the safety of his hideout, Tiger Strong sits down to clear his mind and officially kickstarts the second phase of his survival preparations. He knows his abrupt departure from the alley was necessary. Looking at Smeshret and Anna, a heavy weight had pressed down on his chest. For a brief second, Tiger Strong had considered revealing the existence of his dimensional gate to them, but he quickly discarded the foolish thought. To truly protect anyone, he needs to rapidly power level, acquire advanced traits, and maximize the absolute authority of his dimensional privilege. That is the only way to gain the raw, overwhelming power required to utterly crush the toxic garbage of the new world. He calculates that if he executes his blueprint perfectly, his level advantage over ordinary players will easily span 5 tiers or more by day 1. Consequently, the high-level monsters drawn to his presence would only end up massacring his allies if they stayed too close. Weighed down by these harsh realities, Tiger Strong channels his anxiety into raw manual labor, working late into the night until an alert finally breaks his concentration. It's incredibly late, but he feels zero fatigue. He has successfully installed and tested a heavy-duty wood-burning stove inside his fortified bunker. This crucial addition ensures he can maintain a comfortable climate and sleep soundly through freezing apocalypse nights. It's also highly amusing to see that Dingo thoroughly approves of the new warmth, curling up right next to it. Now, all that's left for Tiger Strong to do is wait for his final hardware shipments to arrive, and his primary shelter setup will be officially complete. Feeling a massive surge of adrenaline, he decides to pull an all-nighter to maximize his peak productivity. Suddenly, a breaking news broadcast on the TV displays updated telemetry regarding the incoming asteroid. The Global Space Agency confirms that the massive cosmic body has officially breached the inner solar system. Global observatories are tracking its precise trajectory around the clock. However, the reporter adds a massive update. Jupiter's intense gravitational pull has fractured the incoming meteorite into distinct fragments. The director of Near-Earth Object Tracking releases an emergency briefing regarding the 2 primary fragments created by the fracture. The media identifies them as fragments Alpha and Beta, falsely reassuring the public that they pose absolutely zero threat of collision. Tiger Strong knows the grim truth. Fragment Beta is destined to crash into Earth in exactly 5 days, striking dangerously close to a Russian naval vessel. The massive localized tsunami triggered by the impact will drag that ghost ship directly onto the shores of a major domestic port, and that exact harbor is where the first zombie outbreak will explode. Tiger Strong recalls how completely bizarre that cover story sounded in his past life, but with his current knowledge, the timeline aligns perfectly. The news anchor transitions to political updates, noting that the president hasn't made a single public appearance since the recent classified shootout. In response to the media blackout, a coalition of opposition leaders has issued a fiery joint statement demanding absolute transparency and calling for immediate congressional hearings. The anchor continues to drone on, but Tiger Strong uses his remote to kill the feed, coldly muttering that the countdown to the end of the world has officially begun. The only silver lining is that mainstream media outlets are finally aggressively covering the anomalies. This widespread public scrutiny will make it significantly harder for malicious awakened users to operate in the shadows for now. Next, he fires up his computer to check the game's private online veteran forums, wanting to see how his old comrades are responding. For the most part, the public threads are filled with standard netizen denial, with users jokingly discussing the impending zombie apocalypse as if it were a meme. Tiger Strong skims through a few edgy threads, but nothing catches his interest until he scrolls down to the private messages. Just as he's about to log off, a specific pinned headline abruptly catches his eye. The post is authored by Ruler Zui, a highly prominent veteran player who was widely celebrated for his supposed kindness and generosity toward rookies. Tiger Strong narrows his eyes, remembering how they had co-op farmed high-level raids together on multiple occasions. Reading the post, he discovers that Ruler Zui has constructed a massive private bunker and is publicly inviting 4 top-tier life for survival veterans to join his elite survival squad. However, knowing the manipulative nature of the guy's past actions, Tiger Strong has zero intention of reaching out or falling into a potential trap. Still, he bookmarks Ruler Zui's profile for tracking purposes, turning his attention back to finalizing his secondary escape route. By the following afternoon, he officially proves to himself that an awakened body can easily sustain 2 consecutive days without a single wink of sleep. But as evening approaches, the physical toll finally hits, and he feels like he'll collapse the second his eyelids drop. However, stepping outside and looking at the reinforced perimeter of his safe house gives him a massive surge of satisfaction, instantly renewing his focus. Smiling grimly, Tiger Strong knows that the real fun is just about to begin. Configuring an independent solar array grid is significantly more complex than standard DIY videos make it out to be. He has to meticulously isolate the inverter wiring to guarantee total compatibility with his high-draw defensive appliances. As Tiger Strong carefully solders the primary circuit connections, he silently hopes the configuration fires up flawlessly on the first attempt. The moment he flips the master switch and the entire backup system lights up, he lets out an uncharacteristic shout of pure triumph. Trembling slightly with adrenaline, Tiger Strong stands silently for a second before letting out a confident laugh. His usual stoic demeanor completely vanishes, replaced by a loud, energized exclamation. He has officially secured a flawless, fully off-grid baseline for survival in the oncoming apocalypse. He internally admits that it's been years since he last felt this kind of pure, unadulterated excitement. Tiger Strong is absolutely certain his grueling extra-dimensional mining trips weren't in vain, especially after what he uncovered yesterday near the volcanic hot springs. He managed to harvest a rare volcanic mineral that possesses a molecular structure significantly harder and sharper than pure obsidian. Furthermore, Tiger Strong remembers spotting deep emerald veins embedded right alongside the core deposits. While raw gemstones hold zero value in a collapsing society, he figures hoarding rare resources is always better than leaving them behind. Deciding to postpone installing the tactical LED strips until tomorrow, he begins sorting the heavy alloy ingots inside his basement vault. Suddenly, a sharp, frantic howl cuts through the basement walls, and his mind instantly flashes to Dingo. Rushing upstairs, he finds the pup aggressively barking at the reinforced exit, its eyes completely locked onto something outside. As Tiger Strong steps past the threshold, he looks out into the darkness to see what has thrown his pet into such an absolute frenzy. The moment his eyes adjust to the shadows and lock onto the intruders, he can't help but let out a fierce curse. Prowling right outside his perimeter are multiple maned wolves, lethal, high-tier agile monsters, straight out of Life for Survival. Tiger Strong's mind races, wondering how on earth high-altitude zone monsters spawn down in this valley, while Dingo continues to bare his fangs aggressively. Despite being completely outsized and outnumbered by the predators, the brave pup holds his ground, allowing Tiger Strong to piece together the puzzle. Realizing with a shock that this specific pack must have been the ones who slaughtered Dingo's mother, Tiger Strong firmly commands the emotional pup to stand down and stay quiet. But raw predatory instinct takes over as the alpha wolf locks eyes with him, and he realizes they are in deep trouble. He calculates the odds instantly, mentally admitting that his current combat level isn't high enough to wipe out an entire pack of maned wolves in a direct clash. If he attempts a standard melee engagement, the pack will easily flank him from the shadows and tear him to shreds. An audacious tactical plan flashes through Tiger Strong's mind. If he can violently neutralize or terrify the pack leader, the rest will scatter. Maned wolves are notoriously pack-dependent, so this psychological exploit is highly grounded in the game's mechanics. These apex predators are incredibly cautious by nature. Tiger Strong knows for a fact that the pack will refuse to strike until their alpha makes the definitive opening move. Only after the alpha confirms a target is safe do they coordinate a synchronized swarm attack. Furthermore, having studied their monster codex extensively, Tiger Strong recalls that maned wolves possess a hypersensitive olfactory system. Luckily, he still happens to have the high-concentrate chemical pepper spray he used during his previous kobold encounter tucked inside his tactical vest. If Tiger Strong can successfully deliver a point-blank blast directly into the alpha's face, the tactical advantage will instantly flip. While a chemical spray won't outright kill a high-tier monster, it will absolutely force them to retreat far away from his safe house. However, if the alpha decides to blitz him right now before he can deploy the trap, it'll be a one-way trip to a game-over screen. He takes a deep breath, baiting the alpha to make its move. Faced with this insane, high-stakes gamble, Tiger Strong lets out a quiet, defiant chuckle. In theory, the strategy is perfectly sound, but executing it flawlessly in the real world is a completely different story. Locking his gaze onto the alpha, Tiger Strong readies his posture, waiting for the split-second window when the beast lunges. The giant beast suddenly unleashes a powerful leap forward, its snapping jaws aiming directly for his throat. The alpha lets out a deafening, terrifying growl, radiating an intense aura meant to completely paralyze its foolish human prey. But Tiger Strong doesn't flinch or take a single step back, forcing his body to remain completely motionless as he waits for the absolute perfect microsecond. The moment the predator's face is inches away, Tiger Strong executes the second phase of his counter strategy. He instantly summons a microscopic dimensional portal right in front of him, flashing it open and closed in a fraction of a second. Using the portal's spatial distortion to completely halt the wolf's momentum, Tiger Strong confidently shoves the tactical canister forward, unleashing a massive blast of chemical spray right into the beast's eyes and nose. The high-tier monster's raw reflexes are insane, far outclassing any kobold he had faced before. Tiger Strong doesn't let up, knowing he cannot afford to give the alpha a single moment to recover. He lands a heavy parting kick and leaps back into the safety of his bunker threshold. And that single chemical overload proves more than enough. Blinded and screaming in agony, the alpha turns and flees into the woods, with its terrified pack instantly following suit. Tiger Strong stands guard, refusing to drop his stance until they vanish completely from his sight. Slumping against the reinforced door, he exhales a heavy, weary sigh, internally admitting that his heart was beating like a jackhammer. Dingo trots over, whining softly in absolute relief and gratitude. Tiger Strong gently pats his head, telling the little guy to stay strong, before looking out into the dark forest with a heavy promise. Tiger Strong looks into the pup's eyes, and solemnly vows that when his level is high enough, they will hunt down that entire pack and avenge his mother. Securing the safe house, he logs onto his system terminal to purchase additional tripwires and basic medical supplies to reinforce his perimeter before finally getting some rest. After pushing his body past its absolute limits for days, Tiger Strong lets out a massive, exhausted yawn as he finally collapses onto his bed. His final thought before passing out is how incredibly lucky he was. If those had been actual lycanthropes instead of standard maned wolves, he wouldn't have stood a single chance. In retrospect, Tiger Strong realizes he let his guard down. After all, he was focused on the nearby monsters and didn't account for unexpected accidents. However, Tiger Strong now vows to deploy reconnaissance drones more frequently and expand his shelter. As he's mulling it over, Smeshrit spots his acquaintance and calls out to him. Lost in thought, however, Tiger Strong doesn't hear him at all. He's considering adding receivers when the old man's voice finally cuts through his thoughts. Tiger Strong answers, and Smeshrit asks him what he's doing so far from home. The younger man gives a vague answer, prompting the other to ask if he's also there to get weapons. Surprised, Tiger Strong asks a question, and Smeshrit clarifies that the weapons aren't for himself. He explains that a girl asked him to fetch them. There's no need to even mention names. A bit later, one of them recaps the situation by bringing up what happened at the hardware store. Tiger Strong clarifies that they refused to sell the girl a weapon, and Smeshrit adds that the shopkeepers didn't believe her. You'd think they would have just asked to see the report, but the head clerk countered that the salesman had grown completely on edge due to the outbreak. Then, the voices of their colleagues fade as they step back. Smeshrit turns to Tiger Strong and speaks up. He asks why the girl is just standing there in silence. That's when she finally speaks up. Their new acquaintance explains that she recognized Tiger Strong as the restaurant owner, noting how much his appearance has changed. However, she quickly apologizes for being rude, realizing she might be poking her nose into someone else's business. The girl introduces herself as Amelia Payer, and Tiger Strong introduces himself in return. Glancing at the business card she hands him, he's surprised to see her profession. It turns out Amelia Payer is a doctor, which completely shifts Tiger Strong's attitude toward her. This prompts him to fill her in on critical survival strategies, just like he did before with Smeshrit and Anna. However, Amelia Payer admits that she's having a hard time believing any of it. After all, trying to explain this game from a purely scientific standpoint makes winning seem mathematically impossible. Still, she has one burning question and asks Tiger Strong if she can pose it. Amelia Payer asks him outright if he has already awakened, catching him completely off guard. When Tiger Strong denies it, she counters that his deep knowledge of the system is exactly what gave him away. Amelia Payer expresses her gratitude for their help, noting that they seem genuinely trustworthy. When Smeshrit points out how different they all are, she smiles and says they are simply operating on completely different levels. Turning back to Tiger Strong, Amelia Payer suggests that they become friends. The next day, he chuckles to himself, muttering that it's essentially just a blade strapped to a stick. Even so, Tiger Strong thinks the improvised spear looks surprisingly formidable. Ensuring his primary gear is locked and loaded, he turns to Dingo, who barks in response. Tiger Strong tells his loyal pet that today they will finally avenge his mother, and the pup reacts as if he understands every single word. But he also acknowledges that this isn't pure vengeance. He absolutely cannot risk anyone finding his safe house. Tiger Strong asks the wolf cub if he's ready, telling him they need to give it their all today. Stumbling into a potential ambush, he carefully scopes out the area to count the enemy forces. There are 4 wolves in total, and luckily, they don't seem to have a pack leader with them. Pulling back his scope, Tiger Strong suddenly catches sight of a very intriguing scene. It looks like those 4 rushed over to reinforce their packmates and their alpha. Tiger Strong is confident that dismantling a leaderless wolf pack will be a walk in the park. Without an alpha, the monsters seem to have lost all their wits. There is absolutely no coordination in their attacks. Tiger Strong figures he can easily pick them off one by one. Starting with this first reckless wolf, who lets out a startled whimper as he strikes. As the beast whines and struggles, Tiger Strong calmly tells it to relax. Promising a swift end, he delivers a finishing blow and pockets 3 survival points. Sensing something is horribly wrong, the remaining wolves instantly snap their attention toward Tiger Strong. But he doesn't even bother hiding. On the contrary, he stands his ground, letting everything unfold exactly according to plan. Spotting their target, the beasts burst into a frenzy of savage growls and give chase. They also try to get tactical, splitting up to flank Tiger Strong. The moment the first wolf leaps forward right into his kill zone, he deploys a tried-and-true tactic. Everything plays out flawlessly, even as the other 2 beasts close in to surround Tiger Strong. Anticipating this move, he braces himself and readies his weapon to strike. In a flash, he catches the unsuspecting wolf off guard and forcefully shoves it back. Suddenly the final beast pounces, and Tiger Strong realizes he slightly miscalculated the timing. Just in time, backup arrives, praising Dingo for the assist. He takes over to finish the job alone. After slaying the monster and claiming another 3 points, Tiger Strong directs his pet on their next move. From there, it's a total sweep as they eliminate the remaining threats, netting a massive boost to his user level. He's pleasantly surprised when a system notification informs Tiger Strong that his ability has unlocked brand new sub-effects. Checking the details, he discovers incredible perks like invisibility and projection options. Tiger Strong is blown away. His interdimensional door is now completely hidden from outsiders, and he can even peer through to see what's happening on the other side. If he messes up even once, he could end up stuck in a highly lethal zone without any way back. It's almost like managing high-volume traffic right from the comfort of his own home. Tiger Strong notes that the invisibility effect plays a massive role in keeping things secure. He recalls worrying that his entrance would stand out like a glaring dungeon portal, but this new feature completely solves that headache. He figures that as he continues to level up, even more broken sub-effects will unlock, considering he's getting perks like these at just level 5. Tiger Strong had never prioritized his level before, but this changes everything. This gives him all the more reason to stay on top of the upcoming omens. Even so, he still has a mountain of work ahead of him. First things first, he needs to dispose of these monster corpses before they mutate into scavenger beetles. 2 days fly by after clearing out the wolf pack, and Tiger Strong uses that time to accomplish a great deal. His top priority is to thoroughly scout the otherworldly ecosystem on the other side of his portal. The immediate vicinity is completely clear of monsters, though Tiger Strong double-checks just to be absolutely sure. However, about 3 kilometers away from his shelter, he discovers a goblin nest. With his reconnaissance complete, he decides it's time to get to work, and Dingo happily chirps in agreement. To fortify the area into a proper base, Tiger Strong clears out the debris and levels the terrain. With Dingo helping him out, they establish a secure perimeter extending in a 30-meter diameter around the base. Once the barbed wire fence is up, Tiger Strong decides to dig a defensive trench along the exterior. Throughout the process, he monitors the surroundings in real time, using his portal's newly unlocked surveillance effect. Back in the real world, Tiger Strong sources heavy construction supplies from a hardware store located far from his neighborhood to avoid suspicion. He also picks up a comprehensive set of specialized tools. On his way back, Tiger Strong takes a detour past Stilson's hideout to gather some intel on him. To speed up his preparations before Stilson can make a move, he rents a motorcycle and a mini excavator, while continuing to inject his pet daily with micro-doses of venom to build up a strong resistance to paralyzing substances. Checking his phone later, however, Tiger Strong is completely thrown off, wondering if what he's reading is some kind of sick joke. An online news flash reports that someone has already recruited Swerve the First. This immediately gets him thinking about the recent shooting incident and the blatant government censorship surrounding it. Tiger Strong wonders if all of this is just a bizarre coincidence, including the fact that the president has completely barricaded himself inside his official residence. After all, he suspected that Swerve the First hadn't aligned with the president solely because of his knowledge of the catastrophic omens. Tiger Strong remembers that Swerve was a notorious collector who frequently bartered rare items for critical intel. He had assumed Swerve the First would leverage his massive safe house to cut a deal with the administration in exchange for state secrets. To Tiger Strong, the actual broadcast seems utterly absurd. He can't fathom why someone widely regarded as a benevolent high-ranker like Ruler Zwei pull a stunt like this. While the puzzle pieces don't quite fit yet, he knows one thing for sure. Hesitating now will only put him at a disadvantage. If Swerve the First has truly joined forces with Ruler Zwei, Tiger Strong will have to overhaul his entire strategy. He immediately begins analyzing his options and wastes no time pivoting to execute the new plan. Before diving into the core phase of his new operation, Tiger Strong double-checks every detail. He sends an encrypted message to Ruler Zwei from a burner account, fully prepared to scrub it if there's no response within a set time frame. Tiger Strong reaches out to a contact via a secure virtual meeting room to verify if the rumors hold any water. Before logging into the sterile white chat lobby, he takes a slow, steady breath. Ruler Zwei thanks the anonymous host for the invitation, and Tiger Strong gives him a cold welcome. Even though the high ranker finds this sudden encounter highly suspicious, our protagonist is only focused on digging up the truth. Ruler Zwei expresses his annoyance at Tiger Strong's anonymity, but the latter flatly warns him that making an enemy out of him would be a huge mistake. Intrigued, Ruler Zwei tries to test his mysterious host, asking if he's a fellow elite veteran of life for survival. Tiger Strong skillfully deflects the question, and Ruler Zwei agrees to play along for now. However, the high ranker sets his own condition. He will acknowledge the stranger's status only if he correctly answers a 3-question verification test. The first question probes for the maximum vertical jump height of a standard werewolf monster. Tiger Strong answers instantly, without a single moment of hesitation. The second question targets the critical weakness of an owlbear, an absolute breeze for an experienced player. For the final round, Ruler Zwei quizzes him on the specific evolutionary phases and subtypes of zombies, and our protagonist rattles off the answer flawlessly. But the test isn't over yet. Ruler Zwei throws a final trick question regarding hidden global omens. Against all odds, Tiger Strong's deeply detailed answer completely satisfies the high ranker, convincing him that he is talking to a true legacy veteran. Stating that his identity is sufficiently proven, Tiger Strong demands to bring Swerve the First into the call. When Ruler Zwei claims that Swerve is currently unavailable, Tiger Strong's suspicion hits an all-time high. Ruler Zwei quickly changes the subject, making casual small talk about the weather and an eerie gut feeling that a catastrophe is brewing. Tiger Strong wonders if the guy has lost his mind, quickly realizing that he's just stalling for time. Suddenly, a chilling realization as to why the high ranker is stalling flashes through his mind. Ruler Zwei abruptly signs off, confirming Tiger Strong's worst fear. The bastard was tracing his IP address the entire time. Cut to a local PC bang, where a group of imposing figures walks in, prompting a nervous greeting from the desk administrator. The man leading the group commands his bodyguards to secure the entrance, and they quickly lock it down. The attendant politely explains their pricing system, but the leader dismisses her completely. He says they didn't come to play. They came to find someone. He demands her cooperation, and judging by the terrified look on her face, he has already cast his mind control skill on her. Hiding in the back, Tiger Strong pieces it all together. If they catch him, he'll be turned into a mindless puppet. Suppressed by urgency, his mind races as a high-stakes counter-strategy begins to take shape. Tiger Strong slips into the restroom, prepping to manifest his interdimensional portal for an escape route. Meanwhile, Ruler Zwei approaches a suspicious patron in the lounge, offering a polite but menacing apology. Using his ability, he asks if he is the stranger, but he denies it. Ruler Zwei's thugs sweep the rest of the cubicles, but come up completely empty-handed. Realizing there's only one unverified corner left, the leader locks his eyes on the restroom door, calling out for the stranger to stop hiding. Met with dead silence, he kicks the door open, assuming Tiger Strong is merely an awakened player specializing in stealth. Unfazed, the hunter turns on the faucet, splashing water while musing aloud to his hidden target about the high-level monsters he's already subjugated. Ruler Zwei notes that top-tier talent always hides in the most unassuming places. As the villain gloats about what he does to rogue players, Tiger Strong lets out a quiet sigh of relief from within his dimensional pocket. He's incredibly glad he opened his portal perfectly flush against the back stall wall, though having his enemy inches away still keeps him on high alert. After thoroughly scanning the empty room, Ruler Zwei deduces that Tiger Strong's trait isn't standard stealth after all. Radioing his syndicate with the target's phone specifications, he orders a citywide dragnet, emphasizing that the target must be captured alive. Watching Ruler Zwei through the ripple, Tiger Strong recalls that the community considered him a benevolent rich player in the game. But reality proves he's a complete sociopath. This bastard's habit of enslaving players heavily altered the original storyline, but our protagonist is actually grateful for this early encounter. He had still been showing naive hesitation, but seeing Ruler Zwei's ruthlessness firsthand helps Tiger Strong lock in his resolve. From this moment on, he vows to judge people solely by their actions, not their online reputations. Tiger Strong declares that he will meet cruelty with absolute merciless retaliation. Still standing by the sink, Ruler Zwei wonders aloud which legendary ranker this mysterious player could possibly be. He reasons that even if the target possesses a high-tier teleportation or movement trait, someone with that massive amount of playtime must be hiding a much bigger trump card. Right on cue, Tiger Strong steps out from the void, casually greeting his old acquaintance from behind. Before Ruler Zwei can even process the shock and react, our protagonist levels his improvised spear right at his throat. Lunging forward, he scores a direct hit, and Tiger Strong watches closely as the paralytic poison instantly enters the bloodstream. The reaction is instantaneous. Thick green veins violently bulge across the villain's exposed neck and face. Gasping for air, Ruler Zwei wheezes out a confirmation that Tiger Strong is indeed the anonymous phantom. Our protagonist has absolutely no intention of letting his opponent recover or try a mental counterattack. The villain snarls, demanding to know who gave him the authority to strike. But our hero just smirks, asking if he enjoys the taste of neurotoxin. The syndicate leader curses heavily, attempting to trigger a skill, but Tiger Strong cold-bloodedly advises him to save his breath. He reviews the hidden system updates, noting that the pre-apocalypse grace period hasn't officially expired yet. full interdimensional merger hasn't even begun yet. This means the system's anti-PK or murder penalty protocols aren't online either, leading to a beautifully simple conclusion. If Tiger Strong executes Ruler's Way right here, the system won't penalize him at all. He looks down at his prey and mutters that this absolute lack of hesitation is what separates a true legacy veteran from an amateur. Tiger Strong demands to know why he betrayed Swerve the First and began hunting down innocent players. Looking at the terrifying gleam in our hero's eyes, the villain realizes that he is the one who has become the prey. Unable to swallow his pride, Ruler's Way spits blood and screams insults at Tiger Strong. Our protagonist coldly responds that this is the exact price for trying to play mind games and enslave others, leaving him with a final warning that he won't spare his life a second time. Tiger Strong vanishes back into his portal, just as the syndicate thugs bust down the door, safely heading back home. Safely inside his pocket dimension, Tiger Strong's first order of business is to analyze the personal documents he pickpocketed from Ruler's Way. The background files reveal that the high ranker is a 38-year-old tycoon operating under his actual legal name, Ruler's Way. Ruler's Way owns an exclusive golf club that serves as his primary syndicate base, commands 3 highly fortified bunkers, and lives a lavishly corrupt lifestyle. Tiger Strong correctly deduces that the villain's mind control stats scale exponentially with his level. The most critical takeaway is the exact mechanical limitations of Ruler's Way's mind control. Fortunately, Tiger Strong remembers from his deep game knowledge that the skill's success rate isn't absolute and has a hard cooldown. He muses that when compared to standard player configurations, his unique dimensional door is basically a developer cheat code. He decides to table the matter until he can gather more data on how other legacy rankers are adjusting to the real-world apocalypse. As the countdown to the apocalypse ticks down, he holds on to one absolute certainty. Awakening inherently overwrites a user's physical capabilities, elevating them far beyond the limits of an ordinary human. Next on his agenda, he needs to log some firearm training sessions to get used to recoil control. Booting up his desktop, Tiger Strong is greeted by a massive shock. He stares in disbelief at the absolute avalanche of emergency notifications lighting up his screen. The internet is breaking with red alerts about monster sightings, anomalous roars echoing from the sky, and localized crimson lightning storms. Knowing there isn't a single second to waste, Tiger Strong gears up and heads straight toward the nearest hot zone. Checking his watch, he cross-references the timelines of the original game events with these early real-world reports. Cursing under his breath, he can't wrap his head around why the second major omen is manifesting ahead of schedule in this exact sector. Wasting no time, Tiger Strong charts an optimal navigation path through the unfolding chaos. He plans a route running along the reservoir ridgeline, the exact coordinates where the creature sightings were last logged. To maintain total stealth and minimize acoustic signature, Tiger Strong kills the engine and parks his vehicle a safe distance away. Unleashing Dingo, he whispers to his loyal companion that it's time to hunt some goblins. Tiger Strong notes the strategic urgency of hitting the mountains before local law enforcement can establish a full perimeter blockade. Furthermore, goblins operate as migratory packs, meaning they will immediately set up a temporary vanguard camp under the command of an elite hobgoblin. Noticing a sudden shift in his pup's behavior, Tiger Strong snaps out of his thoughts and focuses on him. He asks if he's caught the scent of a goblin, and the wolf pup answers with a sharp, affirmative nod. Dingo goes dead silent, lowering his snout to carefully track the dynamic scent trail. Tiger Strong waits patiently, letting his pet work without any pressure. After locking in the scent profile, the wolf cub sharpens his auditory senses to pinpoint the exact location. Once completely certain of the target coordinates, he gives a small tail wag, signaling his master to follow. As Tiger Strong stays hot on the pup's heels, he marvels at the beast's tracking efficiency. Dingo charges forward effortlessly, darting through dense overgrowth without breaking stride. Keeping up is a real workout for Tiger Strong, whose human stamina pool simply can't match a wolf's natural agility. His larger frame doesn't help either, forcing him to constantly hack through thick brambles that his pet easily slips under. Breathing heavily, he whispers to his little tracker to find a clearer path. The pup lets out a low, urgent growl, directing his master's attention to the clearing ahead, causing Tiger Strong to let out a sharp curse. Approaching the motionless body of a fallen police officer, Tiger Strong tells himself to keep a cool head. Before assuming the worst, he swiftly checks for vital signs to ensure the officers are still breathing. After an inspection, he confirms there are no fatal trauma wounds. They've simply been completely paralyzed by a low-grade monster neurotoxin. However, he quickly notices that their service weapons are missing from their holsters, making him wonder who looted them. Tiger Strong deduces that the paralytic effect will naturally wear off in about 30 minutes. Turning his attention to the surrounding area, he scans for any deceased goblin carcasses left behind from the skirmish. Fresh puncture wounds on the dead monsters confirm that the officers managed to discharge their firearms before being overwhelmed. Tiger Strong finds it incredibly strange that standard goblins would intentionally loot firearms they don't even know how to operate. Mulling it over, a lucrative realization flashes across his mind. While rare, there is a very high probability that this specific raiding party includes a loot-hoarding golden goblin. If that's the case, he's absolutely determined not to let this walking jackpot slip through his fingers. Using a gloved hand, he slips an officer's phone from his pocket and dials emergency services anonymously. Before dropping the phone, he transmits their exact GPS coordinates, warning dispatch to secure the area before scavenger beasts arrive. With viral videos of monster attacks trending globally across social media, trying to maintain public secrecy is entirely pointless anyway. Tiger Strong locks eyes with his wolf pup, whispering that he's relying on his tracking skills now more than ever. The pup gives a reassuring low huff, as if promising he won't let his master down. A heavy crude club slams violently against a tactical shield, forcing the defender behind it to grit his teeth against the massive kinetic impact. Using a shield bash, the officer manages to shove the goblin back, but the vile creature just unleashes a grating, high-pitched cackle. Glancing back in a panic, the vanguard officer screams to his captain, desperate for reassurance that their plan will work. He groans about playing the tank role despite not even being a fully awakened player yet, but his captain snaps him back to reality. The captain yells back that his telekinesis trait requires a brief casting time to fully lock on. He tells his frontliner to hold the line and trust the process. True to his word, the skill activates within seconds, and the captain's telekinetic strike hammers into the enemy vanguard with devastating force. Catching his breath, the defender asks if emergency reinforcements are actually en route while rebroadcasting their tactical coordinates. The glaring issue is that navigating this steep mountain terrain will delay backup significantly. A female officer frantically suggests a tactical retreat, but the captain shuts it down, insisting this crisis is their golden ticket. He claims he analyzed these low-tier mobs extensively in the game, noting they lack reach weapons or high piercing damage capabilities. Therefore, they shouldn't let fear blow the difficulty of this skirmish out of proportion. She tries to protest, but he cuts her off sharply, commanding her to maintain high focus and keep firing. If they can wipe out this vanguard and intercept the fleeing high-value mob, they will secure a massive early-game developmental lead. Tiger doesn't remember ever having so many people following him in his life. First thing the man decides to do is visit his old friend at the gym. Entering Smeshrit's office, Tiger greets him, but the man interrupts him enthusiastically. The gym owner says he was very worried about him, and Tiger apologizes for it. Tiger notices other people and asks who they are, and Smeshrit starts introducing everyone to each other. The man who had a gym in Smeshrit's office, he has a lot of resources in Smeshrit's office. Tiger, showing he understands this, responds by saying his own name. The man asks Smeshrit where the other is, and he replies that he went to the tourist goods store. Tiger is surprised that such a thing exists, to which Anna replies that she opened it only a month ago. Smeshrit asks his friend if he saw the news about the new incident yesterday. Tiger agrees and claims to have seen everything on the popular video platform. The doctor who dissected the goblin warned humanity to prepare for the apocalypse, and Thai President Stretch called a meeting of the National Security Council. They said they'd investigate the creators of survival and listen to those they've awakened. Smeshrit asks Tiger what he plans to do next, and the man clarifies what exactly he means. Merit reminds Smeshrit that she already gave him a tip, and the goblins give points and maybe a couple of levels. As he listens to it, Tiger notices in his mind that the man's words sound strange to him. He decides not to keep silent and, addressing Merit, tells her that it is not so, but is interrupted. A new acquaintance asks Tiger if he's ever played Survivor, and he says no. After hearing their comments about reading forums, Merit says it is not wise to trust them. Violet asks the smart guy who becomes a zombie when exposed to zombie spores and who survives. Girl wonders if there's any conditions to this. Your interlocutor is saying something unintelligible. Violet clarifies what she means, and then Merit asks why she thinks she woke up. The guy says his awakening is directly related to contact with the survivalist system. Merit claims that those who haven't woken up will be safe with those who have. Violet likes this theory. The girl suggests that then they should keep it, and the boy agrees. Anna asks if Merit completed the training, and if so, how difficult it was. The guy asks that they don't worry about this, swearing he'll protect everyone, which makes Tiger even more nervous. After all, he knows for a fact that there's no evidence of immunity in the one he's awakened. Trying to contain his anger, Tiger thinks this will lead nowhere. You're assuming that Smash Creek called him because he couldn't trust that troll himself. Tiger thinks it's time for him to leave, and Anna and her friend suggest that he stay at least a little longer. He says out loud that he has things to do and he'll call when he's done. But Tiger thinks he won't trust Merit. Buck, after leaving the gym, begins to think about his future plans until the epidemic hits. Having done all that is necessary, Tiger returns home, but realizes that Emilia is waiting for him there. She asks if she has a minute because she wants to give him something, and the man agrees. Emilia gives Tiger painkillers and antibiotics that can't be obtained without a prescription. The man expresses uncertainty about this, but his companion reassures him that all is well. Emilia says if more is needed, she will get it and shares her private address with Tiger. He says it's a favor for another and expresses his confidence that they need to know each other's addresses. Emilia says she'll be stopping by the gym as well, and Tiger wishes her a safe trip. The girl asks the man not to forget to pay for the medicine and to remember his address. Tiger thinks Emilia's like a natural disaster because this encounter has made him a little nervous. After this, time again passes quickly, during which man observes various places. He buys additional equipment and materials and builds a warehouse with panels. And when the mini excavator comes, all his free time is spent digging ditches. According to Tiger, who keeps up with the news, the world is becoming even more chaotic. On television, almost every channel broadcasts debates between alarmists and skeptics. The UN has called an emergency meeting, and headlines are full of news about the president's intention to meet. And at the same time, strange press releases about mysterious ships appear. The information about the meteorite orbiting the Earth changes radically. Each of the 4 days is accompanied by equally enriching events. I'll offer it to you, and if you have the last one left, it's the Russian ship. And Tiger, knowing this perfectly, sets off for the port where all this is supposed to happen. After making sure there's no one inside, the man enters the abandoned building to prepare. As Tiger opens his interdimensional portal, he ponders why he has come to this place. It's extremely simple and consists of obtaining additional weapons from a Russian ship. Zombie spores are particulate pathogens with high penetration capacity. It's now time to treat a ghost of the franchise, and a state conflict should cost you unexpected time. Tiger thinks he'll turn around today or in 5 days, but this doesn't particularly scare him. He doesn't have any family, so it doesn't make much difference. Although on the other hand, he could live with Dingo. However, when Tiger thinks about it, he realizes it doesn't make sense. On the other hand, man is mentally aware that he does not feel an uncontrollable desire to die either. He simply made a decision different from most because higher risk, higher reward. After reviewing the list of changes he had compiled, the man says that such is life. Tiger has a feeling that the developers are reacting to the end of the world even in real life. And when his phone rings with a shrill signal, the man realizes that he's beginning the final signal. Tsunami warning message is being broadcast by loudspeakers. Nature itself and its inhabitants seem to have gone mad in the face of impending catastrophe. It seems like it's just bad weather, but then a Russian ship appears on the horizon. It is washed ashore too quickly, accompanied by merciless, unrelenting waves. One of them turns out to be so huge that it exceeds the height of an average multi-story building. Fortunately, Tiger is on a hill, but still gets hit by splashing water and strong wind currents. Between curses, man admits that fighting zombies or monsters is easier than fighting the elements. After all, natural disasters make you feel unfit and helpless. Tiger closely studies the ship through binoculars to assess in advance the magnitude of the upcoming operation. He's uncomfortable, but somehow he needs to start moving. Inaction will bring him no good. Tiger changed his clothes quickly and hurried to execute his plan, thinking that he had not a minute to lose. He thinks he needs to get his plans in motion before the government agents arrive. Man is constantly pressured by the idea that he simply has to do everything perfectly. As he does this, Tiger reflects mentally and observes that, so far, everything is going as planned. An interesting thought pops into his head, triggering memories in turn. After analyzing this debate, Tiger is inclined to believe that Merit was right, and that those who awaken do not become zombies. After performing some manipulations, the man says he feels no side effects. Tiger considers it a good result, but reminds himself it's time to leave. As he climbs aboard, the man looks intently at the zombies. His behavior is no different from his usual behavior. So, Tiger goes to them, draws attention to himself, and works unerringly, as he tells the zombies that they haven't seen each other in a long time. The man reflects on their peculiarities in life of survival. In this game, zombies can't get infected with viruses and perceive anything as food. And the more nutrients these creatures receive, the stronger they become. Tiger has no intention of standing still, but instead he launches into the enemy with words that explain to them why they have their mouths open. Drawing one of his weapons, the man advises the zombie to cover his glove. When Tiger starts his attack in earnest, he suddenly realizes something very interesting. The man thinks the fight is too easy and assumes the zombies have been weakened too much. After all, in the past, to kill one, it required several blows with an iron weapon. And yet Tiger won't relax, remembering what happened that time with the orc. He thinks even a veteran is sick of this, so once is enough. Walking past the cabins, the man is horrified and can't help but curse. There are way more zombies inside than he ever anticipated. First, he decides to clear out the ones wandering the hallway. As he racks up points for every enemy killed, Tiger Strong suggests that one of the zombies might be carrying a weapon. Planning to check the bridge, he moves forward but slows his pace when a gunshot rings out. Wondering who it could be, Tiger Strong is amazed that anyone else is still alive. From this, he concludes that ordinary people can manage to survive by chance, even without any contact with the awakened. Tiger Strong rushes forward, knowing he has to try and save the survivors. Another thought crosses my mind, but given what I just witnessed, I'd rather keep it to myself. Realizing he was too late, Tiger Strong felt a pang of guilt, and the weight of it grew heavier when he looked at the photograph. He stares down at the young man, paying his respects in solemn silence. Then he steps closer and mutters that even though it won't change anything now, he'll still do it. After keeping watch over the deceased for a moment, Tiger Strong thanks him for his bravery. Leaving the cabin, he casts one final glance at the young man's body. Then, looking up, he lets an inevitable, grim thought take root. Tiger Strong knows this will become a common sight once the apocalypse truly hits. He realizes that he too might eventually have to take a life just to survive. Spotting a figure out at sea, Tiger Strong assumes someone else is just as obsessed with hunting for loot. Yet as they draw closer, neither acknowledges the other, acting as if they're completely alone. Even when passing each other, neither turns his head. It's as if their grim reality is understood, making them just two passing strangers. Tiger Strong doesn't see anything wrong with that. In fact, he actually prefers it this way. He sees no point in pretending he isn't a hypocrite himself. At dawn the next day, Tiger Strong decides he should still reach out to the emergency response headquarters. He started leaning toward this course of action after seeing the president's decisive measures when faced with proof of the zombie threat. Tiger Strong figures these people are on the exact same page as him. He wants to hand over irrefutable proof, along with every bit of intel he has gathered. When a task force operator answers, Tiger Strong tells him that he knows the exact timeline. The operator asks for permission to trace his number, but he brings up the goblin's bullet wound instead. This instantly shifts the tone of the people on the other end toward Tiger Strong. He starts to speak, but gets cut off. He warns them that any small talk right now is just a waste of breath. Without skipping a beat, he gives them the precise date and time, adding that a package will be delivered to them today. Tiger Strong hopes they put it to good use. As the call ends, he wishes the operator good luck. Tiger Strong later notes that the president's resolve was genuinely impressive. Checking social media, he sees a massive public reaction unfolding. However, since the info is coming from online forums, Tiger Strong takes its accuracy with a grain of salt. Military is urging citizens to hoard supplies and get back to their families immediately. They repeat their broadcast, telling everyone to halt all non-essential activity and shelter at home. Tiger Strong thinks this is the ideal response and almost regrets not tipping off the government sooner. It's frustrating enough to make you curse. If he'd known, he would have taken a gamble and handled things completely differently. But at the same time, he knows even that wouldn't have stopped the disaster entirely. Tiger Strong tells himself to never forget the vow he took that day. He reminds himself that he's no hero, just an ordinary guy trying to get by. By the third day, he finishes digging the trench, mapping out exactly how many more days his plan will take. Afterward, Tiger Strong organizes the tapes, sorting them into clear categories. While scouting the area with Dingo, he discovered that the sun apples had fully ripened in just a single month. This prompts him to check if the entire forest has been transformed into enchanted, fertile land. On the final day, his suspicions are raised when he notices 2 packets of sweet potato jam have vanished. Picking up a small object left nearby, Tiger Strong realizes it's a raisin. He scolds the pup, telling him that stealing is wrong, causing the little wolf to start whimpering. Judging by that reaction, Tiger Strong concludes the pup wasn't the culprit. Dingo barks back, which he takes as a subtle protest and a sign to look closer at the security footage. That makes sense to him, so Tiger Strong gets to work checking the feeds immediately. It pays off when he catches the culprits red-handed, or rather a whole squad of beetles squeezing through the doggy door all at once. Tiger Strong guesses the raisin was left behind as a makeshift payment for the jam. He is continuously amazed by what he's witnessing, becoming convinced that these beetles possess genuine intelligence. Tiger Strong is kicking himself for not catching this fascinating sight live with his own eyes. Still, his own security comes first, so he decides to lock up the doggy door for the time being. Remembering that his guests are arriving today, Tiger Strong opens up his interdimensional portal. After thanking everyone for coming, he notes that they all managed to arrive right on schedule despite the lockdown. Noticing an unfamiliar face, Tiger Strong asks about the stranger and learns he's the final member of their squad. Stuttering nervously as he greets them, the young man introduces himself as Wellbane. It turns out he's an awakened survivor, though he has barely any playtime in life on survival, and is currently an electrical engineering student. Tiger Strong introduces himself next as someone who hasn't awakened yet, and Wellbane says he's glad to meet the crew. Since time is ticking, he suggests everyone pool together whatever intel they've gathered. Tiger Strong turns to Smeshret to kick things off, but his friend looks a bit flustered. He explains that he was on the phone with his ex-wife when the line suddenly went completely dead. Panicked about his daughter, he immediately rushed over to check on them. They were fine, but on his way back, he witnessed something alarming. Soldiers were actively setting up heavy barricades right across the highway he was driving on. He managed to learn from them that residents near the petrochemical plant were being evacuated. Next up is Amelia Payer, and she says she only has one critical update. She found out a shelter was established in the city park, but other than that, the doctor has just been staying with her group. Smeshret can't believe his ears, but Amelia Payer insists she witnessed it all firsthand. Anna mentions that she and Wellbane overheard a rumor while they were out at the store. Apparently, several high-ranking officials have openly protested the president's arrest. Nodding that he's following along, Tiger Strong thinks to himself that the situation is actually developing better than he expected. He starts laying out why it makes sense to brief each person individually. To get people to truly understand, you need to provide them with the right facts and arguments. If Tiger Strong had just come clean about being an apocalypse veteran, convincing them would be a breeze, but that comes with its own risks. Telling the crew to hear him out calmly, he suggests that the president is aiming for a controlled apocalypse. No one gets what that means, so Tiger Strong starts breaking it down, beginning with the logic behind the strange lockdowns. Pointing out the sudden freezing of government agencies, he poses a question. Why would the authorities need that kind of window? Wellbane lets out a stressed whimper during the silence, and Amelia Payer mutters that the end is near. She elaborates on the grim reality, and Tiger Strong nods along with her assessment. Wellbane jumps out of his chair, panicking about his family, but the veteran firmly tells everyone to stay focused. He warns them that what he's about to say sounds brutal, but right now, survival has to come before family. Tiger Strong urges the group to keep one critical fact in mind. Any single one of them could turn into a zombie at a moment's notice and not even see tomorrow. Once the room settles down, Tiger Strong says he's going to get straight to the point. He reveals that the real purpose of calling them together is to hand over an essential training guide. Smeshret asks how he could possibly know all this, and he claims he found the data on Tiger Strong's old archive logs. Tiger Strong apologizes to Anna for keeping it a secret, but she shrugs it off, admitting she hadn't been entirely honest with him either. He tells them they're free to use the intel however they see fit. But when it comes to the actual training regimen, he expects them to follow it down to the absolute letter. By the time the meeting wraps up and everyone heads out, it's already midnight. He knows for a fact that many survivors out there are completely unprepared for what's coming. Furthermore, he worries that his own selfishness, even if justified as a necessity, might eventually blow up in his face. Yet, despite knowing the risks, Tiger Strong maintains he has absolutely no regrets. Glancing out toward the horizon, he spots a streak of light tearing up into the night sky. Right after the first missile, a second and third shoot up, until 5 distinct trails trace into the sky. The moment they reach their peak altitude, Tiger Strong lets out a quiet curse. Watching the spectacle unfold through his binoculars, he asks himself an urgent question. He wonders if the collapse of the world truly is written in stone. On the very day designated for the cataclysm, the authorities abruptly lift all lockdown restrictions. By that hour, Tiger Strong had locked down his basic defenses, completing the reinforced glass, ballistic paneling, and heavy wooden door. Sticking to his extreme morning routine, he injects himself with a microdose of paralytic toxin. Directly after, he forces his body through a brutal workout to condition an immunity to the poison. To ensure he's fully operational, Tiger Strong suits up in the gear he meticulously laid out beforehand. And then, he sits down for a quiet, steady breakfast right alongside his loyal pet. With his tasks completed for the morning, Tiger Strong just counts down the minutes until 9 o'clock strikes. The second the systemic shift initiates, he awakens fully to the reality of it. Dingo perks up at a subtle cue, though the little wolf cub quickly pretends to keep dozing. Right on cue, President Thailand Stretch begins a nationwide broadcast to his citizens. Watching the feed, Tiger Strong finds the president's words to be incredibly gripping and powerful. It's hard for him to imagine anyone else managing to steer the course of an entire apocalypse. Shrugging it off, he mutters that there's no point overthinking it. Since he's stuck here, he'll just have to survive by any means. Tiger Strong tells himself that's exactly the mindset required of an apocalypse veteran. He has a 4-hour window before the zombie spores drop, which he spends raiding an agricultural supply warehouse. Simultaneously, he organizes the loadout he'll need following his run through the Iron Death training grounds. By the time Tiger Strong steps back into the real world, the streets have already devolved into an absolute hell on earth. Sensing the brutal competition, people are already tearing at each other's throats, ready to devour one another. A few have chosen to unleash their darkest impulses, figuring they have absolutely nothing left to lose. Opportunists roam around taking whatever they want, acting as if rules don't matter anymore, when death is guaranteed anyway. Amidst the chaos, cold-blooded killers emerged, taking lives without a shred of remorse. Silkrane speaks with absolute contempt of their victim, though his partner doesn't seem quite as ruthless. Stilson doesn't see an issue with the kill, rationalizing that the guy would have been dead weight anyway. Sensing eyes on him, he turns toward the observer and calls him a complete maniac. Stilson laughs it off, saying he's practically doing Tiger Strong a favor by putting him on the map. The veteran demands to know why they're throwing down an open declaration of war like this. First off, looking at the emergency pamphlet, Tiger Strong glances at the others, dryly amused by the government's sudden concern for civic welfare. He snatches up a flyer, reads where the designated shelter is, and remarks that it's completely out of his way. Tiger Strong notes that if decent people were the norm, even a world-ending event would be relatively manageable. Then again, he shrugs it off. Human nature is unpredictable, and everyone reacts differently. Mapping out the layout in his mind, Tiger Strong confirms he has memorized every single route. He realizes that once the airborne wave hits, it'll be too late if he hasn't swapped his watch for a magic metal alternative. Tiger Strong reassures himself that this isn't paranoia, it's just being incredibly thorough. At least he can take comfort in knowing he did everything within his power to prepare. It's exactly 1 p.m. now, right on schedule. 4 hours have slipped by since the initial spore release. With that, Tiger Strong knows the zombie spores have officially contaminated the country's atmosphere. Terrified, exhausted voices echo through the streets as people beg for rescue. The skeptics quickly face reality as the warnings about the outbreak prove devastatingly accurate. The walking dead begin filtering onto the asphalt, letting out eerie guttural sounds. Meanwhile, Tiger Strong, weaving past them on his motorcycle, looks slightly surprised. He notes to himself that there are far fewer ghouls roaming the open roads than he anticipated. This points to one specific explanation, which Tiger Strong decides to verify immediately. Most residents in the area chose to spend their final hours locked away inside with their families. Though Tiger Strong considers an alternative, perhaps, there's simply nobody left who hasn't already turned. Honestly, he realizes this actually works heavily in his favor for the time being. When it comes to hitting the pharmacy, this setup is way more optimal than he hoped. Tiger Strong knows that terrified random survivors would only get in his way during a raid. Another stroke of luck. the security shutters haven't been lowered, saving him the hassle of breaking through them. Shattering the glass with a clean strike, Tiger Strong slips inside without wasting a single second. Dropping his tool onto the floorboards, he conjures open his interdimensional pocket. He starts moving at an intense pace, knowing speed is everything right now. Tiger Strong remembers that it takes a specific window of time for the spores to fully manifest and turn a host. If he can clear the hardware store before that threshold, he can completely bypass any annoying fights. He spots a contaminated droplet landing nearby, while Dingo remains completely oblivious to the danger. The little wolf pup doesn't even have a chance to react before the stabilizing medicine takes effect. Glancing around, Tiger Strong notes that the pharmacy sweep is done and everything is going perfectly according to plan. He assumes he'll wrap up his run much faster than his initial timeline dictated. But as he advances, he realizes he miscalculated. Nothing in this world is ever that straightforward. Seeing the heavy-duty double locks makes him question whether the store owner was out of their mind. Luckily, Tiger Strong brought along a rotary cutter, just in case something like this popped up. The only downside is that the power tool makes a massive amount of noise. Tiger Strong notes that even if early-stage zombies have a weakened ability to track living targets, hearing distinct footsteps closing in behind him, he spins around to gauge the approaching threat. While Tiger Strong calculates the crowd size, he disregards their faulty tracking senses because every single one of those lovely zombies is shambling in a straight line right toward him. He reminds himself he already observed this behavior during the Russian ship cluster, so it's nothing new. Besides, fresh early-stage zombies who haven't fed or mutated yet are incredibly weak. There's absolutely zero reason for Tiger Strong to break a sweat. His combat stats are already vastly superior to what an untrained survivor would have at this point. He knows that even a complete amateur could systematically dismantle them by targeting their critical vitals. This assessment gives Tiger Strong a boost of confidence, easing his residual tension. The moment he engages, his theories are proven 100% correct. Cutting through these zombies is a walk in the park. The difficulty curve here is jokes compared to what he faced back in life on survival. As the points start rolling in, Tiger Strong realizes farming them is way more efficient now. The issue isn't the threat level, it's the sheer volume, which forces him to shift tactics. Tiger Strong recalls standard choke point mechanics, funneling the horde into a narrow alleyway to pick them off one by one. Unfortunately, his current position severely restricts his mobility. But Tiger Strong quickly improvises, remembering he has a portable blowtorch stashed in his pack. He decides to spark it up and incinerate the entire cluster in one fell swoop. Slipping past a clumsy lunge, Tiger Strong taunts his brainless opponents. "Since I used to feed trolls like you for breakfast, don't expect me to go easy on you guys now." As he lays into the crowd, Tiger Strong mutters that he didn't pull back out of fear. Yet the undead keep spilling out, blindly reaching for their target. Tiger Strong keeps up the casual commentary, telling the zombies they should try using their brains for once. He reminds them that he's the guy who logged over 5,500 hours in that garbage survival game, asking the brainless crowd a real question. Tiger Strong asks if they seriously expect him to fold against a mob that doesn't even know how to form an organized line. After clearing the room, he smirks and admits that was actually a solid warm-up. Tiger Strong tells them to consider this quick death their ultimate reward. Prepping his tool, he gets right down to business. Turning back to the stragglers, he promises to send them to the afterlife with a spectacular flash. After the intense skirmish, he sprints out of the store and heads straight for the neighborhood police precinct. To his dismay, the armory has already been cleaned out. Tiger Strong realizes he was a few steps too late. He doesn't have time to wallow in disappointment, though, as a nearby corpse catches his eye. If it weren't for the massive tactical backpack on the body, Tiger Strong would have walked right past it. Ironically, it contains the exact gear he was searching for. Tiger Strong can't believe his luck, silently thanking his stars for the windfall. With the new pack secured, he moves out toward his fourth designated farming location. He notes to himself that everything remains fully under control, minor hiccups aside. Tiger Strong leans heavily on the terrain mapping skill he looted from the hobgoblin, combined with his previously unlocked item perception buff. Thanks to that combination, Tiger Strong effortlessly slips away from the tailing zombies. Arriving at the motorcycle dealership, he isn't shocked to find it picked over. He knows desperate minds think alike. Tiger Strong decides to throw whatever leftover parts and supplies remain into his inventory space. Re-evaluating the perimeter conditions in the real world, he reaches a sensible conclusion. He takes a quick breath to cleanse his debuffs, muttering that maintaining the dimensional gateway is getting unstable. Once his stamina and breath recover, he exits the pocket dimension and steps back onto the streets. Tiger Strong looks around, debating where to farm next. Maybe the Swatchlands, what am I even saying? Before he can dwell on it, his train of thought is cut off by a few complete idiots showing up. Silkrane tells Tiger Strong he should have stayed hidden at home, reminding him he's an unawakened loser, and asks if he has any idea how long they've been hunting him. Easily dodging the sudden attack, a thought pops into Tiger Strong's mind. He wonders why these two are being so incredibly clingy, since they're bound to cross paths later anyway. Weighing his options, Tiger Strong triggers his interdimensional pocket. Silkrane orders Base to keep his eyes peeled for incoming zombies, and the thug nods. The blonde tells Tiger Strong to prepare to die, while the latter notes that since the official event tracking hasn't launched yet, the system won't flag him as a picker or murderer for this. That penalty metric isn't even active yet. Silkrane senses something is off the moment Tiger Strong's expression turns cold and calculating. As the blonde tries to track his target, he recalls that even with active tracking, a first offense only triggers a basic warning anyway. While Tiger Strong knows he can get away with it, a deeper question still weighs on him. A fleeting heavy thought crosses his mind. Is he truly prepared to kill another human being in cold blood? Humph. Silkrane is stunned to realize Tiger Strong is actually awakened, demanding he answer his questions directly. He demands to know why this trio is hyper-focused on him, only to find out it's over them losing the target they were aggressively pursuing. Tiger Strong has no clue what drama they're talking about and asks for clarification. Silkrane tells him to drop the playing dumb act. He snaps, claiming that Tiger Strong and Anna are clearly plotting something together behind his back. The veteran states he's giving Silkrane one final chance to walk away and settle his debt, making his terms perfectly clear. Tiger Strong warns the blonde to leave innocent people out of this, scoffing at the irony since the guy literally came here to loot the place anyway. Silkrane calls Tiger Strong a complete joke, barking that they're exactly the same. He looks down on people like them, dismissing them as selfish, short-sighted garbage. When the blonde's sudden lunge misses entirely, Tiger Strong's tone drops to a cold register. Slowly closing the distance, he tells the guy that he finally sees the truth in his words. Tiger Strong actually thanks Silkrane for helping cure his hesitation. The second his cold intent locks on, the arrogant blonde completely breaks and starts begging for mercy. Tiger Strong ends it cleanly, muttering that he was honestly just overthinking the whole moral dilemma. As the system pings with kill confirmation points, he reflects on the fact that he's fought hundreds of life or death matches before. Yet, he hadn't realized that crossing that line in the real world would leave such a distinct hollow aftertaste. Shaking off the feeling, Tiger Strong turns his gaze toward Bass, addressing him by his old nickname, Crying. In a mocking, condescending tone, he advises the thug that he should really learn to watch his step. The thug instantly realizes he's trapped, asking in a panicked voice if there's someone standing right behind him. As the thug shrieks and breaks down in agony, screaming for an escape, Tiger Strong delivers his final verdict on people like him. Those frantic screams end up being the thug's last words as Tiger Strong completes his train of thought. He firmly believes that opportunists like them are the absolute first who need to be weeded out in an apocalypse. The PK anti-assassin system was originally implemented 3 months post-launch to combat griefing and intentional trolling. But despite the dev team's good intentions, the initial rules were incredibly flawed. For instance, a player's first kill only triggered a soft warning because the studio was terrified of losing their player base. Repeat offenses put you on a watch list, and it took a third confirmed kill to finally get slapped with a permanent red name mark. The second kill usually just prompted a bypass investigation, meaning loops in the system still allowed players to get off scot-free. The core incentive for players turning into red name PKers was the massive point yields and stat farming. It also offered a direct method to systematically siphon your opponent's unique abilities. Following the patch launched a week before server closure, these high-tier mechanics became the main topic across community meta discussions. It was exactly what players needed to maximize their gains in an otherwise dry survival loop. However, it triggered a lethal drawback that forced killers into constant engagements: the death field mechanic. If 3 or more high aggro players clustered, a tracking boundary spell would automatically lock down the zone. Once trapped inside, they were forced into a literal battle royale, until only one stood. While that setup originally favored top-tier PKers, the drop in active concurrent players flipped the meta completely on its head. Tiger Strong focuses back on the present, checking for the familiar mechanics of a flagged killer. At the very least, he should feel the standard system pulse in his veins, but there's absolutely nothing. This confirms the global penalty system isn't active yet, since the tutorial phase hasn't officially launched. In plain terms, Tiger Strong has a free pass to eliminate threats with 0 system penalties for a few more hours. Standing up, he reminds himself this reality isn't just a game, dryly noting that he's probably losing his mind right along with the world. He tells himself to snap out of it, stop dwelling on useless philosophy, and stick to the blueprint. His core iron rule remains completely unshakable. You meet hostility with absolute, calculated retaliation. Tiger Strong considers how he'll handle things moving forward if he has to put down another threat. Covering his tracks as he rotates out, he commits fully to executing his strategy without a single slip-up. Tiger Strong pats himself on the back for routing his path through the heavy machinery and chemical warehouse. Though he's definitely not thrilled to find a massive cluster of zombies loitering around the entrance. Tiger Strong wonders how long these mindless herds are going to block the zone. He catches a dispute breaking out nearby, wondering which side is going to snap first. One group demands their rivals back off peacefully, but the others yell back about the wall of zombies flanking the exits. The leader barks at his rival, asking if he's too stupid to grasp basic reality. He tells him to watch his mouth before he puts a bolt through the brunette's skull, though she just spits back a sharp taunt. The guy leveling the crossbow sneers, telling them they picked the absolute wrong day to mess with him. He boasts that back in the capital his literal job was hunting small targets like them. An arrow suddenly takes him clean in the shoulder. He lets out a sharp yell before barking a question. He asks if that psycho has lost his mind, prompting his crew to draw weapons in a frantic response. The crossbow user shouts that the apocalypse means survival of the fittest, warning the opposing side to clear out unless they want a bolt between their eyes. Watching the trio retreat, the remaining squad starts talking mad trash about them. The crossbow leader smirks at their easy victory, but a sudden shout alerts his squad. The brunette calls out that she warned them about the horde outside, announcing she's leaving them a little parting gift as she shatters the storefront glass to draw the ghouls in. Hearing the shattering glass and immediate roars, the crossbowman instantly catches on to her lethal play. He screams at his crew to move faster, but the zombies flood in from an angle they completely failed to cover. Tiger Strong, watching the entire disaster unfold from the shadows, quietly enjoys the free entertainment. He musks that if that girl somehow survives the night, he definitely owes her a drink for the assist. He runs through his checklist, realizing he's hit every objective except for the military base and the residential blocks. Tiger Strong notes he has barely an hour left on the clock, meaning it's smarter to scratch the military base off his list for now. At the same time, heading straight back to his apartment feels like a waste of the remaining window. Locking down a decision, he turns his gaze toward Dingo. Deciding to switch up the workflow, Tiger Strong looks at the wolf pup and tells him it's game time. Here's a basic meta question. Where does the highest density of zombies spawn at the start of an outbreak? Tiger Strong knows the answer instantly. Any location with a massive concentration of fresh bait. That means major hypermarkets, places that any normal survivor should steer completely clear of. But Tiger Strong knows that veterans with thousands of hours under their belt view those hotspots differently. That's the dividing line between an amateur worrying about resource scarcity and a pro. He knows that with the right preparation, a high-density zone is just a golden opportunity to power level. It's the absolute best shortcut to hit level 10 before the formal tutorial ends, unlocking the cash shop ahead of everyone else. Yet as he finishes prepping the layout, the gravity of the real-world stakes presses on Tiger Strong slightly. He jokes to himself that pouring fuel over an already grease-soaked garage floor feels like a waste of resources. But evaluating his margins calmly, he realizes the overhead cost is completely negligible. Tiger Strong is confident this run will yield massive XP for Dingo, leaving them plenty of time for night training later. Looking down at the pup, he asks him if he's ready to execute the bait and switch they practiced. As Tiger Strong raises his hand to give the drop cue, Dingo locks his eyes onto his master. The second the command drops, the little wolf pup tears forward like a bullet. He streaks toward the center of the zone, completely focused on nailing his role and proving his worth. Sizing up the nearest cluster of ghouls, Dingo lets out a sharp, ringing bark to pull aggro. It works like a charm. The zombies instantly drop what they're doing, snapping their heads toward the audio cue. The whole mob lunges forward to trap the fast-moving blur, but they can't touch him. Weaving effortlessly through their clumsy lunges, The wolf pup maneuvers with insane agility around every obstacle. The horde is just swinging at air. Tiger Strong's pet is way too slick for them. The pup hits the final choke point with the massive wave breathing right down his neck. As Dingo clears the gap perfectly, Tiger Strong gives him a mental round of applause. Counting down the seconds to pull the trigger, he smiles at how majestic the little guy looks. Satisfied that the bait execution was absolutely flawless, he flicks open his lighter. The split second his wolf pup vanishes into the interdimensional pocket, Tiger Strong drops the flame onto the fuel line. The roaring wall of zombies stumbles for a fraction of a second as the flash catches. Tiger Strong grins as he finishes his thought, incredibly proud of his clever little partner. The garage erupts into a massive fireball, and pings flood his vision with level-up notifications and point rewards. Talk about an absolute jackpot. That XP yield was insane compared to vanilla grinding. With the perimeter secured, Tiger Strong scoops up 3 system core units along with some other essential hardware. He recalls the structural collapse limits from the game's physics engine. He opens up a pocket window right on the asphalt to set a clean anchor coordinate point. Ditching the motorcycle since it served its purpose, he phases back into his pocket zone. To keep himself completely insulated, he changes into non-metallic protective clothing. Next, he charts a path toward the local firing range, located about a kilometer out from his home base. Tiger Strong doubles-checks his insulated suit, making sure everything is sealed tightly against the elements. Finishing his gear adjustments, he chuckles at how ridiculous he looks with 0 metal parts on his person. Checking his countdown timer, Tiger Strong notes there are exactly 3 minutes left until the world event launches. Despite his extensive prep work, a strange wave of pre-event anxiety builds up in his chest. Tiger Strong reminds himself that the virus strain behaves like a highly virulent airborne agent. Weighing how regular people are completely blind to the environmental triggers, he draws another parallel to the game's mechanics. That's exactly why Tiger Strong positioned himself in this isolated training plot. Far from any urban structures and surrounded entirely by trees. He forces his breathing to slow down, telling himself there's no reason to panic. If his insulation gear takes structural damage, he can immediately fall back to minimize exposure. Tiger Strong reminds himself to tune out the noise and lock his focus onto his singular objective. Opening the pocket rift, he tells himself to stay completely dialed in. Right on the dot at 6 p.m., the second phase of the cataclysm hits Tiger Strong's region. Back in Life on Survival, this particular phase was feared as the Metal Plague. It was the specific environmental catastrophe that systematically dissolved human civilization's infrastructure. The entire grid went dark in the blink of an eye, and now, he's watching it happen live in reality. Tiger Strong tracks the unfolding devastation from his carefully chosen vantage point. Witnessing the sheer scale of the wipe, there's zero doubt that human progress has just been reset to the Stone Age. As he watches the systematic collapse, he takes comfort in knowing he built a layout designed to survive this exact wave. Even so, the visual impact is intense enough to make him halt mid-sentence and let out a heavy curse. A blast that massive means a local military outpost's main munitions magazine just went up in smoke. He cuts his analysis short, reminding himself that secondary explosions don't matter right now. His stored iron ball supply is his absolute highest priority. Seeing that his stash remains completely untouched by the plague, Tiger Strong finally lets out a long breath of relief. He instantly tightens his focus, checking his casual attitude before he gets careless. After all, it's way too early to assume he's completely out of the woods. Erroneous calculations could cost him everything, so he decisively seals the portal shut. Tiger Strong focuses on the immediate horizon, ready to execute his next survival phase. He's running through the numbers on his trek back to base when his pathing triggers a sudden event alert. Spotting the distinct familiar bugs from earlier, Tiger Strong admits this encounter throws a massive wrench in his expectations. He wonders why a whole squad returned when he thought dealing with one was already plenty. Noticing strange root nodes clamped in the beetle's mandibles, Tiger Strong tries to guess what their utility is. He briefly wonders if it's a peace offering, but the lead bug's aggressive gesture immediately kills that theory. Tiger Strong tosses out a casual trade offer, asking if they want to swap the roots for sweet potato jam, and the beetles click their mandibles in agreement. Addressing the beetles with a gruff tone, he mutters that he tried playing nice, but these little guys are getting pretty demanding. Instead of turning hostile, the bugs just bob up and down. Tiger Strong actually finds the behavior kind of endearing. After weighing the trade values, he lays down a formal business counteroffer to the tiny merchants. While he notes he's fully stocked on basic food supplies, Tiger Strong makes it clear he's hunting for rare, high-tier items. When the bugs fail to present anything interesting, he prepares to close the trade window. It's honestly a bit frustrating that they can't communicate verbally despite clearly having high intelligence scores. Tiger Strong gets caught completely off guard when the lead beetle suddenly shifts its positioning. He lets out a sharp gasp, slapping a hand over his mouth in absolute shock at what the bug does next. Tracking the crude pattern the beetle just traced in the dirt, he asks if they're offering to source high-grade ore for his jam. Absolutely thrilled, Tiger Strong reaches out to shake on the deal, but another system alert catches him by surprise. He pulls his hand back slightly with a dry laugh, asking the beetle if he's moving a bit too fast for a first meeting. He notes to himself that this dynamic is turning into a fascinating interaction. When the alpha beetle reaches out its leg to tap his hand, Tiger Strong is completely stunned. A sudden system notification flashes across his vision, revealing the alpha black beetle is requesting a formal contract pact. This confirms that high-intelligence tames can't just be captured like standard pets. They require a mutual agreement. Tiger Strong signs off on the prompt, figuring he has absolutely nothing to lose from the deal. The interface pings, confirming the entire black beetle swarm has been successfully added to his faction ledger. Tiger Strong's confusion vanishes as the squad immediately scatters to execute their first gathering order. He calls them back for a second, knowing they can't farm efficiently on an empty stomach. Tiger Strong cracks open a fresh tub of sweet potato jam, laying it out as a signing bonus for the contract pact. As the beetles chatter happily over the food, he smiles, telling them he's counting on them to deliver. Tiger Strong jokes that they better not take the food and run, because he expects a massive return on investment. Otherwise, he'll put the whole apocalypse on pause just to track them down to the ends of the earth. In standard game progression, the core phase usually kicks off under the cover of darkness. Calculating his remaining time, Tiger Strong realizes he still has a comfortable 2 or 3 hour window. He decides to skip his scheduled rest break and pushes forward with his layout tasks. Sizing up the gear that faction just deployed, Tiger Strong is genuinely impressed. He expected a much weaker loadout. Out of the entire cache, a specific high-tier ceramic knife catches his attention. Tiger Strong doesn't care whether they're out scouting for survivors or running logistics. His primary goal remains to thoroughly map out their base parameters. Finishing his sorting, he unpacks the core system unit along with the storage NAS unit. Setting up the hookups, Tiger Strong runs through his memories of the residential block where he originally sourced the hardware. Once he connects them to the docking station, the man begins scanning, and upon opening the folders, he discovers they are packed with multimedia files. When Tiger Strong finishes his search, he comes across something he never expected to see. The man is completely stunned to learn that Anna was a singer. Tiger Strong agrees that it would be surprising if someone with that look were just an ordinary city girl. And yet, he decides to permanently delete the incriminating evidence against the girl. Tiger Strong assumes that, looking back on the old days, Anna wouldn't want to keep those memories. With these thoughts and words about what he has seen, the man wraps up his search. Tiger Strong thinks it's a perfect time to check out the level 10 rewards. Upon opening the store, he notices that its interface is practically identical to the game's. The only difference is that, following the latest update, prices have skyrocketed. Tiger Strong selects 2 items he likes and calls out their numbers. Once they materialize, he concludes that everything is playing out exactly like in the game. Remembering a glitch that only works in the tutorial, Tiger Strong decides to exploit it if it hasn't been patched yet. After that, he checks the additional skills and realizes it is in fact a hotbar. As he lists the 5 slots in order, the man finds this new feature amazing. This means he no longer has to constantly lug around a bunch of junk, and at the same time, he won't need to stash weapons behind the portal beforehand anymore. After assigning all the items to the slots, Tiger Strong notices that this ability has incredible scalability. Turning to Dingo, the man tells him to keep a close eye on the house and guard it while he's away. Tiger Strong summons the interdimensional portal, announcing that it's time for him to head out. He steps into the portal, determined to complete this training. Emerging on the other side of the portal, Tiger Strong notices how pitch black his surroundings are. He recalls hoping that the moonlight and his own perception would be enough. But his expectations fall short, so Tiger Strong resorts to using one of his inventory slots. The man admits he had never seen anything like them in this world, which was why he wanted to save them. However, he sees no point in hoarding them now, since he could easily die just from being blind in the dark. As he eats the shade grapes, Tiger Strong notes their ability to temporarily enhance his night vision. The system alerts him to his actions and the resulting effects just as he begins to perceive them himself. Tiger Strong mutters that he could see everything perfectly now. Putting on his helmet, the man expresses his intention to find a safe spot for a while. Tiger Strong recalls that one of the defining traits of this survival world is its brutal, unforgiving hostility toward the player. This is evident in how the game rarely warns the player before an event begins. The tutorial is the only exception, where the sudden appearance of a moving wall of zombies marks the official start. Tiger Strong turns over the conditions that trigger the zombie onslaught in his mind. The first is stepping into the undead's line of sight. That is exactly when they spot you. The second trigger occurs when the player picks up a special training item. However, for this item to spawn, a series of specific conditions must be met first. To start, you have to stare at an empty spot at the exact coordinates for a set amount of time. When that happens, a tutorial-exclusive glitch can be triggered, but only if you grab the weapon a split second before it fully spawns. Tiger Strong concludes his thoughts with a smug smile, muttering that duping an item is incredibly easy. He thinks about a certain item from the game store that turned out to be a premium ebony club. He recalls that most of the other patch notes were far too vague to rely on. Hearing a commotion outside, Tiger Strong turns around and sees the monsters stirring. However, he tells them not to rush, since he couldn't escape them, even if he wanted to. Instead, he'll have to stare at their hideous faces until he feels sick to his stomach. Tiger Strong recalls that there are a few different ways to complete this training trial. The first option is straightforward. Just slaughter the zombies. Specifically, you have to keep going until you've completely wiped every single monster off the map. But there's an alternative if the player wants to avoid a total bloodbath. It involves forcing your way through the wall of living corpses. Even then, completely avoiding bloodshed is impossible. You're still going to have to get your hands dirty. Realizing the undead assault is too overwhelming, Tiger Strong quickly retreats. Desperate to find a solid foothold, the man curses under his breath. Tiger Strong begins to think he won't get off easy, but he tries to keep his cool, telling himself it doesn't matter. To feel more secure, the man reminds himself what exactly his strategy was. His plan was to locate the boss creature and completely crush it. To pull this off, he has to lose a mob of furious zombies, running relentlessly while reminding himself that he isn't just running aimlessly. Tiger Strong recalls that there is always a checkpoint hidden within the training zone. The moment the player reaches it, the boss will finally spawn. But Tiger Strong can't find it, and the effect of the shade grapes is already wearing off. He figures the checkpoint must be inside one of the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius of the starting point. Tiger Strong is absolutely certain that there shouldn't be a single zombie near that location, which is a far cry from the chaos currently surrounding him. Fortunately, luck seems to be on Tiger Strong's side, and he eventually spots the right building. The moment he slips inside, a system notification alerts him that the shade grape effect has expired. Tiger Strong takes a moment to catch his breath before the boss arrives. He wants to find out exactly which elite boss will spawn so he can properly prepare for it. Suddenly, the door to the roof bursts open and Tiger Strong freezes. However, his anxiety vanishes the moment a familiar voice calls out to him. Hearing Anna, Tiger Strong asks her about the guys from the gym crowd who supposedly survived. Then, he asks how she even managed to end up in a place like this. Defending herself, Anna protests that she didn't ignore his instructions at all. She explains that Merritt insisted they stick together, but then a swarm of zombies came rushing in. As Anna keeps making excuses, Tiger Strong is completely baffled by her inability to follow simple directions. Realizing she's going to be a major headache, he tells her to listen to him very carefully. Tiger Strong feels a bit guilty for continuing to pretend he hasn't awakened, but he keeps up the act anyway. When he mentions the boss creature to Anna, she immediately sees through his motives, but he fires back, claiming he's just in a tight spot. Tiger Strong makes a few sharp remarks about how someone else screwed up, leaving him to clean up the mess. He goes on to explain, referencing his meta-knowledge, that the zombie horde will disperse the moment the boss is taken down. Supposedly quoting his past self, Tiger Strong says that their lethargy will wear off and their aggro will reset. He notes that the trial will end if they just hide or run away right now. Anna asks Tiger Strong when this elite zombie will show up, and he tells her it could be any second. As if on cue, a crackling sound like radio static echoes nearby, and Tiger Strong points out that things are about to get real. Staring at the boss, Anna guesses that the strange lumps on its head look like antennas. The man lets out a thoughtful chuckle, as if asking about the weather. Tiger Strong casually asks her how she's holding up. Anna, confused, asks why he's suddenly bringing that up. Tiger Strong explains that he's heard zombies with those head growths have the ability to seal skills. Anna tenses up at this, pleading with a shaky voice for him to hold on as she tries to pull up her status window. But she's already too late. Anna tells Tiger Strong that he was right. Her system functions have been completely blocked. He asks if she still trusts him as much as she used to, and she gives him a firm nod. Tiger Strong then asks if she still has the items he transferred to her, and she confirms she does. Satisfied, the man instructs Anna to draw the zombies away from the rooftop. He heads out, announcing that he will handle the boss himself. In reality, Tiger Strong's internal monologue is a stark contrast to his dramatic exit. He silently wonders what his next move should be. After all, his own skills are jammed just like Anna's, which is the absolute worst-case scenario. But just as he begins to grumble, he reminds himself that this shouldn't come as a surprise. He recalls that the original game didn't have these extra system features, meaning there were never any monsters designed to block them either. Tiger Strong chides himself for getting careless, kicking himself for not putting his bow in the primary slot. He decides to test it out anyway, only to be shocked when the weapon materializes perfectly. He deduces that the hotbar function wasn't blocked because the elite zombie is actually a lower level than he is. Chalking it up to pure luck, Tiger Strong quickly summons the items from his second and third slots. However, there is a catch. If these boss zombies are low level, he can completely forget about stealing any decent skills. The drop rate would be abysmally low, meaning the effort wouldn't even be worth it. Tiger Strong realizes he can't afford to be picky, reminding himself that he isn't the only one here. Just as he decides to hold out for a better opportunity, a piercing shriek echoes from the rooftop. Anna is handling her distraction duty surprisingly well. Watching her move, Tiger Strong notes that she is putting up a remarkably solid effort. At the same time, he figures he has no right to complain about his own situation either. When the system notifies him that his strength has increased by 1, Tiger Strong mutters that gains are gains. To thank the zombie for its generous contribution, he decides to reward it with a swift, decisive execution. Tiger Strong's arrow flies with such lightning speed that the boss can't even track its trajectory. The projectile tears straight through the zombie's shoulder, forcing a desperate, ragged screech from its throat. Tiger Strong isn't satisfied with the shot, clicking his tongue in annoyance that the pitch-black darkness threw off his aim. Then again, he doesn't mind giving this elite zombie some special treatment, considering it's the first boss he's encountered in reality. With that in mind, Tiger Strong decides to finish the monster off up close and personal. Raising his newly duped club over the undead, he bids the creature goodbye and delivers a crushing blow to its skull, instantly shattering the skill ceiling effect. Tiger Strong only nets a meager 10 points for the kill, and just as he suspected, no skill points drop. Still, he doesn't lose hope entirely, curious to see what kind of loot dropped. It turns out to be a Louboutin bracelet, which grants a sweet +2 boost to perception. Strangely, there are 2 identical items on the ground, which leaves Tiger Strong completely puzzled. Recalling the system prompt, he realizes the second bracelet wasn't a boss drop, but a clear reward for completing the training trial. He figures the extra loot is due to updates made to the reward system. Tiger Strong hands one of the bracelets to Anna, saying, "Here, take this." She looks at him in complete surprise. The neighborhood hairdresser protests, feeling guilty about accepting it, since she barely did anything. But Tiger Strong insists, telling her that they only cleared the trial because of her distraction. With that settled, he suggests they head back to the gym together. On the way, Anna asks Tiger Strong what he thinks about the slight tilt of the building they passed. He nods, recalling that typically, buildings under 5 to 8 stories manage to stay structural. He advises that it's best to relocate, even if the structure isn't on the verge of collapsing this very second. After all, if a faulty foundation is causing that severe of a slant, the whole thing could come down at any moment. Anna promises to relay his warning to Smeshrit, and Tiger Strong suggests bringing up the lethal new mechanics at their next group meeting. Their conversation is cut short by a booming, familiar voice calling out that he knew they'd make it out alive. Anna and Tiger Strong are startled in unison as the gym owner steps forward. Sierra asks if the gym owner used to be a small kid, wondering what an older guy like him would even say to a girl. The man chimes in, asking her if the gym owner was really just a kid back then, and what an older guy would even say to her now. The man ushers Tiger Strong inside, saying he has a ton of catching up to do with his old friend. Later, Smeshrit asks if Tiger Strong really managed to defeat the skill-duping trial boss. The Apocalypse veteran plays it down, claiming it wasn't that big of a deal. He explains that he only managed to engage the boss because Anna successfully lured away the rest of the horde. Wellbane is visibly impressed, letting out a nervous chuckle and remarking that Tiger Strong is incredibly brave. Tiger Strong then asks if any of them received rewards for clearing their training, but they all shake their heads. Smeshrit adds that there wasn't even a checkpoint like the one Tiger Strong described. He asks if anyone received points for tasks other than just slaughtering monsters. Smeshrit mentions he got points for assisting Wellbane, which Wellbane quickly confirms. Piecing this data together, Tiger Strong concludes that the system awards points for breaking out of tight spots or assisting allies. Anna sums it up, noting that it seems much easier for non-combat awakened survivors to earn points now. Tiger Strong nods in agreement, and Smeshrit immediately turns his attention back to him. Smeshrit asks him straight up about his awakened ability, telling him not to dodge the question with some textbook answer. The Chintillish on Tembev Mawaz bid free. Azafar Shur Chi Elparapsa Tekin Durer, Tenisme Ten, Kidunaltsasht Passionati Wotri Rotruli, is of the speech without turned bias. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Our protagonist mulls this over, concluding that every single survivor has now awakened. Letting out a deep sigh, he thinks the whole situation is completely absurd. After all, if the rules can change this arbitrarily, then Tiger Strong's meta-knowledge is no longer absolute truth. Now he's curious about what Anna is planning, since she was the only one besides him to secure an item drop. Smeshrit is the first to come clean, revealing that his ability is a physical buff that spikes his strength and agility. Wellbane turns out to be a puppeteer type. By closing his eyes, he can perceive through and control his puppets remotely. Tiger Strong already knows Anna's ability, but he realizes that given the flow of the conversation, he'll have to share his own soon. Still, he hesitates to expose his actual broken ability to them. On one hand, being honest means he won't have to keep fabricating lies for his friends. But how they would react to the truth is an entirely different story. While he wrestles with his thoughts, Anna quietly addresses Smeshrit. Lost in thought, Tiger Strong pays little attention to whatever she is doing. He firmly believes that his true ability should only be revealed to people he trusts completely. Snapping back to reality, Tiger Strong speaks up and confesses that he has indeed awakened an ability as well. However, he fabricates a lie, claiming his power is simply attack prediction. Wellbane marvels at this, noting that such a trait would make him completely impossible to ambush. But Tiger Strong shakes his head, explaining that it's limited. He only sees the enemy's trajectory as a faint residual trail. He then quickly changes the subject, asking what the gym group plans to do moving forward. Smeshrit responds that his immediate focus is on raw survival and grinding levels. After that, he intends to hunt down those bastards from the hill village who tried to lay a hand on Anna. Tiger Strong is internally impressed by his resolve, glad that he had strategically leaked that information to Smeshrit beforehand. To Tiger Strong's surprise, Wellbane suddenly asks him what level he currently is. The young man, ignoring Anna's presence, brings up how the veteran managed to solo the trial boss. He reasons that with a predictive ability like that, Tiger Strong must have been racking up zombie kills from day one. Wellbane presses on, completely unaware that his prodding is striking a nerve with the veteran. But Smeshrit cuts him off, taking Tiger Strong's side and guessing that he's probably at level 4 at most. He turns to Anna for confirmation, and she nods along, adding that she's only managed to reach level 2 herself. They look to Tiger Strong for confirmation. He plays along and nods, immediately realizing what their little act is about. It's not hard to see why these two are covering for him so he won't feel uncomfortable. They even put the kid in a headlock to shut him up. Tiger Strong bids everyone good night, noting that it's getting late and he needs to head back. Before he leaves, Smeshrit, along with Ezrave and Dainzo, offers his friend some makeshift plastic binoculars crafted by Wellbane and some rations. Tiger Strong asks Smeshrit if he's absolutely sure about parting with the supplies, and his friend nods confidently. Tiger asks his friend if he ever explained why he and his wife split up, catching Smeshrit off guard with the sudden personal question. He recalls that Smeshrit used to avoid the topic out of sheer embarrassment, which Smeshrit readily admits. The big guy chuckles and confesses he was terrified of losing muscle mass. He explains that whenever they sat down for a meal, Smeshret was so worried his muscles would deflate that he would just toy with his food. Tired of the teasing, the gym owner decides to lay it all out straight for his friend. Smeshret notes that everyone has their own secrets, but adds that if Tiger Strong ever wants to talk, he's down to share his too. The veteran reflects on this on his way out, realizing that Smeshret and Anna have definitely picked up on the fact that he's hiding something. Keeping things casual, Smeshret starts saying his final goodbyes, but someone suddenly cuts him off. They talk about how he used to dominate back in the game, becoming a top-tier champion on day one. Yet here in reality, Smeshret has been humbled into an absolute novice. Tiger Strong tells his old friend to make damn sure he stays alive until their paths cross again. Then, without waiting for an answer, he turns and slips into the night, throwing back a final promise to check in on them periodically. Sometime later, Tiger Strong grumbles in sheer disbelief at the current situation. He can hardly believe that the blistering real-world heat has suddenly been replaced by snow in this instance. Unable to adapt to the jarring climate shift, he continues to complain out loud. Still, he's incredibly relieved he managed to haul all his supplies into the warehouse beforehand. Otherwise, he'd be in a massive bind. But then he stops to consider whether this freak weather is actually a bad thing. Even if it was an accident, the freezing weather completely reinforces his defense perimeter, meaning he won't have to worry about a goblin raid for at least a few days. The only real downside is that the rock-hard frozen ground makes digging his trench impossible for the time being. But Tiger Strong isn't one to sit idle, choosing instead to take stock of his inventory and map out his next moves. The core objective of Survival Life was exactly what it said on the tin: pure survival. At its foundation, that meant slaughtering endless waves of monsters to live another day. Players could equip a maximum of 5 items and host up to 10 active skills. Exceeding that limit meant your oldest skill would automatically get overwritten by the newest acquisition. To optimize builds, players had to meticulously theory-craft their loadouts. Looking back, Tiger Strong realizes that hardcap only applied to the code of the game. He is almost positive that in reality, things are going to operate under an entirely different set of rules. Tiger Strong assumes a major patch rolled out during his week-long absence, leaving him completely in the dark regarding the current meta. Mulling it over, he tries to calculate what his immediate strategy should be. Ultimately, Tiger Strong concludes that his core grind remains exactly the same. He still needs to hoard provisions, farm high-tier gear, and above all, survive. When you strip away the updates, it's the exact same survival routine. Tiger Strong maps out his short-term checklist for the forest, finish the trench, and handle the owlbear problem. Specifically, he needs to secure fireworks from the festival stash and monitor the movements of that group up in the hill village. Tiger Strong clutches his head as he recalls the overwhelming mountain of long-term objectives looming over him. The sheer volume of tasks is dizzying, so he forces himself to stop overthinking and take it one step at a time. Prioritizing his tasks, Tiger Strong decides to secure the fireworks first, though that mission will have to wait until nightfall. For now, preparation is key, which is exactly what he sets out to do. Somewhere deep in the city, Stilson's voice echoes out, throwing a scathing insult at one of his underlings. He mocks a squad member, jeering at him for not even knowing how to pry open a fuel canister correctly. The underling tries to stammer an excuse, but fortunately, a woman steps in to restrain the aggressive leader. She suggests that Stilson take a breather and have a drink, but he snaps back that he doesn't have time for that. He has a target to hunt. He is hell-bent on eliminating Tiger Strong immediately, assuming the man has also awakened an ability. Little does he know, the very target of his conversation is lurking just around the corner, taking in every word. Spotting a makeshift cocktail in the awakened woman's hand, Tiger Strong realizes they intend to burn his shelter to the ground. Knowing what a massive threat they pose to his future survival, he decides to show absolutely zero mercy. Stilson barks at his lackey to wrap it up quickly, but a voice suddenly cuts through the air. Stilson demands to know how Tiger Strong even got outside, to which he casually replies that he slipped through the back door. Hearing the mention of the fireworks, Stilson knits his brows, demanding to know why someone would mess with pyrotechnics at midnight. Tiger Strong explains that it's basic mechanics. Zombies are highly active during the day, but enter a dormant state at midnight. He adds that as long as you dodge the early morning spawns, you can navigate the streets completely unbothered. Stilson smirks, pointing out one critical clause. The player's level needs to be above 7 to pull that off. Since Stilson is level 5, he isn't too worried, and Tiger Strong feigns a look of pure admiration, complimenting his preparation. Then Tiger Strong drops a casual question, asking if Stillson ever considered that Silkrane's intel might be completely flawed. Stillson snaps, demanding to know what he means, but Tiger Strong simply retorts that it's none of his business. He calmly adds that thanks to their little drop-in, his schedule has changed. He's decided to wipe out Stillson's entire hideout right here and now. Furious, Stillson roars, asking if Tiger Strong has lost his absolute mind, and commands his thugs to slaughter the crazy bastard immediately. Right at that moment, the ground beneath them begins to violently tremor, and a horrifying roar echoes from behind. The awakened girl shrieks the moment she catches sight of the massive monster, crying out in terror. Stillson notices that Tiger Strong has already turned on his heel and has bolted away, screaming after him in rage. He barks orders to hunt down the veteran immediately, and a sycophantic henchman sprints forward, eager to score points with the boss. The thug remembers how everyone used to look down on him because his combat skill was garbage. He reasons that if he manages to bag Tiger Strong right now, Stillson will finally respect him. But before he can finish shouting his thoughts out loud, a heavy, invisible impact cuts him short. His crew watches him hit the dirt, completely bewildered, since there was absolutely nothing in front of him to trip over. Stillson lets out a harsh curse as he barrels past them, while the girl skids to a halt to check on her downed comrade. Glancing backward, Tiger Strong silently enjoys the chaos, wondering how they'll handle the unexpected trap. Realizing the monster is closing in, the girl abandons her downed ally and flees for her life. They scatter to split the aggro, but the awakened woman runs straight into a creeping monstrosity, screaming frantically for Stillson to save her. Unfortunately, her plea comes too late. The creature detonates violently, a hallmark mechanic of its species. Blasted backward by the shockwave, Stillson hits the ground cursing, screaming at the top of his lungs about what kind of nightmare this is. The horrifying apex predator closes the gap in a single, massive leap, leaving Stillson desperately trying to figure out where his flawless strategy fell apart. Unleashing a desperate counterattack, Stillson roars at the beast, asking if it truly thinks he'll go down that easily. But the high-level monster is far too agile. It ducks his strike with effortless grace. As a row of razor-sharp fangs flashes right before his eyes, Stillson's resolve completely shatters, realizing it's over. And those turn out to be the final words the arrogant player ever utters. Watching from the shadows, Tiger Strong mentally thanks Stillson for doing the heavy lifting, readying his bow to claim the kill credit with a well-timed finishing shot. But the elite monster isn't that easy to bring down. It merely flinches as the arrow hits its mark. Tiger Strong pumps a few more rounds into the beast, noting with a frown that its health bar is tanking slower than he anticipated. Still, the damage is racking up, so he commits to kiting and shooting until it finally drops dead. The beast finally collapses, but Tiger Strong finds very little satisfaction in the grim spectacle. After all, whether you pull the trigger yourself or engineer a monster to do it for you, blood is still blood. That's just how the law works in a world like this. Stillson brought this on himself anyway. Good riddance to him. Tiger Strong silently tells the dead man not to hold a grudge. He reasons that trash naturally attracts trash, and that's exactly why he met his end. With that mess taken care of, morning routines on the farm resume is normal, and Tiger Strong takes some time to raid Stillson's abandoned hideout. The loot inside isn't exactly groundbreaking, but there are definitely a few choice items that could net a handsome profit at the auction house. After checking his map, Tiger Strong heads out to search for the hidden firework bundles. Inspecting them, he is thoroughly impressed by the quality of the high-grade explosive powder. Bringing Dingo along turned out to be an absolute lifesaver. Thanks to the wolf pup's heightened senses, Tiger Strong easily steers clear of high-level roaming monsters. On top of that, he manages to pick off a significant number of dormant zombies along the route. This passive farming causes his level to skyrocket, flooding his interface with bonus stat points. Tiger Strong grins at the extra system rewards, just as Dingo lets out a low-alert whine. However, the smooth sailing doesn't last, and Tiger Strong runs into a major roadblock on his path. The apocalyptic farmer wraps up his night shift around 7 a.m., mentally logging the massive success of the raid. Tiger Strong mutters to himself about how well the excursion went, despite the sudden complications. After all, hauling heavy crates back and forth across dimensions is a major physical chore. Glancing back through the portal, he realizes that the freezing winter storm is going to make subsequent runs a complete nightmare. He notes that with all these fireworks stored inside, a single stray spark would blow his entire shelter sky high. Carefully stowing them away is his absolute priority as he recalibrates his schedule for the coming days. A series of ominous howling sounds echoes from outside, causing Tiger Strong to let out a sharp curse. Peering outside at the street, he mutters a rhetorical question, completely stunned by the sheer violence of the freak storm. While a massive typhoon ravages the real world for the next 2 days, Tiger Strong remains completely cooped up, focusing his energy on drafting his trench layout. He logically concludes that doing actual physical labor outside is far too risky until the cold snap passes. Another full day passes with him drafting schematics and biding his time. Looking over the finalized blueprints and the amount of dirt he'll have to move, he groans, swearing he's never doing manual labor at this scale again. By the time he finishes the major structural work on the trench, luck favors Tiger Strong as the weather finally starts to warm up. With the sudden thaw, the massive walls of ice that nature had stacked up over the past few days begin to melt away. Tiger Strong lets out a massive sigh of relief as the brutal climate finally shifts back to something manageable. Cracking open a portal to check on the real world, he remarks that it would be foolish to complain about his setup. After all, other awakened survivors caught out in that typhoon are probably struggling just to take a single step outside. This realization prompts Tiger Strong to decide it's officially time to initiate the next phase of his master plan. With Dingo at his side and a loaded firearm resting in his hands, he heads deep into the forest to scout the layout. Tiger Strong smiles, thinking that having a firearm at this stage is an absolute cheat code in survival life. And the reasoning behind that is incredibly simple. Firearms are strictly hard-locked for late-game advanced players. From what he remembers of the original timeline, players only unlocked access to guns way after the initial outbreak. Keeping his eyes locked on a distant target, he continues to map out the mechanical implications. In the base game, high-tier weapons could only be acquired through hours of mind-numbing mob farming, which was absolute madness. Tiger Strong gives a mental nod of appreciation to Dingo, who has been instrumental in sniffing out the safest path forward. He also notes that his own awareness stat has spiked significantly thanks to his equipped bracelet. In system terms, this means Tiger Strong's wilderness pathfinding skill has officially leveled up to rank 2. Because of this, the massive owlbear roaming ahead doesn't have a single clue that he's even there, which is an incredible advantage. He runs a quick mental count, noting he has exactly 15 rounds left in his magazine. He has to make every shot count to bring down an elite owlbear, an entity significantly tougher than a standard zone guardian. Tiger Strong knows for a fact that even with full damage pristine rounds, he'll need to land at least 7 clean vital hits. At the same time, he warns himself that ammo replication is out of the question right now. There's nowhere to restock, which means in this realistic simulation, he needs to execute his shots with maximum resource efficiency. Squeezing the trigger despite the inherent risks, his opening shot lands flawlessly. However, this doesn't kill the owlbear, and the creature, slowly turning around, begins to growl ominously. At a certain point, its movements become more abrupt, but the animal fails to detect its attacker. Mushroom, Tiger shoots an owlbear and asks him where he's looking. After all, the monster's gaze is actually directed in a different direction from the man's location. When they sense it, they base here and stock up. Then they equip themselves with the belt they need to kill the owlbear. But Tiger doesn't give him time to orientate, launching another projectile after the previous one. As he approaches the beast, the man begins to speak, expressing his joy at having achieved what he desired. After all, initially he wanted them to be on the same level, and staring into those bloodshot eyes, Tiger invites his opponent to begin his game. When he again addresses the owl, he does not mince words when provoking the creature. And this provocation proves to be quite a success, as he pounces on the braggart with a wild roar. Tiger, keeping his composure, invokes 2 object spaces, the first and the second, and the next instant, what he had just prepared for this occasion appears in his hands. The man does not hesitate and lights the fireworks on the first try with a clever and sure move, and then, calculating the distance, launches his improvised projectile precisely at the enemy. The owlbear does not sit still, forcing Tiger to use some means of protection. But the punch never comes because his opponent is distracted by the fireworks that are already going off. At that point, Tiger leaps backwards to avoid being caught if the owl starts flapping its claws. Seeing that his plan had worked perfectly, the man expresses his joy and mocks the monster. And then, jumping almost immediately to save time, Tiger opens the 4th box and, holding his weapon more comfortably, says it's time to end his game. Tiger adds to his words that the owlbear should leave the valley. The creature's furious, painful scream continues until it abruptly ends. After reading all the reward notifications sent to him by the system, Tiger calls the 4th place and in, then reads the description of the new silent movement skill, whose capabilities match its name. Tiger is not impressed by this ability or its effect, considering them weak. The man estimates that the claws of the owl bear will be in great demand as weapons, and to throw himself on a bridge, even if the south is lucky in which it grows or in which it shakes. So since he's there, Tiger decides to make the best of the situation. Later, as he enjoyed a delicious meal, the man grinned with satisfaction, considering that such a life was luxurious. Dingo begs his owner for another fish, and Tiger is surprised because the wolf cub has already eaten 5. And yet the man can't resist his pet even if he calls her a glutton. On the other hand, Tiger doesn't mind Dingo growing up so he can work with him as a team. Looking at the puppy with another glance, the man suddenly realizes that he has really grown up. Once the wolf cub has eaten his fill, Tiger reminds him it's time to move on. Since the man has already reached level 15, he decides to take a look at what has been opened to him, the auction. When Tiger sees the 10% commission information, he is amazed because in the game it was half. The man says he considers this a brazen robbery and takes everything. Deciding to go through the list of items, Tiger realizes that someone has already put everything up for sale. The man struggles to calm down, remembering that players could change not only their gender, but also their voice. And also the fact that the nicknames of the users were only visible in the general chat. It was obvious that it was impossible to find out anything about a player unless he revealed it himself. Tiger believes the problem is that the more experienced the players are, the less they follow the developers' plans. While reading the messages in the chat, the man came up with an interesting idea. Tiger is the first to greet, and when asked who she is, she introduces herself as the Rabbit Princess. Because of this, the man mentally assumes that this person has the same character in reality. So, Tiger introduces himself as the lover of the role, but the person on the other side of the screen takes a long time to respond. The man takes mental note of this fact and suggests that the Rabbit Princess might suspect something. Then Tiger's interlocutor burst out laughing, saying that he had believed in him and had waited a long time. The princess assumes the lover is with the president, but he denies it, saying he is alone. After this, they talk about who leaked the information to the government, and a mutual understanding arises between them. They discuss peculiarities, and the princess suggests revealing them to her interlocutor, who is surprised. The princess replies gently, saying that he is willing to do so because they will continue to act together. Tiger is stunned. The interlocutor tells the man that his trait is resurrection as long as he has points. The princess is currently at level 17 and her trait grants her resistance to physical damage, the elements, and a series of special attacks. The man asks Tiger to tell him something about himself, but he still doesn't feel comfortable. The princess says he searched the entire area to find the object he had left and allows her to take it for only 10 points. Tiger is even more confused. He doesn't understand how someone can offer so much value at such a low price. But the princess suggests simply accepting it since he decided to show sincerity to be believed. Tiger can't help but remember how he met this man at the beginning of the game. And in all that time, these two have been through a lot. Tiger remembers that of all the veterans, they were especially close. Yet despite this, the man did not expect such kindness from that person. But Tiger accepts, mentally thanking his old friend for this generous gesture. And she returns the favor by putting her lands up for sale, remembering the princess' tastes. The latter nods his head, amazed that monsters have already appeared in Tiger City, but he replies. He says this is related to his personality and asks that it also be considered a sign of trust. Tiger doesn't mind the princess coming to his city for him and constantly communicating with him. But there is one caveat. A man asks his partner to dress up when they meet in person so as not to attract attention. The princess comments that it's okay for him to run around naked while he's alone, and at Tiger's heartbreaking sigh, she bids him farewell. And then, after finishing the conversation with his former teammate, he eats normally for the first time in a long time. After this, the typhoon calms down and the rabbit princess doesn't know whether to consider it all a mere coincidence. After all, at that precise moment, the man's room begins to be flooded with bright sunlight, and the rabbit princess can't find words to describe it better than divine revelation. Although there is another theory that claims that his best friend, by becoming the last survivor of the game, eventually acquired divinity. But regardless of any of these options, Stonebane decides not to delay. The surge of strength from the hope blooming in his heart allows him to become even more reckless. After all, he is determined to meet his friend at any cost now, because after all this time, he has brought warmth back to Stonebane. However, a major obstacle stood in the way of the excited man. At one point, Stonebane is perplexed to realize that the building next to him looks entirely too familiar. The problem with him was that his sense of direction was utterly terrible. 3 days pass after the typhoon finally subsides. Meanwhile, the gym group is slowly adjusting to life in the apocalypse. After reaching level 5, Wellbane can now send his inventions much further than before. In Courtleaf, I cast the Steed's Dust in Seaclaw, Kink DB Tuger Poobashes, I'd earn a Castle Cross, Baudet's a Shunifashtra, Dash Taekwondo, Siwad from Olukidikeyish, Genflar. I was born in the village of Kink DB, in the village of Kink DB, in the village of Kink DB. And now Merit and Violet are a couple. I'm not going to let you go. Upon receiving these notes, Tiger Strong helps the children grow by allocating previously prepared stat points. In these areas, the land could be farmed without any health risks, and he continues to do just that. Tiger Strong didn't abandon his old sorceress, Stonebane, either, and kept in touch with her. True, she replied very slowly, and Tiger Strong could only guess what she had been up to all this time. Tiger Strong discovered that after level 15, the required experience actually doubles, a phenomenon known as hellish leveling. He notes that while stat points and levels aren't directly linked, there is a rough correlation between them. He calculates that he needs to kill about 100 zombies to reach level 16. Tiger Strong figured that if he focused entirely on hunting, it would be possible. However, he has too many other concerns to focus on that right now. 2 hours later, Tiger Strong can't believe what he has just learned. With a mithril knife in hand, he turns to them to ask a clarifying question. Tiger Strong can't believe that the insects crafted the item themselves. But it's true, he watches as the little creatures burst in to deliver the rare mineral they promised him. However, the insect leader can't comprehend how the beetles managed such a feat and is utterly outraged. Tiger Strong begins to understand them little by little and asks for clarification, implying he just needs to give them a chance, which the beetle confirms. He agrees and offers the insects a chance to craft something out of the coin he hands over to them. Unfazed, the beetle leader accepts the item and begins working right then and there. After a while, the coin begins to morph into various shapes, and despite being a bit exhausted, the beetle finally shows its partner the finished product. Tiger Strong can hardly believe his eyes, amazed that the insect actually succeeded. However, he wonders why the mithril knife turned out so crooked if the beetles are capable of sharpening things with such precision. Something changes in the little creatures, leading Tiger Strong to assume they're crying, but he keeps his composure and asks the beetles to draw everything clearly, letting them know he's willing to listen. Following Tiger Strong's advice, the insects immediately begin drawing their story on the blackboard. Looking at the drawing, he concludes that goblins were constantly beating them, which severely impacted the quality of their craftsmanship. Tiger Strong asks exactly where those ruthless creatures live, and the insect leader points it out. As the insect points to the marked area, he double-checks the situation to eliminate any doubt. Receiving an affirmative nod, Tiger Strong promises to clear out the den soon, leaving the beetle in awe. He confirms his plan, but asks the insects to pitch in as well. The beetle nods, and realizing they are on the same page, Tiger Strong clarifies the final details of their agreement. He instructs the beetles to take the order immediately, promising that the reward will be well worth their effort. Satisfied with the perfect arrangement, Tiger Strong suggests they continue maintaining a friendly relationship. After unexpectedly discovering the beetle's potential, he resumes his usual farming routine alongside Dingo. While fighting off zombies, Tiger Strong notices that the monsters have grown significantly stronger than they were at the start of the game. However, this doesn't stop him from achieving his goals, it only makes him stronger. He moves with immense confidence, completely unafraid of being spotted or ambushed by the undead. Tiger Strong bashes the zombies with an ebony club until the weapon completely breaks down from wear. Still, he isn't bothered at all, since the item had served its purpose well. At one point, a zombie gets uncomfortably close, but Tiger Strong notices just in time. His high perception stat and steady growth do their job, sharpening his instincts further with each passing moment. After clearing the area and slaying the zombies purely on instinct, Tiger Strong heads toward his destination, Eden Villa. The moment he arrives, he can't help but marvel at the sight. Tiger Strong remarks on how luxurious the place looks, and Dingo barks in agreement. He admits that under normal circumstances, he never would have set foot in a place like this. He suddenly wonders if Emilia Payer is still alive, and Tiger Strong evaluates the possibility. Looking down at her business card, he figures it's highly likely considering even unawakened citizens manage to survive. He also recalls that anyone who has been in close contact with players is immune to the spores. That's exactly why Tiger Strong isn't too worried. Emilia Payer had shaken his hand before everything went down. What concerns him much more is the location of the villa. After all, it's right next to the golf club where Ruler's Way has a bunker. Since the government shelter is nearby, Tiger Strong motions for Dingo to hop onto his back as he mulls things over. He considers the area an ideal gathering spot for survivors. In other words, it also creates the perfect environment for a sudden ambush. Tiger Strong grips firmly, finds his footing, and pulls himself up with a weary exhale. He notes that an ordinary person would have been completely exhausted just from the climb up here. Still, the rope left hanging like that gives him pause. Tiger Strong assumes the rope is Emilia Payer's doing and tries to recall her apartment number. When he politely knocks on the door, an annoyed voice rings out from the other side. Emilia Payer calls out, reminding him that she clearly said she would meet at the agreed time. She adds that it's not safe to come see her anyway, as there's a killer on the loose nearby. However, upon opening the door and seeing Tiger Strong, Emilia Payer looks utterly confused, while he offers a nervous chuckle and says he's glad to see her. She asks why he's here, and he reminds her of their prior agreement regarding the trade. Emilia Payer confirms she remembers, but notes that Tiger Strong doesn't exactly look perfectly fine either. Tiger Strong is far more interested in learning about this killer she mentioned, so she invites him inside. However, Emilia Payer immediately warns him that this is going to be a long conversation. The moment Tiger Strong and Dingo settle in, she starts talking a mile a minute. She speaks so quickly that he couldn't get a word in edgewise even if he tried. Even so, it allows Tiger Strong to piece together a mental map of the situation as Emilia Payer talks. Essentially, 3 factions are occupying separate zones surrounding the temporary shelter. One of them, known as Team S, consists of at least 10 people. Out of nowhere, their leader suggested opening the shelter to gather and ration out the supplies. However, the other 2 factions weren't on board with those terms. The moment they refused, the killer appeared. Tiger Strong deduces that the leader of Team S must be Ruler's Way, and the killer is likely one of his puppets. The only reason he bothered to negotiate in the first place is probably because his ability has a strict limitation or condition. Tiger Strong feels compelled to play dumb in front of Emilia Payer, not wanting to drag her into this mess. He asks why the killer targeted them, and she clarifies that it's all just speculation on her part. Emilia Payer explains that members of her team and Team B were murdered, yet Team S didn't lose a single soul. She can't wrap her head around why they would do it. Why force the shelter open now when it's scheduled to open soon anyway? Tiger Strong asks about Emilia Payer's skill, which she describes as a basic healing ability that only works on minor injuries. He remarks that she must know how grueling hunting is for support classes, and she completely agrees. While she earns points for providing medical aid, her level doesn't increase, which gives him pause. Tiger Strong begins to broach the subject carefully, suggesting that Team S's leader isn't a combat-oriented player. This implies he needs an influx of resources to craft mass destruction weapons to power level quickly. Emilia Payer finds the theory highly plausible, making the motive to force open the bunker make perfect sense. Tiger Strong keeps dropping hints, steering the conversation toward the burden of leading an entire faction. He notes that managing people is a massive headache, and Emilia Payer nods along in agreement. Tiger Strong assumes she has an upcoming meeting with her team, which she confirms. He asks if they plan to focus on farming, but Emilia Payer scoffs, predicting that they'll probably just use the meeting to confess their feelings to her instead. When Tiger Strong looks taken aback, she admits with a sigh that her team is full of complete idiots. After all, out of all primary instincts, those meatheads only seem to have their libido active. Amused and bewildered, Tiger Strong acknowledges that it sounds like a mess, but Emilia Payer brushes it off. He quickly adds that deep down, they aren't actually bad guys. Emilia Payer asks about his next move, and Tiger Strong replies that he intends to scout out the situation at the bunker first. She reminds him that Team S is currently stationed there, expressing her concern, and warns him to be extremely careful. Tiger Strong reassures her that he won't make any reckless moves and will simply observe from the shadows. And despite the bizarre circumstances, Emilia Payer continues to push through the heavy atmosphere. Understanding his resourcefulness, she correctly guesses that Tiger Strong has already set up his own shop. He confirms her suspicion and tells Amelia Pear not to lose sleep over his safety. He then promises to repay his medical debt with interest once everything settles down. After she returns to her shelter, Ruler Zwei shows up elsewhere, complaining about having to deal with these annoying troublemakers. Many of his subordinates are left completely speechless. One of them relays the information directly. They inform him that around 3 p.m., the assassin successfully eliminated another member of Team B. They confirm that the survivors were carrying decent supplies, meaning the sector cleanup will be wrapped up shortly. Ruler Zwei inquires about Team A's status, only to learn that they are still laying low and keeping quiet. He decides that another one of them needs to be taken out, and his subordinate quickly nods in agreement. The underling adds that since the group members move individually, it's impossible to track all of them at once. For instance, a girl was recently spotted leaving her residence and heading straight toward Eden Plaza. Ruler Zwei orders the assassin to be dispatched to that location, then follows up with another question. He asks if they managed to locate that specific man, but his men reply that they haven't been able to identify him yet. Fearing his wrath, the underling expresses deep regret, while Ruler Zwei internally curses at the disappointing news. He's certain he knows which city the bastard is hiding in, just not his exact coordinates. Regardless, Ruler Zwei knows he needs to hunt down that rat as soon as possible, especially now that he's realized his ability has a fatal flaw, confirming Tiger Strong's theories. He doesn't gain any stat points or experience when his pawns do the killing. He is terrified of the mere thought of being cornered by some monster with paralyzing poison. Worse yet, if he fails to hit level 15 before the deadline, the other high-ranking players will mock him ruthlessly. Mulling this over, Ruler Zwei curses inwardly just as someone approaches him. They have brought a fresh batch of zombies, announcing that his request has been fulfilled. He praises those who cater to his whims and proceeds with the next phase of his plan. Maintaining his composed public persona, Ruler Zwei slowly walks toward the corralled horde of zombies. Looking at the bottle of flammable liquid in his hand, his men ease up slightly, watching intently. But the quiet doesn't last, as the air is instantly shattered by a frantic explosion and roar. With that, Ruler Zwei's level shoots up to 9, earning him 40 stat points. This means he's still 6 levels away from his target, prompting him to speak up. Turning to his subordinates, Ruler Zwei announces that they have only 3 tasks moving forward. First, they must locate the hidden locking mechanism for the temporary shelter. Second, his lackeys are to continue capturing and rounding up zombies for him to slaughter. And finally, their third mission is to uncover the identity of the mysterious unknown player. Finishing his speech, Ruler Zwei barks to ask if they understood, and they respond with a resounding salute. Tiger Strong finds his behavior highly amusing, noting that the guy is clearly on edge. Pulling up his face mask, the veteran mutters that Ruler Zwei shouldn't be so impatient, silently vowing to protect Amelia Pear at all costs. Meanwhile, in a different area, a guy falls to his knees right in front of the same girl. Holding out a flower, he emotionally begs Amelia Pear to be his girlfriend. She incredulously asks if he really thinks an active apocalypse is the best time for a confession, acting as if he hasn't heard a thing about the killer. The guy frantically claims that he used his tracking skill all the way here to ensure they were safe. Amelia Pear remains completely unimpressed, pointing out that one of their teammates trusted his own skills, went out alone, and ended up dead anyway. The guy desperately reassures her that she can absolutely count on him this time. Amelia Pear lets out a heavy sigh, explaining that his blind confidence is exactly what worries her since nothing is guaranteed. He doubles down, insisting that if she just gives him a chance, he'll prove himself to be the perfect man for her. Amelia Pear tries to cut him off, stating she doesn't want to hear another word, but he refuses to take no for an answer. He begs her to calm down and give him just one last shot, but suddenly freezes mid-sentence. The guy mutters that his heart is racing in a strange way, and Amelia Pear instantly realizes what that symptom means. She realizes his tracking radar or intuition was dead wrong yet again. Amelia Pear asserts that they need to evacuate immediately, but he grabs her arm to stop her. Desperately forcing his detection skill to activate, he begs her to give him a second to pinpoint the killer. The skill pings, and he pales, telling Amelia Pear that the assassin is standing right in front of them. She snaps that his calculations are always completely useless, while he stammers out a pathetic apology. Trying to find a silver lining, Amelia Pear notes that they've at least uncovered a vital clue. The killer's uniform is identical to the ones worn by Team S. Meanwhile, the approaching figure mutters an incantation, activating a deadly zone barrier with his words. A massive dome constructs itself over them, leaving Amelia Pear and her companion frantically trying to figure out what it is. The guy panics and asks what they should do, and she commands him to run and find cover. When he whines that the assassin is too fast, Amelia Pear counters that within a deathmatch domain, the killer is bound by rules and cannot sprint. He timidly asks if hiding will actually save them, but she barks at him to shut up and get ready to fight. Amelia Pear holds on to the hope that if things go according to plan, a hidden ally might swoop in to save them. Clinging to that thread of hope, she tells her rejected suitor to just hold out until then. Suddenly, the assassin closes the distance, slicing through the air with a lethal, precise stroke. Amelia Pear miraculously manages to dodge the blow while simultaneously initiating her counter strategy. Pointing her flashlight directly into the eyes of the Stilson epidemic assassin, she switches it on full blast. The assassin roars in fury as the intense, blinding light burns his eyes. Amelia Pear cheers in excitement, hardly believing her improvised tactic actually worked. She starts to celebrate, noting that everything went exactly according to the instructions, but abruptly cuts herself off. Sprinting away from the killer, she tries to catch her breath but feels her lungs tightening. As she collapses to the ground, she realizes that against all odds, she hasn't lost consciousness yet. Coughing up blood, Amelia Pear berates herself for being so incredibly foolish and careless. She shouldn't have celebrated right in front of the enemy before ensuring he was completely incapacitated. Watching her suitor sprint away to save his own skin, Amelia Pear is internally relieved that she rejected his confession. As she watches him disappear into the distance, she can't help but think about how cruel and meaningless life is. Amelia Pear's mind floods with bitter regret at the prospect of dying in such a pathetic manner. But right then, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, asking why she's closing her eyes already. As Tiger Strong seamlessly dodges a lethal strike from the assassin, Amelia Pear gasps out the veteran's name in a weak, stunned voice. The sudden intervention of a third party catches the mercenary off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered. That split-second opening is all Tiger Strong needs to launch a devastating counterattack. Amelia Pear watches the spectacle in utter disbelief, a million questions racing through her mind. Tiger Strong then approaches her, extending a hand to offer his assistance. He calmly tells her that it's way too early for her game over. Shortly after, Tiger Strong explains to her how Team S's leader had brainwashed his own subordinate to use him as a puppet. Shifting focus, he asks about her injuries and she replies that thanks to his intervention, she's already mostly recovered. Tiger Strong downplays it, stating that the real credit goes to her former companion who inadvertently served as the perfect bait. Amelia Pear gasps, having not realized the guy died, but he firmly reminds her that they have no time for sentimentality right now. Considering the assassin's insane regeneration stats and high defense, putting him down permanently right now is mathematically impossible. When Amelia Pear despairs that they're completely trapped, Tiger Strong nonchalantly responds that death matches are usually designed that way. After all, a fight to the death forces a confrontation. There's no hiding from the killer forever. Even if someone dies and the barrier drops, the surrounding zombie horde will immediately swarm the perimeter, blocking the exit like a solid wall. However, Tiger Strong smirks and asks Amelia Pear if she knows the real reason he dragged her over to this specific spot. Answering his own question, he points upward to an elevated pedestrian bridge connecting the two structures. Tiger Strong reminds her of the massive roar at the start of the battle, predicting that once the assassin hits his peak rage phase, his eyes will glow red again. At that exact second, the domain barrier will fluctuate and contract, leaving a temporary rift they can slip through. However, Tiger Strong emphasizes that they will only get one shot at timing it right. He instructs her to sprint across the overpass and break through the perimeter the moment the gap opens. Amelia Pear anxiously asks if he'll be fine holding off the killer alone, and Tiger Strong replies that there's no alternative strategy. He notes that if they trigger the gimmick but fail to make the escape, the entire plan goes down the drain. With the roles assigned, Amelia Pear heads up to the third floor, while Tiger Strong holds his ground on the ground floor, waiting for the assassin to arrive. Sensing the killer's presence, Tiger Strong readies his stance for an impact, but nothing happens. This puzzles him, making him wonder why the opponent is delaying his strike. Before he can overthink it, the grim realization hits Tiger Strong like a freight train. A terrifying hypothesis about the assassin's secondary skill crosses his mind. The very instant the enemy phases right next to him, Tiger Strong realizes the bastard can walk through walls. Without a shred of hesitation, the assassin lunges at his target. Caught off guard by the phasing ability, Tiger Strong realizes he doesn't have enough frames to dodge backward. Forcing his body to contort, he barely evades as the lethal blade shears just inches above his hair. Realizing that a disruptive counter-stagger is his best bet, Tiger Strong braces himself and gathers his strength. In a flash, he executes his move, driving his heavy shield forward to smash into the assassin. The heavy bash successfully triggers a short stun duration, though it won't last long. While a shield bash of that caliber would instantly send a normal player to the respawn screen, it barely scratches a boss-tier assassin. Tiger Strong expected as much, having dealt with high-poise elite mobs countless times in his veteran days. The assassin doesn't even register the impact, completely immune to pain feedback due to the severe mind control. Because of that, the killer's attack patterns are completely basic and predictable. He operates completely on autopilot, utterly devoid of independent thought. The only real issue here is buying enough time. Ajawas tem misli farchery of the as. Noi not our chandris, I suppose 10 marms, only tem herdi mais fristerly. Tiger Strong couldn't help but feel the strong urge to just execute the guy right then and there. However, he quickly suppresses the impulse and focuses on the bigger picture. His goal is to maximize the chances of completely taking down Ruler's Way using proxies, meaning he absolutely cannot deviate from the core strategy. Analyzing the assassin's status buff, Tiger Strong calculates that Phase 2 of his Berserk Rage is about to trigger. But out of nowhere, an unexpected modifier activates, catching him completely off guard. As the assassin closes in, Tiger Strong realizes that the boss didn't just get a strength multiplier, his agility has spiked as well. He barely raises his shield in time to block a devastating, guard-breaking blow. Cursing inwardly, Tiger Strong admits he hadn't accounted for a hidden agility buff on this particular archetype. He formulates a quick stalling tactic to survive until the buff expires, reaching for a flash consumable. Activating a light stone item, Tiger Strong shuts his eyes tight to avoid getting caught in his own blinding flash. As the item detonates, his sole focus is to milk every single second of the enemy's disorientation. He quickly repositions through the terrain to break line of sight and confuse his pursuer. Amelia Payer, monitoring the perimeter from above, spots him and calls out his name over the comms. She warns him that the domain barrier is closing fast and the external zombie horde is pressing against it like a solid wall. But Tiger Strong tells her to hold her position, instructing her to keep tracking the perimeter metrics until his explicit signal. He relays his strategy to use the second-floor choke point to bottleneck the incoming horde. Choosing to place full faith in his veteran instincts, she nods and confirms she understands. Tracking the assassin's re-aggro, Tiger Strong notes with relief that the elite Dark Aura buff has finally worn off. However, a new threat emerges. The boss's ultimate rage meter is almost fully charged. Tiger Strong grips his shield tightly, calculating that he just needs to tank a few more seconds. But the assassin lunges instantly, cutting his train of thought short. As a relentless flurry of strikes rains down on his guard, the veteran winces, realizing the boss's attack power has scaled up yet again. The sheer kinetic force drives him down to one knee, but he violently forces himself to maintain his guard stance. Just a few more frames. With every passing second, absorbing the raw impact becomes excruciating, but Tiger Strong refuses to break. His stubborn endurance pays off when the assassin finally hits a recovery animation stall. This transition signifies the onset of Phase 3 Berserk, a detail Tiger Strong notes with precision. At that exact threshold, he roars Amelia Payer's name, giving her the pre-arranged execution cue. Stealing her nerves, she takes a slow, steady breath to focus on her movement timing. With a quiet mutter of confirmation, she darts forward to execute Tiger Strong's high-stakes plan. As Amelia Payer rushes toward the designated breach, the suffocating mass of zombies surges closer, climbing over one another in a frenzy. The leading edge of the horde overflows onto the pedestrian bridge, spilling past the contracting boundary. Rotting claws snap wildly at her clothes as they screech in hunger, but her fluid movement keeps her just out of reach. Amelia Payer fluidly weaves through the bloodthirsty reach of the undead, flawlessly navigating the narrow path. With the exit threshold in sight, and the timer running out, she launches herself into a desperate leap. She lands on the other side, letting out a breathless cheer as she successfully clears the deathmatch perimeter. but she knows she can't afford to waste even a second celebrating. If she misses her next cue, Tiger Strong will be completely overwhelmed. Speaking into the channel, Emilia Payer alerts him that the zombie wall is completely sealing off the main entryway. She urges Tiger Strong to evacuate immediately, and his voice crackles back with a calm acknowledgement. Turning on his heel, he sprints at maximum velocity toward the extraction route of the cursed zone. But right on cue with his worst-case scenarios, the concrete floor ahead collapses violently, revealing the chasing assassin. While Tiger Strong knew the boss could phase through vertical structures, he hadn't realized the clipping skill extended to floor tiles as well. Facing the boss, he smirks and jokes that they should call it a draw since it was a solid match. Unsurprisingly, the automated puppet doesn't respond, driven solely by its master's hard-coded directives. Fortunately, the boss's heavy swing misses entirely, and as he turns to track Tiger Strong, a voice echoes out telling him he's looking in the wrong place. He internally tells the monster to hold still so he doesn't have to waste expensive ammunition. Knowing the puppet is immune to pain feedback, Tiger Strong quips that it's time for him to take a forced nap. Selecting the precise skill coordinates, Tiger Strong casts his interdimensional portal subroutine. Rapidly cycling the portal opening mechanisms, he instantly blinks directly to his intended destination. Emilia Payer gapes at his sudden appearance, frantically asking how on earth he bypassed the impenetrable wall of undead. As she scrambles for answers, Tiger Strong cuts her off, promising a full breakdown later, because they need to book it right now. He warns Emilia Payer that the moment the domain fully collapses, the global zombie aggro will lock onto them. Furthermore, since the assassin is still operational, Tiger Strong decides to guide her toward the main shelter complex. Emilia Payer questions the logic, but he explains that they are going to use the shelter location as an absolute bait trap for both the assassin and Team S. She points out that the assassin obeys Team S's leader, but Tiger Strong counters that the channel control duration has likely expired by now. He breaks down the system rules regarding puppet mastery limits, causing a glimmer of hope to return to Emilia Payer's eyes. Realizing the scale of his calculations, she marvels at his strategy, earning a small praise from Tiger Strong for her quick wit. He outlines the final steps: execute the rogue assassin, secure the bunker supplies, and completely frame Team S for the entire disaster, mockingly asking her if fighting dirty against dirty players is a crime. The moment the brainwashed player snaps out of his trance, absolute confusion floods his mind. He cannot comprehend why a basic utility class technician like himself is standing in a ruined zone, gripping a blood-stained blade. Worst of all, his entire avatar is drenched in blood, with absolutely no recollection of how it happened. However, the disorientation lasts only a fleeting moment. Fragmented logs and memories rapidly piece themselves together, flashing the face of the absolute bastard who dared to hijack his character data and exploit him for selfish gains. He roars in outrage, screaming about how Ruler Zwei dared to violate their contract and turn him into a mindless killing machine, recalling how they manipulated zombie spawning metrics to power level while throwing him into a literal meat grinder hell. His fury completely boils over. A cold, absolute determination locks onto his mind as he internally warns Ruler Zwei to prepare for total retribution. Fixated on the orchestrator of his torment, he vows that it's finally time to collect his blood debt in full. Emilia Payer looks at the chaos and asks Tiger Strong if making such a massive, flashy scene was truly necessary. Receiving only a silent jackpot grin, she mutters that they need to keep their eyes peeled, to which he nods. Tiger Strong's exact playbook is to manipulate the chaos until the leader of Team S completely loses his composure, and loses his cool completely. Emilia Payer admits that his calculative macro-level strategy is honestly terrifying. Tiger Strong pretends not to hear her, instead asking her to keep an eye out for any remaining members of her team. While he himself, the man says this person's heart is consumed by the flames of resentment. Well, even from that distance, he can already see the source of all his misfortunes. Man believes the arrogance of the ruler is incurable, both before the apocalypse and now. And yet Ruler manages to detect the presence of his former subordinate and literally, an instant before the irreparable, backs up one leap and then turns towards him. Ruler addresses the murderer with indifference and asks what the hell he is doing there, to which he responds mockingly. The man, realizing that his spell has faded, babbles in fear, telling the approaching man to get out of the way. He, in turn, orders his opponent to shut his filthy mouth and activates the death field. The ruler is uncomfortable and wonders what the hell is going on here. His enemy asks him if he is so stupid that he has not yet understood anything, and explains to his former master that his luck is over. However, Ruler's loyal bodyguards come to his aid in time, taking down the assassin. They ask their boss if he's okay, and he tells them to back off and keep their distance. When the order is accepted, Ruler tries to regain his sanity, reflecting on what happened, and without taking his eyes off his former subordinate, thinks he has no idea what kind of tricks he is playing. However, the man is almost completely certain that this guy has broken free of hypnosis. The Ruler believes the death camp won't go away even if they try to brainwash the killer again. This only worries him at first because the next moment, he decides to devise a cunning plan. He orders his bodyguards to capture the murderer and not allow him to take a single step. Those who accept the order rush at the enemy with all readiness, and he speaks. The man tells Ruler's men that they're being used, but they can't even understand it. But knowing that he will not be listened to, he resorts to radical methods. Unable to do anything else, the severely wounded only groan and complain of pain by weakly moving their limbs. And Ruler, realizing that the situation is getting out of hand, orders his still capable men to immediately attack the enemy. However, the killer is not afraid of such attacks. He tells his opponents in every color that everything is useless. The Ruler, determined to get rid of the obstacle as quickly as possible, orders Molotov cocktails to be brought to him. And then he gives the order that the murderer not be allowed to come near him even at the cost of his own life, and the incredible happens. The man who did not expect such a turn of events has no time to react when he is attacked. However, he has no intention of giving up, so he gets rid of the obstacle as best he can. Ruler says the killer screwed up because he didn't kill him when he had a perfect opportunity. He continues with his bravado, saying that someone like him can't catch him because a murderer can't escape from the death camp. A man asks his silent interlocutor if he is willing to give up his illusions. Ruler believes that trusting the killer's strength was presumptuous, and that was his fatal mistake. The killer suddenly speaks and sounds incredibly calm when the man asks him about the mistake. The flame that burst from the broken bottle immediately and quickly engulfed each of the three without sparing anyone. And the killer goes on to say that he doesn't know the meaning of the word error. Ruler abruptly interrupts the man, starts to provoke him and press his sensitive areas. Hearing about his wife and son, the killer doesn't utter a word. Noticing his bitter smile, Ruler asks him if he really went completely mad before he died. As he spoke, the man did not notice how an arrow whirled past him and directly hit the murderer. And then another, and the one who is pierced realizes that his savior has truly come. He let out a weak voice, thanking her for freeing him from his torment and allowing him to die without ceasing to be human. As the man breathes his last, Ruler curses, trying to understand what is happening. He's furious because they took his puppets and dared to steal his loot right under his nose. And then the man comes up with a theory that that person is the unknown. Desperate, but in vain, Ruler looks in the direction from which the arrows came because he sees no one. And then, visibly excited, he asks where his opponent is hiding, calling him the trash mouse. Desperate for helplessness, Ruler vows to tear the unknown to pieces next time. Tiger and Amelia are talking today, and it seems incredible to them in the worst sense of the word. The Commission has already taken a number of measures to ensure that the community's financial resources are used to the full. Amelia thanks Tiger for saving her, though she has many questions for him. Absorbed in his respectful urge to thank, the man assures the girl that all is well. After all, if Amelia hadn't been aware of the situation at the time, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. So, Tiger says the girl can forget about the S-team, which surprises her and she asks about it. Man allows himself to call it intuition, but to him it seems that very soon they will devour themselves. After the incident with the temporary shelter, Tiger decides to take a 3-day break. Although the thirst for survival didn't work, the man's body still aches after the fight with the killer. However, despite this, Tiger does not sit idly by and takes charge of distributing the loot on the first day. A man decides to buy a regular gun and spends 300 points on it. While setting traps for a boar, he learned that the princess had ventured into a wild area. On the second day, Tiger uses insects to repair a plastic shield that cracked during the battle and then goes with those guys northwest in search of the goblin lair. At the same time, they mark on the map the traps they find along the way. On the third day, Tiger checks the peppers in his garden and notices that everything is growing at a dizzying rate. On the fourth day, the man, as usual, goes out on the terrace to exchange information. However, something unexpected awaits him. The paper plane is not coming back. Tiger starts to speculate about why this might be possible. When he opens the message, the man is stunned because it is Merit who writes to him asking him to stop writing to Weldane. Tiger couldn't take it anymore, made a sarcastic comment, and called the little boy a jerk. The man is astonished that after having helped the group to which Merit belongs, she dares to speak to him in that way. At a certain point, emotions take over, and Tiger wonders if he should take out that insolent fellow. However, he soon realizes it and wonders if he too has gone mad. After all, with such thoughts, he is no different from the ruler. Mentally, a man urges himself to get back on his feet and stop giving in to emotions. You need to think objectively. Calling previous messages from Weldane, Tiger recalls that Merit is interested in Zimeshrit's position. The man believes that soon there will be an excellent opportunity to get rid of the sweet couple as they have allied themselves with another group. At the same time, Tiger thinks of Amelia, not wanting to leave that girl to her fate. He reminds himself once again that he must not give in to emotions and do everything his own way. And the most important thing for him now is to find and clear the goblin lair. When the wolf cub answers, the man realizes that as he grew older, he had developed a voice. After this, Tiger turns to the beetles and asks if they are ready too. The man asks the insects if they did what he asked. From this, Tiger understands that there are 3 hobgoblins in the lair and that the rest have a normal appearance. Observing the beetles, one realizes that they are afraid of too much. Man slowly suggests that there are some things that insects don't understand. I mean, the person you've contacted and who promises to do everything in the best possible way. And pointing precisely, the man suggests that his pets observe everything carefully, because now he's going to teach you how to properly and effectively destroy goblin dens. Tiger silently repeats to himself the most effective sequence of actions. His plan is mainly to stun the monsters with an explosion and apply a negative effect to them. After this, you can attack, allowing your faithful wolf cub to cover you. Realizing they've been discovered, the man turns to Dingo and reminds him of his plan. When asked if his pet remembers him, the wolf cub responds with a confident bark. After ascending to the highest available point, Dingo moves on to the next part of his plan. Without waiting for the enemy to approach, the wolf cub begins to howl loudly and prolongedly. So, the strokes also react, and some ideas already start to come into their heads. When the monsters also start to come into action, Tiger is mentally rejoicing because everything has worked as it should. At the same time, the man thanks Dingo because he was able to carry out his plan. I mean, he could get to the flank of these creatures, which made his job a lot easier. And now man will be able to take them off one by one, which is basically what he's doing now. The goblins don't like this arrangement. They quickly calculate the trajectory of the projectiles. However, just as they are about to attack Tiger, strange noises coming from behind catch his attention. The sight that presented itself to the eyes of the monsters was not pleasant at all, and Dingo continued to roar terrifyingly. Realizing that the enemy ranks have been reduced sufficiently, Tiger decides to abandon his hiding place. Ag feels the situation is perfect to test its new acquisition, and with a shout of, "Let's go!" the man lunges at his enemies. Those caught in the crossfire are visibly bewildered, babbling incoherently. But Tiger Strong has no intention of stopping, slaughtering goblins left and right. He admits that collecting the loot is more exhausting than the actual fight. Tiger Strong turns to the beetles and asks if they were watching closely. The system sends a notification that he received points, and he gets annoyed that he didn't get anything else. According to Cartagena, the old man figures the painting and the fly represent the lives of the anginos, a painless species, and a tiger cherished by its parents in the forest deeps. A massive jackpot awaits him there. A firebird, black charcoal, and poisonous toads inside the cattle pens. Noticing how docile the birds are, Tiger Strong suggests raising them in a sanctuary. Seeing the voracious appetite Dingo has shown lately, he talks about finding some new friends for him. This cheers up Tiger Strong, who had already written the raid off as a total failure. Later, as he wanders under the blazing sun, he sighs in resignation. He's glad he has an ice pack, because this heat is absolutely brutal. Tiger Strong reminisces that in the other world, it gets so cold that even the lakes freeze over. Yet, the forest stays lush and green, and the crops keep growing just as fast. Tiger Strong is certain that, whatever the reason, an incredible power lies hidden within this land. However, he can't help but think that reality is just as bizarre, if only because, for some inexplicable reason, zombies don't respawn like they do in the game. Pondering this, he surprises himself by reaching an obvious conclusion. Tiger Strong suspects that ordinary zombies won't spawn unless specific conditions are met. By conditions, he means the appearance of guards and skeletal creatures crawling around at dawn, as well as the summoning of the enhanced zombies that appeared during training. Suddenly, a shocking realization strikes him, causing him to stop dead in his tracks to process it all. He surmises that there might not be any zombie waves at all if he builds a shelter out in the wasteland. Furthermore, during the week Tiger Strong was away from the game, the rewards for various events might have changed. As his train of thought deepens, he finally arrives at the rice processing facility. Tiger Strong smiles contentedly, muttering that this is exactly what he needs. There's plenty of food here, along with all kinds of grains. He decides to tell Smeshrit about this place later on. Bursting with enthusiasm, he gets ready to start moving things. The next morning, Tiger Strong reflects on how vital it is to maintain a daily routine. He's convinced that during an apocalypse, this becomes even more crucial than before. With that in mind, Tiger Strong has recently established 3 personal rules. The first is to have a chat with Wellbane, where the youngster makes excuses for the misunderstanding. The second rule is to scout the forest with Dingo, ensuring they return home with fresh prey. And the third is a quick check-in to locate Stonebane. The latter takes place through the auction house, and Tiger Strong is surprised that someone managed to deliver his items to Wellbane. Knowing how much his old friend loves being the center of attention, he finds the lack of direct communication to be a bit troubling. Then again, there's nothing he can do about it, so he just has to accept it. Tiger Strong reasons that both he and Stonebane were simply too busy to establish a secret code or signals. Under the circumstances, he decides it's best to first figure out how many people are actually using the auction house. Since complete anonymity is guaranteed, there's always a chance that a single individual is behind it all. Tiger Strong figures he needs something that will really grab attention, like an ice pack. While it's unlikely to expose his unique ability, people will undoubtedly be desperate for it in this scorching heat. Tiger Strong lists the ice pack for sale and sits back to wait. His plan works like a charm, and the response to this listing triggers an absolute frenzy. Tiger Strong is thrilled as messages come flooding in non-stop. He's certain it's not a trap, concluding that there are at least 10 regular users monitoring the auction. However, he gets annoyed when users start hurling insults, considering he isn't forcing anyone to buy it. Eventually, he snaps and starts shouting back at the idiots to defend himself. After all, they're the ones ripping people off without even switching up their items. Fortunately, his sudden outburst of anger quickly cools down. Tiger Strong notes that he only wanted to gauge their reaction before pulling the listing. But before he can take it down, someone buys the ice pack. Upon making the purchase, the woman is shocked to find that the ice is completely real. With a sigh of pure bliss, she admits she hasn't felt such crisp freshness in a long time. Realizing that others are calling her an idiot, she sees no reason to care about their petty opinions. She activates her skill, zombie domination, and turns her attention to the monsters. With an eerie smile, she asks if they know what they need to do. They certainly do. In the next instant, they tear into each other and begin a mutual slaughter. As a result, she rakes in free points in the middle of the chaotic infighting. She can't comprehend why people complain about farming points, finding them incredibly easy to earn. But suddenly she starts cursing for an entirely different reason. She's furious that the ice she just bought has already melted. She becomes highly curious about the person who put those items up for sale. She assumes it must be someone with a special ability that allows them to manipulate or generate ice. Naturally, the idea of recruiting that man to her side flashes through her mind. The urge proves irresistible, and she immediately shifts from thought to action. First, she sends a greeting, pausing briefly. After introducing herself, she asks Tiger Strong where he's located. Spotting a familiar nickname, Tiger Strong wonders if he just accidentally reeled in a big fish. Meanwhile, the auction house chat is in full swing, featuring the well-known game veteran, Jack. But our protagonist remains skeptical. Others try to recruit her to their factions, but she bluntly shoots them down, stating she's only interested in Tiger Strong. Tiger Strong muses that this is a textbook example of alliances forming between the strong and the weak. He wonders if that's just how life works. But he absolutely cannot reveal his identity right now. After all, if they find out that Tiger Strong is the one selling it, they'll be even more furious. Tiger Strong agrees to take down the ice, but refuses to disclose his location, which only infuriates Jack even more. The woman pretends to back off, and he decides to put up more ice before Stonebane arrives. Ironically, Stonebane logs on at the most inopportune moment, casually greeting Jack without realizing the situation. The woman doubts that Stonebane is the real deal, given her usual reputation, but he responds calmly. Stonebane mentions making a promise to a close friend, leaving Jack to wonder who she could possibly be referring to. The realization hits him almost instantly. The woman successfully pieces all the clues together. Jack gets annoyed that Tiger Strong, instead of greeting him after all this time, just pulled the ice and logged off. Jack invites Stonebane to drop by his restaurant, and she accepts, though she warns him she'll be a bit late. Tiger Strong notes that if Swerve the First shows up as well, it will feel like a true reunion. Once the auction hype dies down, he heads over to help Amelia Payer move. During the process, he manages to confirm several of his theories. First, the difficulty of the training phase has clearly been nerfed, resulting in a higher number of survivors. This is obvious from the rows of windows that have been boarded up and covered with heavy curtains. Second, even in densely populated urban areas, the zombies aren't respawning. Tiger Strong believes that as long as they stay cautious, they should be relatively safe for the time being. Anna asks him to stand up, letting him know that they're about to grab a snack. As Tiger Strong accepts her offer, he finds himself standing face to face with an acquaintance and chuckles thoughtfully. To break the ice, Wellbane asks why he's making such a creepy face. Tiger Strong gets annoyed but begins listing out everything the younger guy had told him. He gets the picture, but he doesn't understand why Wellbane kept quiet about the injury on his hand. Wellbane immediately fumbles for excuses, claiming things aren't what they look like and that he just scraped it on the way over. He tries another excuse, but Tiger Strong isn't buying it for a second, telling the kid that if he's going to lie, he should at least make it sound believable. After all, anyone could tell that this wasn't just a random scrape. Tiger Strong looks to Amelia Payer for backing, and she confirms his suspicions, noting that it's clearly a puncture from a crossbow bolt. The doctor points out that you can't hide something like that from Tiger Strong, adding that Wellbane was obviously targeted on purpose. The revelation catches Tiger Strong off guard, but it signals that they are finally ready to explain everything. Anna chimes in, explaining that the whole incident happened about an hour ago. She was moving the larger items up to the roof while Wellbane carried the smaller boxes down the stairs. Everything seemed completely fine until she suddenly heard a sharp scream. Getting a terrible gut feeling, she rushed downstairs to check on Wellbane. Anna saw 3 men dressed in hiking gear cornering and attacking her teammate. They offered a half-hearted apology, claiming their hands had simply slipped. But Anna knew right away that it was completely intentional, and Tiger Strong is inclined to take her word for it. Hearing this, Tiger Strong sits back heavily, his mind racing with possibilities. He explains that Wellbane will act as his eyes and ears, while Anna will handle their mobility. Amelia Payer won't be sitting idle either, as she specializes in healing and medical support. Tiger Strong is organizing this roster to ensure they can take down those thugs in hiking gear no matter what. When Wellbane mutters that it's nice, Anna tries to tell him it's not the time for sentimentality, but he cuts her off. The kid explains that even though Tiger Strong and Amelia Payer aren't officially in their party, it already feels like they're one cohesive team. Meanwhile, the doctor asks why Smeshrit hasn't shown up yet, despite promising to be there. Wellbane explains that Violet and Merritt abandoned their posts at the base and went off somewhere. Tiger Strong asks where they went, but nobody has any idea. He then asks if the doll is still back at the base, receiving a nod of confirmation. Tiger Strong suggests paying Smeshrit a visit, stating he has something to tell him, and Wellbane agrees. The kid mentions that all 3 of them are currently at the base, but thinks they should scout the situation first. It turns out they are locked in a tense standoff, sizing each other up with physical enhancement skills active. Tiger Strong asks Anna to transport them to the base. Though she hesitates out of uncertainty, he firmly insists. Nodding in understanding, the awakened girl warns her incoming passenger to brace themselves. She shifts into a more comfortable stance and triggers her ability. Sudden teleportation is far from pleasant. Tiger Strong feels a wave of nausea but quickly pulls himself together, while Smeshrit is caught completely off guard by their sudden arrival. He approaches Tiger Strong with questions, but Tiger Strong cuts him off, promising to explain later. The veteran suggests they settle this quickly, so everyone can go their separate ways, which immediately sends Merritt into a blind rage. The boy snaps at Tiger Strong to stop acting like he's the boss, threatening that without them, the party's combat power will plummet. The veteran scoffs at the idea, declaring that he and Amelia Payer will be joining the team to replace them. Merritt barks that Tiger Strong talks too much, but Tiger Strong just chuckles and responds with absolute calm. He calmly suggests that his opponents at least show some decency and speak like civilized human beings. Merit stands his ground, demanding to know who Tiger Strong thinks he is to be barking orders at them. Smeshret cuts him off, firmly siding with his friend and agreeing that this argument is completely pointless. Merit snaps that this passive attitude is exactly what irritates him so much. He complains that Smeshret always blindly agrees with Tiger Strong, yet shoots down every idea brought to the table. Smeshret counters that it's not like that at all, and that Tiger Strong is simply a far better fit for the group. Smeshret adds that if Merit's arguments actually made any sense, he gladly would have backed him up. The kid tries to argue back, but Tiger Strong cuts him off, telling them to put an end to this circus. He reminds them that regardless of their grievances, Merit isn't absolved of his duties to the group. This isn't some casual office job. It's the apocalypse, where following protocol is a matter of life and death. Tiger Strong then begins laying out the exact grounds for why the two of them should be kicked out. Violet pleads with him to listen, claiming it was all a huge misunderstanding, and that they did it all for the good of the team. She explains they only teamed up with the other faction because they needed to access the auction house as quickly as possible. As she goes on about differing perspectives and making hard sacrifices for the team, Merit quickly speaks up to back her up. His main argument is simply that the guy is an experienced veteran. Repeating himself, he keeps insisting that the man is a hardened veteran. Violet fires back, accusing Tiger Strong of being hypocritical since he's been in constant contact with Wellbane the whole time. Anna immediately steps in to defend Tiger Strong, reminding everyone that he helped them selflessly without demanding a single thing in return. She points out that he is a true veteran who actually knows what he's doing. She emphasizes his status as a reliable veteran once again. She tells them to pack their things and leave, reminding them to remember this lesson. And they should never forget that Tiger Strong is the ultimate game veteran. She underscores that he stands far above anyone else as a true veteran. She drives the point home, cementing his reputation as the elite veteran. Anna barks that she refuses to let Tiger Strong be lumped into the same category as nameless freeloaders whose real names they don't even know. Smeshret nods in understanding and offers a formal apology, but maintains that they didn't act out of pure greed. He offers to let bygones be bygones and wipe the slate clean, but he is suddenly cut off before he can finish. Smeshret interrupts him mid-sentence. Smeshret states that he's going with the option where the toxic couple leaves, and Tiger Strong officially joins their party. Merit begs him to wait, but Smeshret calmly clarifies that he isn't making this choice out of anger. He simply believes this is the best opportunity for everyone to part ways on relatively good terms. Smeshret even offers to assist them with packing and moving if they agree to these terms. He then drops a truth bomb, revealing the real reason Merit hung around the party for so long. Hearing him mention the stockpiled supplies, Merit shifts uncomfortably and asks if his true motives were really that obvious. Smeshret reminds the kid that he was his personal trainer client for 3 years before the apocalypse, meaning he knows exactly how his mind works. With that, he reiterates his suggestion to part ways peacefully while they still have the chance. Surprisingly, the couple concedes, muttering that they'll handle things on their own from here on out. Smeshret calmly thanks them for their cooperation. As the door slams shut behind the departing couple, the remaining trio stares at the entrance for a moment, almost expecting them to pull a cheap stunt. Smeshret lets out a deep breath, admitting he never wants to deal with that kind of drama ever again. Anna lets out a sigh of pure relief, admitting she was genuinely terrified of how that confrontation would turn out. They then turn to Tiger Strong, asking if he's truly planning to join their party. In response, he just plays completely dumb. Smeshret asks his friend if he really took him for an idiot, adding that he has no intention of forcing him into anything. Smeshret admits he was fully prepared to cut ties with them even without Tiger Strong's presence. Tiger Strong clarifies that he will gladly join them soon, but under one condition: complete freedom of action. The two can hardly believe their ears, eagerly asking if he's actually serious. Tiger Strong confirms it, but warns that he needs to monitor the evolving situation closely for a few more weeks. As the duo enthusiastically discuss the future of their party, Tiger Strong silently smiles, feeling genuinely happy for them. He then announces that he brought them a special gift, instructing them to read through it thoroughly and memorize every detail. As a game with a notorious tagline, Life Survival Game guarantees that literal hell will eventually break loose on Earth. And as Tiger Strong has emphasized time and time again, this survivalist system is absolutely ruthless. Because of this, the detailed guide he hands over to Smeshret is essentially a survival Bible packed with his ultimate veteran knowledge. After all, in the real-world manifestation of the game, certain mechanics are bound to be tweaked, overhauled, or completely reintroduced. Even so, the core timeline remains consistent, particularly when it comes to the specific method used to trigger portals. These aren't solo portals either. Depending on their scale, they manifest as monster dens, dungeons, or massive labyrinths. They serve as primary spawn points for monsters and triggers for global events, making them a fundamental mechanism of the game. Once he ensures that Amelia Payer is locked into the team roster, Tiger Strong begins tracking down data regarding incoming portals. He recalls that in the game, right after the wild animal outbreak event, goblins began pouring out of the portals. He always found this mechanic incredibly sadistic. The developers gave players a viable source of meat, only to immediately counter it by introducing bloodthirsty goblins. No matter how much Tiger Strong racks his brain, he can't pinpoint the exact hour the goblins are scheduled to arrive. Nevertheless, he can roughly estimate the window based on his prior knowledge. In the original game, when the zombies suddenly altered their movement patterns, Tiger Strong knew the first phase of the event had gone live. He also keeps tabs on whether his old friend's party is reinforcing their defenses properly. Unlike mindless zombies, goblins are active, cunning hunters, making heavy barricades absolutely mandatory. Tiger Strong is confident the squad can handle it, but he's fully prepared to step in and bail them out if things take a turn for the worse. To brace himself for the impending chaos, he decides to master a brand new weapon. After selecting the perfect weapon, Tiger Strong dives into a brutal training regimen. In his few moments between intense training sessions, he focuses on managing other critical logistics. Sure enough, as the brutal summer heat finally begins to wane, Tiger Strong's core stats begin to skyrocket. By building up an immunity through microdosing, Tiger Strong successfully unlocks a brand new skill, paralyzing poison resistance. He muses on how incredibly overpowered it would be if he could evolve it into total immunity. On the 10th day, just as he finishes his final preparations, he receives an urgent report about a tiger sighting. In that exact moment, Tiger Strong realizes that the true phase of the apocalypse has finally begun. Staring at the massive beast, Wellbane lets out a breathless exclamation, admitting that the situation is absolutely insane. Seeing the younger guy completely frozen in shock, Amelia Payer playfully mocks him to snap him out of it. Smeshrit doesn't let him off the hook either, asking if he's really blind to the bigger picture. Think about it. After all, the second you get close to a beast like that, it'll tear you to shreds instantly. Anna wonders aloud where a tiger could have possibly come from, and Amelia Payer suggests it must have escaped from a nearby zoological park. She points out that they likely won't see many normal animals from here on out, as their numbers are rapidly dwindling. Tiger Strong notes that while the game frequently spawned monster animals, reality hasn't matched that pattern perfectly just yet. Anna chimed in, suggesting that the initial animal attack might have been entirely orchestrated to set a trap. Amelia Payer turns to Tiger Strong, stepping closer to ask him a serious question. She asks what their next move is, but the veteran points out that Smeshrit is technically the party leader, not him. Smeshrit barks back, reminding him that everyone here except Wellbane was recruited and brought together by Tiger Strong himself. Accepting the responsibility, Tiger Strong nods and begins outlining each person's role in the party. Their primary objective as a squad will be hunting beasts to secure a stable food supply. Wellbane and Amelia Payer will focus on backline defense, providing support to the entire team. Both need to keep their eyes peeled and be ready to react at a moment's notice. Smeshrit will hold down the front line alongside Tiger Strong, eagerly offering to take on the heavy lifting. Anna holds a vital position, acting as the key link between the front lines and the back line. Tiger Strong reassures her not to worry, emphasizing that he sees massive potential in her, and she confidently promises to give it her all. Satisfied with the plan, he asks if anyone has any other feedback or objections. Still adjusting to his role as commander, Tiger Strong tells the squad to call him out if he makes a bad call. But the crew is completely satisfied, and Smeshrit even acts playfully offended that his friend would doubt himself. Tiger Strong reminds them that their target isn't the apex tiger, leading Amelia Payer to clarify who exactly they are hunting. He answers that everything hinges on the wild environment's behavior, admitting he isn't entirely sure what will spawn next as they push forward. Tiger Strong mentions what his pet picked up along the way. As it turns out, Dingo had caught the scent of several potential targets on their trek. Suddenly, the wolf cub literally snaps its leash, sprinting forward as if possessed, and Tiger Strong barely manages to keep up with him. It seemed the pup completely forgot about his master, leaving him eating dust in the distance. Sprinting to catch up, Tiger Strong readies his gear, determined to maintain control over his overeager pet. But the prey, which looked completely defenseless at first, suddenly glares back and bares its teeth. The wolf pup didn't expect the herbivore to put up a fight, but he has absolutely no intention of backing down. Dingo growls fiercely, eager to teach this herbivore exactly who sits at the top of the food chain. But the giant ram is no pushover, bleating loudly in retaliation to show its defiance. It has zero intention of becoming the young wolf's dinner, despite sensing its opponent's superior stats. Determined to strike first? The beast charges, just as Tiger Strong arrives on the scene and commends his pet for sniffing out such a prime target. As he lines up his crossbow, Tiger Strong hesitates for a split second to guarantee a critical, pinpoint hit. However, the ram is thrashing around erratically, causing the bolt to graze it as the beast lets out a deafening cry of agony. Tiger Strong curses under his breath, wishing he had put it down in a single shot. To make matters worse, local zombies begin converging on the area, attracted by the ram's loud cries. Tiger Strong barks an order to Dingo, telling him to keep driving the target forward toward their trap. He notes that many of the incoming zombies look well-fed, meaning they're likely evolved or aggressive types. If Tiger Strong engaged them directly, he could easily wipe them out, but right now his main focus is managing the crowd numbers safely. Turning toward the overpass, he barks an operational order to Anna. She shifts into position instantly, and Tiger Strong warns her that she'll need to chain her leap skill multiple times. When asked if she can handle the strain, Anna confidently replies that her love for extreme roller coasters has given her a stomach of steel. Grinning with satisfaction, Tiger Strong signals the advance, staying one step ahead of the trailing zombie horde. He remarks that everything is playing out exactly according to plan. Anna truly possesses incredible potential. Girl beams, thanking him for the high praise. Turning to the squad, Smeshrit notes that one managed to slip past them, though he seems completely thrilled by the thrill of the hunt. Tiger Strong steps up to offer assistance, but Smeshrit waves him off, confident he can handle it solo. He adds that it's been ages since he got to cut loose like this, and he wants to enjoy every second of it. But when Tiger Strong and Anna notice a fresh wound on Smeshrit, they gasp and immediately start pressing him about his condition. A distant voice from a sniper position calls out that their hands slipped, causing the veteran's eyes to narrow in recognition. He instantly remembers seeing those exact thugs back at the sporting goods store, meaning this is no accident. Anna points an accusing finger, identifying them as the exact same scum who ambushed Wellbane with a crossbow earlier. Tiger Strong bluntly demands to know what the enemy squad wants, catching their leader off guard with his sharp intuition. Noticing the two slaughtered rams on the ground, the thug states they'll be taking one as attacks. Quickly prioritizing Smeshrit's safety, Tiger Strong swallows his anger and agrees to their terms for now. However, before they part ways, he stops them with one final, chilling question. Tiger Strong asks if they really threw away their honor and broke their word just to align with a pathetic squad like that, muttering that a traitor never changes his spots anyway. Later that evening, Smeshrit breaks the heavy silence, fumbling for the right words to say. He reasons that at the end of the day everyone is safe and they have plenty of meat, so everything turned out fine. Amelia Payer only agrees in theory, firmly stating that being too soft will eventually get them killed. Anna strongly voices her agreement. Wellbane tries to comfort him, suggesting that sometimes it really is better to let small things slide, but he's instantly cut off. Tiger Strong brings up the exact warning Smeshrit gave him back at the store, asking if he still stands by it, to which his friend gives a quiet nod. Smeshrit sighs, stating he knows his place and won't question his commander's final decision. Nevertheless, he firmly believes they shouldn't bow down to petty tyrants, even if he doesn't advocate for outright murder. Tiger Strong suggests putting the heavy discussion aside, for now to just enjoy the peaceful evening. After all, in a world like this, peaceful moments are a rare luxury that won't last for long. They must hold on to what they have. As a dark new threat begins to loom over the adapting city,